Very good morning to one and all as we welcome you here to the Sir Frank Wild Park here at the University of the West Indies. I'm Ross Kumar working along with Tony Gray as we get you ready for what is to be an important game for both of these teams as they find themselves looking up at the rest of the championships. Let me say good morning to you, Tigre.
Good morning to you, Ruskin. Good morning to our listeners and viewers.
Well, listen, it's certainly going to be an interesting game, but let's find out what transpired at the toss. A very good morning to one and all as we welcome you here to the Sir Frank Wild Park here on the campus of the University of the West Indies in St. Augustine, Trinidad, as another round of matches in the West Indies 4-day championships are about to begin. And we have a very good one here, of course, as you say, among equals, so to speak. It's the CCC, Mr. Bishop, and the West Indies Academy. Actually, it's the West Indies Academy. Teddy Bishop is their captain. And Johan Jeremiah is the captain of the CCC. Michael Ragunath is the match commissioner, and he will organize the toss.
Heads was the call.
So you won the toss and you've opted to bat first?
Yeah.
Why?
I think you look as a very good wicket, it's just for the batsmen to apply themselves and look to set a good total on the board.
Mm-hmm. How are things going for you so far? Are you comfortable with what you're getting? I know you always want more, but based on all the circumstances, you know the issues behind the scenes. So when you put all of that in, are you happy with what you're getting so far?
It's so much that we can control as players. I think it's just for us to control the controllables. It's just for the guys to put behind what already happened and look to execute moving forward.
Okay. What about your team? Any changes from the last round?
Yes. Larry Edwards comes in for Joachim and Jaden Edmond makes his debut today.
Right. Good. And thanks so much. All the best.
Thank you.
Let's just bring in the man here, Johan. Is this what you wanted?
Yeah, we would have liked to bat also. I think the wicket looks pretty good. I think it seems to be some moisture in the wicket, but I think after a few hours it withdraw, I think, and it will become good for batting.
Okay. I'm sorry, Teddy. I think but what about you personally? How you feel you're going in this tournament so far, and what kind of goals have you set for yourself the rest of the way?
I think I'm going pretty good. I think I can do better, but so it goes. The game of cricket. Success isn't guaranteed, so I think I'm going pretty good. Just to continue.
And what about the team itself? How do you get them to, even if it's just incrementally, do a little better?
I mean, I think we're good at the moment. I think everyone is good mentally and physically. I think once we rally with each other, I think that's going to be very important for us in this game.
Okay, well, all the best, and we look forward to some good performances.
Thanks.
All right, there you have it, folks. The toss won by the CCC. They will bat first in this encounter against the West Indies Academy. So you got a picture of what is to come, and certainly with CCC winning the toss and opting to bat first. I had a look at the wicket. I didn't think that it was. Let's just put it this way. If you listen to what Jeremiah was saying, he chose to bat first because he thinks the wicket looks like a good wicket. It does look like a good wicket, although there are two, I don't want to call it spots. No, I don't know how those spots will play, but they're close enough to the batsman that it would probably take a very full-length delivery for it to have any kind of impact on the batsman at all, if it does anything nefarious. But generally, it looks like a good wicket. I think some moisture went into it. So it should hold for a little while anyway.
Yeah, I think that he went on the history of this pitch. Obviously, this ground itself is a really good ground for batting because of the slope on all sides of the pitch. But the pitch itself normally is a very good batting pitch. You expect some preparation moisture, and then when that goes, then you can just settle on at the batsman and bat for long.
But what we have found here, though, I think was it last year? I don't know if you were here for this game. We did a game last year, and the ball was turning square from day one. Remember that one?
Yeah.
It turned all over the place, and I think it was obvious that the type of preparation, they didn't get the time to put the preparation in. And we had a break in the competition, so you anticipate that they would have spent some time, doing work on the field, doing on the ground, and the outfield. The outfield looks magnificent. I think we have to say that. It really looks a picture. It looks nice and lush and green. You're ready. As a cricketer, you couldn't ask for anything better than that. You feel to dive about the place.
I want to start bowling again, Ruskin. I want to start running up and bowling again because this is really encouraging. And the thing with it is that you mentioned diving about the place because fielders have to put in a dive on this particular ground because the ball travels very quickly to the boundary. So in the inner circle, if it's struck with any degree of power, fielders are encouraged to put in a dive.
But that's it. And so I was just going to give you a quick look at where we are right now, coming into the standings. Guyana leading Trinidad and Tobago by as they say, it's like fraction, And so Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana, both of them unbeaten so far, identical 4 wins. And of course, you're looking at the Leeward Islands in 3rd place with 3 wins and 1 defeat for a total of 79.6 points. And then Barbados Pride, despite that hammering they got from Trinidad and Tobago the last time out, they are filling 4th place on 78 points. Jamaica Scorpions, they kind of like the surprise of the competition, 2 wins and 3 losses with 59.8 points. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, they come next with 1 win and 3 losses. And then the bottom 2, CCC, no wins with 4 losses, similar the West Indies Academy, also with 4 losses as well. Now, when these 2 teams play, sometimes records kind of go out the window because if anybody they look at, though they feel they could get something out of the game from, it's each other in this instance here.
Yeah, that's right. I think that when you look at both teams, they equally match. Obviously, the CCC team would have a little bit more experience with Powell and Holder and these guys, but equally match as it pertains to talent. And we know the West Indies Academy team is a really talented one. It's a real future of West Indies cricket. So this game should be highly competitive and highly interesting.
Well, it's always a pleasure to see young talent. Now, Tigre, I know you've been scouting and looking around at the talent that you're seeing without calling any names or anything like that, purely from a potential standpoint. Where is West Indies cricket at this time?
It's always had potential, and it's not changed at all. We viewed, when I say we, the scouts have viewed a lot of the videos of the games that has transpired already, and obviously there's a lot of talent in all departments of the game. Obviously, we have to do some reporting and try to enhance that talent and magnify that talent when they get into things like the West Indies Academy. But it's always a lot of talent. We're looking a lot for wrist spinners, Ruskin, and you would have seen regional cricket for years. And that skill has gone up begging.
Well,
not been around.
Well, but more so left-arm wrist spinners.
Chinaman
that is even of a rare variety right now. And let's look at the youngster Edmonds. And that one just a way to get off the mark here and just kind of resting on the hips there and not wasting any time taking advantage of that. Jeremiah, the skipper.
Yeah, you look at Blades, he's very fit. He has improved his fitness level. And obviously he's had an outing of playing a one-day international game. He's a really talented left-arm pacer. He can get up to 85, I would think 87 miles an hour. He can touch on 90 sometimes. And he is most times consistent. You want the left-arm pacers to be able to move the ball both ways.
And yeah, you're right, because it's often a case of bowlers, just kind of getting into rhythm quickly. And to tell you how important that is, I don't know if you watched the basketball game last night with Steph Curry, and he had like 8 3-pointers in the first quarter alone, and that is rhythm. He was in rhythm, so they just kept feeding him the ball, and he ended up with 12 in the match. But it's rhythm, and he himself pointed that out.
The other thing about rhythm, Roskin, in any sport, and you talked about Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors, but he warms up really well. He goes in there for about an hour and a half, and he simulates everything that might occur in the game. And so he's always ready for ball one. I'm saying for ball one, from the first bounce of the ball, he's always ready. And it's something that all sportsmen can learn from, that the preparation is so very important, and cricketers need to really and truly try to simulate things before getting into the actual game. It's well bowled. Excellent delivery.
It's a good line. Good line. Apart from that first ball that he was touching now on the hips, he's recalibrated towards that of that fifth stump, sixth stump line. And I've always said, if you bowl at that line, you force the batsman to make a decision, which is what you want to do as a bowler. If he makes a good decision and he hits you for four, that you live with that. But if he makes the wrong decision, then you have a chance of getting him out. And that's what you want to do as a bowler. If the wicket gives you assistance, fine. But in the mean, you doing your part. That's a great take. That needed something special there from Mr. Colin Bowen Tucker, and he came up big there. He looked like a goalkeeper.
That was really a pacey delivery, body line going down the leg side, and what a brilliant take with his right hand, diving full length in the air. And I love the roll after. So athletic take by the young man.
There was a local wicketkeeper was famous for acrobatics like that, and I'm trying to remember his name and I couldn't remember it.
And there's so many wicket keepers in
I think he also played for police.
David Williams was really athletic behind the stumps. Excellent glove work.
Yeah, but that ends the over, and just the 4 runs coming off it. Yeah, but I was trying to remember it's give some central, but he was very, very acrobatic. Every time he made a take, it entailed some kind of
played for Pre-Sal,
of catch and
Yeah.
roll and flip and
armband,
he had everything. But I mean, he was good doing it.
Silo. His nickname is Silo,
Yeah.
but what is his real name?
But his glove work was good. It's just he always embellished it, So you got that little extra out of him.
Looking at the wicketkeepers in the history of the game, Rod Marsh comes to mind, the Australian wicketkeeper. He would have accounted for a lot of wickets that Dennis Lilly got behind the stumps. But Rod Marsh was really athletic and absolutely brilliant. He had to be on those surfaces in Australia, especially Perth at the time was fast and bouncy. And remember, he was keeping against Dennis Lilly and Jeff Thompson, some of the fastest bowlers in the world at the time and in the history of the game.
Oh, that's a beauty. And that one came back at him. Again, let him make a decision, play or not to play. And once that ball moved, you could see the late adjustment. And luckily for him, he didn't get a touch on the way through because he could easily have dragged it onto his stump.
Yeah, you call it the crowd of uncertainty. Excellent delivery. Look at it. Creating some doubt that came back and was over the off stump. It looked like good take again by Tuckett.
Nathan Edwards, not a very often you see two left-handers opening the bowling. But that's the situation here today. I think what South Africa, you saw that recently in South Africa. Then Becky, the young find, and then you have so we're seeing a lot more left-arm seamers. Yep. And so we've seen a lot more left-arm seamers, but they're not like swing bowlers. Remember, you said when you think of left-hand, they are genuinely quick bowlers. The guys are bending their backs now and producing, close to 100 miles an hour.
It's always good to have the variety in your bowling attack. because batsmen will have to adjust ever so often when the captain makes those bowling changes. That was a good delivery from Edwards, hitting those lengths again, that four stump length or that all stump length, and creating that corridor of uncertainty. And that's what he wants to do consistently. Now, the new ball, it's a Duke ball, and the Duke ball has much more of a pronounced seam in comparison to the Kookaburra ball. So I think the faster bowlers will welcome that type of ball.
Probably feels better in the on. Oh, that one left the bat a little uppish. He's going to have to hurry, and he does, but it goes past Blades, and that's going to be 4 runs.
That's a beautiful shot, just using the pace nicely down the wicket. As I said before, once you hit it with any degree of power and past the fielder, you're going to get 4 runs. He didn't have to hit it really hard, just push the bat at the ball and down the wicket for 4 runs.
Well, a lot was in his favor there. Although it left the bat uppish, it was well away from the bowler. And then it was to the right-hand side of Blaze, who's left-handed. So Blaze had to, when he put in a dive, couldn't catch it. Oh, that's well bowled again. And you could see the ball coming back in at the right-hander and creating a few problems there for Evelyn.
Yeah, I think that he naturally moves the ball, Edwards. He can move the ball both ways, and that's what you want from your left-arm seamer. Let's look at that again. That ball had some bounce in it too, and came back into the right-hander. So good delivery again. Now he has to be consistent. The other reason is that moisture, the preparation moisture, will quickly go on this surface, and it becomes a better batting surface.
But if he is so consistently bringing the ball in, you think a leg gully might be an option? Because you want to give your bowler every opportunity to get a wicket.
Yeah, that's a fair point. You have a man in front of the bat on the onside already, but a leg gully, it depends on the movement of the ball, the extreme movement of the ball.
8 for no loss at the end of over number 2. The first from Edwards, and not a bad over. A couple stifled appeals, one confident one.
He's a bowling all-rounder, young Edwards. He's very good with the bat also. He's played CPL cricket already, and he's gained that important experience just recently with bigger guys. It's always good to have these young guys around to grow around an environment that have senior guys who have played international cricket. He's played international cricket, but at a UP level.
Well, yeah. But does that help you at all in your career? Being around more senior guys, experienced men? Oh, that's another peach.
Excellent delivery.
Mhm.
Yeah, it would have. In the past, you had the late Rajanan, Bernard Julian was around at times. Let's see that delivery again. Again, he's playing for the ball coming back, but that one slightly left him, and he doesn't need a lot of movement or extreme movement. Just needs that 2-inch movement to get the outside edge of the bat.
No, you're right. And even at club level, that's kind of something I wanted to ask you about.
Ball again. This is consistent bowling. This is pressure bowling, but it's also in the areas that can get wickets.
Yeah, it has the potential to get wickets. And as the captain now, I'm sure Ted Bishop is probably swinging his arms there at slip and thinking something could be coming my way any minute now, you know. So you're keeping it there. And I used to feel in the slip quite a bit. And I tell people, and everybody has a different technique. But when you feel that slip, all I used to look at was the edge of the bat. I never even used to look at the batsman. That didn't help me.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was the same thing. I was put in slip by Sir Vivian Richards in test matches in New Zealand and before that in Pakistan. Took some catches too, Ruskin. I know you would have quizzed me on that. But I took 6 catches in 5 Test matches. And it was great because, when you look back at that sort of situation and the work I put in before, with Philip Simmons and myself, the former West Indies opening batsman and former coach of the West Indies senior team, we used to work hard at our catching. And it came naturally for me to take catches in slip at the highest level of the game. Well bowled again.
Another one.
Beautiful.
This is a good spell. And they're doing all the right things here, these two opening bowlers. I give the batsmen credit as well. They're also making late adjustments and keeping the bat and keeping the edge out of harm's way.
Yeah, the important thing is how you leave the ball towards an opening batsman. So expect a lot of deliveries to hit that all-stump line. That's where most teams will want to bowl with a new ball. And you have to pick up the line and length very quickly as an opening batsman and pull the bat inside the line of the ball if it's not aggressive shot that you're going at. Good delivery, shorter delivery, had some good pace on it. It's not going to be a quick wicket by any means. It doesn't have a history of helping the fast bowlers, so they will have to be consistent and try to pick up early wickets by continuing to be pressure bowling.
But that was an effort ball. You could hear the grunt when he delivered the ball. Unfortunately for him, it was a little wider than the previous one. And, but he's played on this ground before, so I think he knows how to make those quick adjustments. Oh, that's glorious. That is what I was talking about. How to make the batsman play. And if he misses it, nothing you can do about it. But he could so easily have touched that and go and be. Look at where that ball pitched and where it ended up.
That's a brilliant delivery. Had to play that one. He was playing for the ball that was coming back in, and it pitched and left him nicely. It had some good pace too. So excellent delivery. And what that does, Ruskin, it creates a lot of doubt in the batsman's mind against that particular bowler because of that type of delivery.
Yeah, it's 8 without loss. That's a maiden over there. So good effort from Blades. And Edwards now, I'm sure, would like to keep the pressure on. I still don't have the leg, although I would love to see somebody in that general area there. There is a fine leg, and then there's that forward short leg. But still, because I feel if that ball is coming back into him, because of the speed, because remember it's a reflex action sometimes, so he's going to flick at it. And might very well end up in leaving the bat at an awkward angle.
The other thing is not just the movement of the ball, but the length of the ball. He's got to pitch it just short of a length to get that ball moving into the right-handed batsman with that intention that you mentioned to put a man in that leg gully.
No ball there. This is because of the effort, and he's coming up the hill. So, and that in itself is a psychology by itself, because as a bowler, when you're running up the hill, you always feel you have to, if you're not stretching, you always feel you have to do something. So you either start at your marker, you either step about a foot or so up because you know it's uphill you're going, but the end result sometimes is the no ball. Because if you do everything else like normal, you're starting from 6 or 8 inches, closer. That's well bowled again. And I think both batsmen are getting a real examination here from these two openers.
Well, yeah, and you mentioned, I think it's a fair point, a very good point that, people can learn from, young cricketers can learn from in the Caribbean. When you are trying to improve your mechanics as a fast bowler, you have to keep in mind that the more you are efficient, the more you will be able to make adjustment from any ground and any run-up. Michael Hoolin, for example, didn't bowl a no ball. I don't think that he bowled a no ball in his career or wide because he was that efficient biomechanically.
And because his action was such a what I like to call a repeatable action.
That's right.
The mechanics were good. And so he was just able to run up and do. And we've had, somebody who you wouldn't think about that in that regard because you mentioned Holden and he might be the gold standard. But think of Jeff Thompson. You know, check how repeatable his action was because it was a kind of a javelin type action. And she did it better than probably anybody else that we've ever seen, in that regard. And even when he wasn't at full throttle, he was still so consistent. And just coming off the bat again at a slightly awkward angle. They're going to go for the second run and just not able to release it. He might have hurt himself. He has to be careful. And he picked up the ball and was trying to release it, but he might have I don't know if his boot got stuck in the turf. And but he's a little bit, he's walking and you can see him checking the spikes now to make sure that, everything is A-OK there, Mr. Paris and company. So this is not going to, actually, Zishan Matara is the man fielding at that fine leg position. And but you don't ever like to see that because he did everything right. He did everything right. He attacked the ball and picked it up cleanly, but just as he was about to release it.
Yeah, the other side of the coin to that episode that happened just now is that the batsman put immense pressure on him to get to the ball quickly and to release the ball. So those things can occur, but a brilliant bit of running between the wickets, putting pressure on the fielders.
Yeah, and I thought he did that. I thought he did that well. But like I said, he just lost his footing. I don't know if he just slipped or if the boot got stuck in the turf. If you look at it again, he's good here, and it seems just there as he was about to release. Actually, the turf had nothing to do with it. He just seemed, it's almost like he caught a cramp just as he was about to release it. It's another good delivery. This is really impressive from these two, keeping things very tight indeed at the end of his second over, 11 without loss.
I like the fact that they have not played risky shots at all. They've want to sponge the pressure, the movement of the ball. They've left alone the ball really well. They've looked to run well between the wickets, and they've been batting well as a pair in recent times. Obviously, the captain's out there, Jeremiah, and they will be talking about how to go about building a partnership. And a good partnership on this surface, Ruskin, would be 80 and upward. A great partnership would be 100 and more, obviously. So this is an important part of CCC's batting because Evelyn especially has been in tremendous form.
And he goes again, just getting the outside edge, but getting enough bat onto it to take it away from the man at gully. And he survives 4 runs.
I don't think that front foot was to the pitch of the ball. His weight was not going towards the ball, and he was carving the ball at the last moment. Dangerous shot, but hit with some degree of power. See, his front foot was not fully to the pitch of the ball, and he was playing not with a straighter bat. His head was falling over a bit, and that ball went not too far away from the man at gully.
Yeah, Bishop is right there. I'm sure they'll try to tighten up in that area. They haven't put a second gully, the deep point. And that is the adjustment. The bowler trying to make that adjustment. Remember, he produced a real Jaffa that pitched on about leg stump and left him and plumped over the middle and off stump. And so I thought he was trying to repeat that there, but he didn't get the swing or the movement this time. So it's about the batsmen also starting to move their feet a little bit better now. They've been out there, for a couple of overs. So the sweat is on your back now. You're feeling good. You survived this early period, and now you're thinking, I could dig in here now and start. I don't understand why I'm talking batting with you. This amazes me.
Come on, Ross. Come on. You were good this morning. You were going well. The love was there. And all of a sudden, Well, I made a 50 against Australia. Keep on saying that.
And I pinch myself, I'm going through all this intricate batting thing, and
Well,
no, wait,
I'm like,
the fast bowler.
the other thing about batsmanship in this situation is tracking the ball. I mean, there's an issue with Shea Hope, for example. Remember, he batted at 6 against the Trinidad Big Red Force team. They lost, the Barbados Pride lost in 2 days. And there's an issue with him batting at 6, but I'll explain after this delivery. I think it's a good number for him to bat. I think it's a good number for him to bat until he gets back into the rhythm
Red ball cricket.
of red ball cricket, because the red ball is vastly different. And batsmen, and let me talk something about batsmen here, Ruskin.
Should I take notes?
Yeah, take some notes. Batsmen need to be able to track the ball from the bowler's hand onto their bats, right? But if you play on white ball cricket consistently, and there's an influx of white ball cricket, you are wicketkeeper in front of the stumps and behind the stumps too. Your batsman in front of the stump and behind the stumps, your wicketkeeper. Well bowled. Your sense of sight becomes normal for the white ball. So you have to make that transition to the red ball. So if we have intentions of playing Shea Hope against Australia, let's look at that delivery with a pitch of delivery. That's excellent. Again, that fourth stump line, but well left alone. It looks initially like
kept the elbow high. Yeah.
Left it alone, but you have to make the transition back into red ball cricket because you were tracking the white ball consistently behind the stumps and in front of the stumps, and you really need remedial work.
Yeah, it takes a while. It takes some time to make that adjust. Not everybody can do it automatically. So beauty again. Yep.
Absolutely brilliant. This is brilliant bowling because that was a full length delivery. He encouraged the batsman to go for the expansive drive, missed it completely. So we've seen a lot of wicket-taking deliveries. Full of leg delivery, encouraging that drive, slightly wide of the off stump.
Well, look at where the leg is. The foot is just covering the middle stump, middle and leg stump, but the bat is way outside the off stump.
Yeah, I think that's because of the previous deliveries. It was short of a leg deliveries, closer to the off stump. This one was slightly wide, so didn't get across that front foot to play that expansive drive. Missed it completely.
Yeah, but as a bowler, what you're thinking now, you have to get this wicket. But you've beaten him a couple times, so you want to get the wicket now.
But at the same time, Ruskin, you don't want to overtry. Things have been going relatively okay. The score is 16, and they've not been able to get away off of 5 overs. So we've seen a lot of wicket-taking deliveries. You want to be patient as the bowler. A lot of times when you have these young, fast bowlers, they try too hard, and then they can lose their consistency and their discipline.
Yeah, it is. But that is understandable. You want bowlers to give you effort. You don't want them to just run up and go through the motion thinking that is a new ball and it will help you. You still have to put effort into whatever it is you're doing out there. And, so it helps when you have bowlers who are hungry for success and they're willing to do and try whatever to get a wicket. And I think we've seen that here from these two. They really put on a good show. As Tigre said, these two haven't really been able to, take the bowling apart. And when you mentioned 80, I think you said 80 for the first 2 hours. I think that's psychologically that's what you're thinking. If you could get 80 in the first 2 hours, you're in good stead. And that is, how should I say, a conservative figure, because the modern approach to batting now is, 100 is kind of like what is registering in batsmen's minds now, that in the first 2 hours, they feel they should be able to get. But with 30 overs, maybe we should be able to get 100, It's just a little twist in the thinking. The psychology is a little bit different. We all want the same thing, but they just go about it in a slightly different way. Again, driving and not able to score. But if you look at his technique, he's standing still, Jeremiah. He's almost upright when the bowler is about to deliver the ball. The bat is off the ground, it's in the air, almost like a baseball batsman. And then he moves, but if his legs don't move, like if he has to reach out, he's just making a small step. So he's driving from the base is probably not the perfect base for some of the drives he's attempting. And that's why the slip cordon could very well come into play or mid off or mid on, almost going at it again because that foot is not going a long way. It's just going enough to suggest that he's going on the front foot, but he's not really push it out to the pitch of the ball too often.
Yeah, and they need to, both batsmen need to combat the movement of the ball because there's some movement there. And you can see it again, Ruskin. You're right in saying that front foot goes nowhere. He's not getting to the pitch of the ball. He's just staying there. And when that happens, a lot of balls will go away from him instead of him going out to combat the movement of the ball.
Ooh, another beauty. How many of those have we seen for the morning already at both ends? We've had a plethora of outstanding deliveries so far in this innings and no wickets to show for it. Again, look at the angle the bat is coming from. The bat is coming from a slightly, I don't know where it's coming. It's coming from almost cover, and then it's trying to come back in. Yeah, And I suppose that's what a left-hand seamer will do to you because you figure you have to cover the angle.
And remember, it's not the right-handed batsman; it's the left-hander. So he's pitching and moving the most deliveries away from the left-hander. So this is excellent bowling. The ability to adjust from right-hander to left-hand, quite evident here.
Well, the left-hander, I would think he would want to come into the left-hander a lot more and then take it away from him, as the surprise delivery. But you want to come into him as the left-hander, see if you can hit the stump, and then get him in the habit of playing inside the line and then hit the outside edge on the way through. But again, good bowling. The line is consistent. The length is superb, and the batsman can only be watchful. The end of the over 6 completed. It's 16 without loss.
That's brilliant. Brilliant bowling. We talked about the amount of good deliveries that we've seen this morning, but we often have to talk about.
Before you go on, I just want to tell you, Mr. Billy Fuller was going to join you.
Right.
And so that you could talk about all your batting exploits.
Much better with him than you, Ruskin Mark. Yeah, very good bowling this morning, and it will continue. Blades have bowled 3 overs with 9 runs, but he's bowled quite well, and I like the pressure from both ends. And you're seeing some forceful bowling here now, and specific field placing. And I welcome, I wouldn't say young, but a mature Billy Fuller.
Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning to wherever you are across the Caribbean and the wider world. Thank you for joining us on the live stream here. We're at Sir Frank Warwick Field here at the University of the West Indies campus. It's an encounter between the CCC and the West Indies Academy. Opening spell of bowling from both left-arm bowlers, seeming to get that ball to swing back into the right-hander and away from the left-hander. And we've seen each of the deliveries just go past that outside edge, some bongs, maybe just a fraction holding up with the wicket with some moisture.
Yeah, I think that obviously there's some traction there because of the preparation moisture. It is not dissipated as yet because the conditions here are gloomy conditions, not like the last month or so in this country. It was hot, humid, and really testing for everybody. But these are great conditions for the players out there.
Of course it is. It's a little bit of an overcast day. Moisture in the wicket, first morning of a 4-day encounter. And the two left-arm seamers are seeming to maximize the condition out there. Diving effort there. Looks like Joshua Bishop there at point position. Is he at gully or point? I can't tell how close he is
He's
in
in a
there.
gully.
That gully position there. This one. A few deliveries from Blades. He's bowled predominantly at the left-hander Jeremiah and gotten that ball to go across the left-hander. But with the right-hand batter, you can see some of the deliveries he's getting to go across the right-hander, not getting it to come back in too much. Hence, we see sometimes the bat away from the path, with Evelyn looking for the delivery coming back into him, but holding its line and going across him. And that one just away from the bat off the outside edge, and not really a half chance, but showing some vulnerability outside the off stump.
Yeah, there's definitely some physical cues there from the batter that he is struggling against the deliveries that are full, that are going away from him. And that last delivery took his hand off the bat, didn't have control at all.
This is the one. Oh, brilliant stop there from Mutara at mid-on, diving across. A well-timed shot from Evelyn. In the form that he's in, he middled that one, loose delivery, pitched up on the leg stump and worked it, trying to get it past Mutara there at mid-on, but he was diving away athletically and made the stop. Have a look at this excellent stop here.
It was excellent because he had to make adjustment. He was falling over a bit because that ball came back into him. But what a fantastic bit of one-handed fielding by Mutara. He is the wrist spinner and very athletic on the field. So excellent stop and created more and more pressure. That looks good. That looks good.
These the deliveries, Blaze. Just angling it, maybe on about off stump, going across the right-hander, but the previous delivery is the one that Evelyn is looking for, coming back into him. And at the opposite end, where Evelyn was predominantly in the first half an hour of play, he saw those deliveries swinging across Jeremiah and going into the slip direction. So he's well aware that he can't bring that ball back in. So he has to be very cautious here. One seaming away, holding its line, and one just swinging back in. But as you said, have to pay close attention to that ball coming out of the hand and the angle of the seam from Blades.
Yeah, the other thing is that these guys are not bowling with extreme pace or frenetic pace, so the batsman could make an adjustment with the movement of the ball through the air and off the pitch.
20 runs on the board after half an hour play. 7 overs gone. The over rate is looking pretty good for two fast bowlers out there.
Yeah, they've been excellent, excellent. You want pressure from both ends, and that's what we've seen this morning. And when you have these young fast bowlers, you want them to be disciplined in their approach. As Roskin Mark rightly said, you want them to have that enthusiasm, that gusto across all formats of the game and all the time. But you also want them to show that discipline. So, without a doubt, these guys have been well coached.
Most definitely, and it's going to be Johan Jeremiah to face up. Ball remains unchanged, and rightly so.
I'm surprised with the bounce that he's getting. It tells me that perhaps on either side it's different bonk that he's getting, because he's not a tall man by any means. He's a wristy type bowler. He's not a pounder of the ball into the turf, and he's getting good enough ample bonk. So it's good for not just the fast bowlers, not just the spinners, because spinners work with bonks and turn, but it's good for the batsmen to be able to play shots like the square cut, the pull shots from that particular end.
Good looking cover drive there. Leaning on it there is Jeremiah, punching it through the covers. They're going to come for 2. They'll take the score up to 22. And it's really the first time I've seen Edwards been that far up to the batsman, pitching. Well, he's into his 4th over. just over pitching a tad bit and being driven, but that you don't mind that too much. Of course, he has 3 slips in play or 2 slips on a gully, as we see from our vantage point. So there is an outside edge beckoning for the left-hand batter. Edward's trying to exploit it, but he has been fractionally on the shorter side. He is a shorter fast bowler from the traditional fast bowling lineup. No, present company. He's driving again, but he's not going to get past. Is it Pittman there?
Yeah, the point is that he's not using his weight into the shot. So he's not hitting the ball with power. He's allowing the ball to come to him, and he's just patting the ball, putting the bat against the ball. That's why he's not getting the boundary, and he's allowing the fielder to get to the ball. I think that he has to be a lot more assertive. He has to be a lot more aggressive to those deliveries that are pitched up to encourage the bowler to change its length. So I think that those deliveries without swing and movement have gone a begging.
Yeah, the batters are growing in confidence. Not to mention Evelyn, who is full of confidence at the moment. Wow, nice bounce there. It's a difficulty the 2 left-hand bowlers have faced, and they've managed quite well with the left-hand, right-hand combination to change their lines up to each batsman. It seemed going across Evelyn there. Evelyn just keeping a watchful eye on the bounce. Might have been coming back over the line of the off stump, but showing faith in the wicket. As you said, good bounce in the wicket also augurs well for the 4 days of play.
Yeah.
Meaning we'll get a good surface and lots of runs, hopefully.
Yeah, this is amazing because this is not a Perth. You expect batsmen to be able to leave the ball on length at Perth because of the extreme bounce. But he is so confident at the moment, Evelyn. This is a good delivery. He has this tendency to fall over to the offside against the left-handers coming back into him. But the previous delivery was over the middle and off stump, and he picked up length very well and line, but was encouraged to leave it alone because of the bounce here, which is not something you normally associate with this pitch at the university.
Yeah, I recall Anderson Phillips trying to extract as much bounce as he could. And he does bowl from that top end and does tend to slip that short one in. Of course, the local player would be well familiar with conditions here.
Well, Roskin Mark was talking about that earlier, that there should be a leg gully with the ball coming back. That was not a good shot at all. 23 without loss after 8 overs.
Yeah, and Ruskin made the point. The majority of the deliveries to the right-handed Evelyn from Edwards at that southern end was coming back in from outside of the off stump. So a batter would tend to just turn the bat face with the ball coming into him and having a leg gully position. And we did see one go just pop up in the air down the leg side. And the one where Motara as well got in a little bit of a tangle there coming in. And you're just looking for a couple of them in your spell to go in the air in that leg gully area. Now, there is a bat pad in place, but he's more in front of the batter as a short leg.
All it depends on the line too and the extreme movement. If there's extreme movement, I could support Ruskin's point. But the line is also very important. So it's not always about bowling outside the off stump. If you recognize that the bowler and the captain recognizes that there is a deficiency where the batsmen are concerned, and for example, Evelyn is falling over, then it's wise to put and be active, proactive, put in a guy in the leg gully area.
It's a bowling change now.
Looks like Pittman.
Kelvin Pittman, yeah, from the northern end. He replaces Blades. He's bowling 4 overs from that northern end. This is a taller fast bowler, right-arm fast bowler. He's going to be bowling to the left-hander, Jeremiah, captain of the CCC team.
Yeah, he's got the physical gifts. Obviously, he's gotten a lot of work done on his fitness, strength and conditioning. You don't say weight training again, but it's really strength and conditioning. And he looks a picture there. He's got the physicality that you want to see from your fast bowler. With him, it's about his approach to the wicket. I saw him last year. He struggled with alignment, so we'll want to see if there has been an improvement with that aspect of his bowling. He's a
And
big, strong guy.
Coach Ramesh Subasinger, alongside the physio Shinick Peters, and Pittman coming into the team for the last couple games. He has snagged about 5 wickets.
There you go. Now he wants to follow up the good work by Blades and the other fast bowler from the other end. He doesn't want to stray here. The batsmen have been sighting the ball quite well. They've really and truly sponged a lot of very good deliveries, and they soaked up the pressure. But young Pittman doesn't want to release the pressure here. He's got to be consistent, doesn't want to overtry. He has to get his rhythm very quickly.
Down the leg side there. Good take again. Come tuck it. Yeah, look at them in the warm-up this morning. He is the biggest of the lot, Pittman, as you can clearly see on screen there. This one just angling down the leg side. He has picked up 7 wickets coming into 2 games previous to this, replacing McKenny Clark in the lineup. And he has snagged 4 wickets against the Trinidad and Tobago outfit in the second innings of that game. So he is coming into this 3rd game of his for the season.
I think that when we are judging bowlers in this year's tournament, we have to look at the first 3 rounds. There was an influx of centuries, 19 centuries in 3 rounds of cricket. Amazing. And then you had 26 centuries in 4 rounds of cricket. And then the 5th round, 31 centuries. That's a lot of centuries. So, you look at the faster bowlers when the Duke ball was implemented, they were able to get more and more wickets. So when you're judging, you have to judge everything, the conditions out there and what has been transpiring during the course of the tournament.
Yeah, that's why comparisons are sometimes a bit dangerous. Condition changes, circumstances changes, venues changes as well. And speaking of change, gonna have Mr. Ruskin Mark coming back into the commentary position as the bowling change at the northern. We'll have a bowling change here in the commentary box. 23 after 9 overs.
Thank you very much. And but it is a good start. I think the CCC would have been, the captain general would have been happy with what he has gotten so far. He himself is out there, so he obviously wants to lead from the front, but it's still going to be, there's work to do. There's a lot of work still to be done.
Nathan Edward into his 5th over, continuing from the southern end. Just the 4 overs from Jediah Blades, conceding 13 runs. He did get quite a few, as you would expect on the morning of a 4-day encounter. A bit of overcast conditions. He did get some movement off the seam and off the wicket as well. But Edwards remains unchanged from that southern end.
I was looking at the psychology of these players. Just as winning is a habit, losing can also become a habit for them. So how do they break the sequence?
And where again, you see them pitch the deliveries up to Evelyn in the previous over. Then he has another full delivery to him being driven straight back. Previously, as he was falling over, as you all indicated, tend to try to turn the ball onto the onside. Just overbalancing, just putting it in the air for a fraction of time.
But pitching the ball up to him, I don't think is a bad ploy because for a number of reasons. Because he likes to drive the ball, but both batsmen, but they're not always in the ideal position to execute the shot. So you feel you have a good chance.
When he does seem to be settling, looking more comfortable out there.
And that's why, this is a patience game. So you didn't get the wicket early. But who's to say that you can't, why you should move away from, what has been working so far, and just keep plugging and keep the pressure on, because it's the pressure that is probably going to make all the difference when it's all said and done, because these batsmen haven't really gotten away themselves either.
A full delivery. Perhaps just meeting it on the full there, pushing it out of blaze there at mid-off. He's had a couple 50s in the season thus far, but he did have 100 against Barbados, 110. So he is in a rich vein of form. He's also totaling 355 runs, and we have quite a number of players who scored over 300 runs in the championships thus far. Notably at the top of the list, Jason Mohammed with 519 runs.
300s in a row. For a moment there, I thought it was Tony Gray was batting against all the time. And then I realized that T. Gray was just following them around as a scout.
Perhaps he's just letting them know what to look for from the fast bowlers.
Yeah.
A little bit of insight.
Yeah. I think when he sees T. Gray, he say runs.
We have a look at the leading scorers. Jonathan Drake there, 416 runs. John Campbell, 402. 3 batters over 400. And of course, young Andrews there, notching up his first 100. 390 runs to him. First class 100 indeed. Just pushed a bit too wide.
Yeah, that one moved. It started wide and it stayed wide. So end the over, and at the end of it, it remains 23 without loss of maiden over.
Colin Bowen tuck it there, very capable behind the stumps. He's had quite a last couple of years, and this year he's just propelled himself, no pun intended, after that last tee. He's propelled himself into the limelight in terms of leading wicket keepers in the region, not just with the gloves on. Scored 362 runs with 103 50s in the championship this year, and looks quite capable with gloves and bat.
Because now the wicket-keeping position is like an all-round position. You're almost required to make runs. In fact, that could be the difference between selection or non-selection. Is if you have 2 good glove men, but one can provide you with a regular 40, 50 runs, then he or she may get the nod over the other one who might be just as effective with the gloves but can't score a run to save a life.
Score remains on 23 after that maiden over. It's going to be Pittman to continue. And talking about wicket keepers across the region who can bat, Mr. Imlak name must be mentioned. Coming back from his tour of Pakistan, he as well is 377 runs thus far, with 200s this season, 150. And it's good to see the wicket keepers across the region doing quite well. Gray did mention shouts from the first slip as that will hurry them somewhat.
And Tiger was making the point that the Pittman has to keep the pressure on, so he can't just come and concede easy runs now. Then he will undo all the hard work that has gone on already in the first hour or so. So he's under a little bit of pressure here to keep attacking the batsmen and put the pressure back on them.
Short, a pull shot attempted there. Bounces in front of keeper Bowen Tuckett. Didn't seem to. Did it come off the elbow or the shoulder?
I think he just missed it. The thing is, the ball died, and the wicketkeeper had to just sort of block it as it pitched in front of him.
It's a lot of effort in that delivery to get it in short, but it just didn't get up at all. I was wondering if it came off part of the body, but the ball just didn't. Stayed pretty low for a short delivery.
And again, it was a late decision for him to go after the pull shot. There's nobody out there, so he probably felt he had a good chance.
More circumspect forward defensive shot. Score remains on 23. Umpire Kilman just having a couple words with Evelyn. I saw him having a long look at the ball being tossed back to the bowler, the previous delivery.
Yeah, we know umpires are very keen on the ball staying, staying in shape and staying in good condition for much longer period.
Nice sharp delivery there from Pittman.
He's bowling well. He's probably of the three bowlers that we've seen so far, he's probably the one that would probably give you the most. I don't know. Well, I could say the loose deliveries that you could probably score off of. But he might very well be the one that gets the wickets because the batsmen may relax against him and more than they would have the other two because the other two really tested them for long periods. Now they may feel, oh, you could take just ease off a little bit.
And we've seen it so often, the pressure built by two bowlers, and immediately when there's a change in bowling, the batsman, almost as if they breathe a sigh of relief, try to go after one off of the new bowler. The end of the over. Score remains on 23, so keeping the pressure on the CCC is the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, it is, and it's good to see that the bowlers and the captain and the team they're in tune with what is happening out there. They understand the requirements and what is in their best interest as a unit. And the two batsmen are also, I think, of the view that this is a period of a consolidation for them. Even if they don't get the 80 runs that Tigre feel might be a pass score by lunchtime, the key here is for them to not lose, too many wickets. And we haven't finished the first hours yet. So you don't want to be 3 and 4 wickets down inside the first hour. Then you almost certainly not get into the 80 or the 100 runs by lunchtime. But if you have wickets in hand, you could do so much better.
Pitched up, driven to covers. It's MBK Joseph doing the fielding. And we use the word generously as he fumbles around, but does the fielding, gathers the ball. No run. Score stays on 23.
It's been two successive maidens now. And so they've really 3 successive maidens, I should say. So they've really kept the pressure on. And the batsmen now might be of the mindset that they have to score, even if it's a single. And sometimes it's just those little things that can make the world of difference.
The edge, vacant third slip. It goes into the boundary. And just as we were mentioning, building that pressure to create that opportunity, one bites the edge off of the bowling of Nathan Edwards. But there's no one in the third slip. It goes down to the boundary for 4, and the streak of maidens is broken.
Yeah, it is. And again, it's not a bad delivery. In fact, he got him to play at it. And luckily for him, he got it. It went down. It didn't really go like it was going to hand. It went down and it was well placed, you'll have to say, into the gap away from the right hander. I don't know if that will encourage the captain to insert a third slip. But I think he's going to stick with the 2 slips on the gully.
Blaze operated with 3 slips for much of his spell. Edwards, on the other hand, just had the 2, and both bowlers with the right-hand batter with the ball just coming in. And this one is driven through the covers. And how many times have we seen it? If a chance is created and a boundary soon follows off the next delivery, and this is punched most competently through the covers for 4.
Yeah, it's a good-looking shot, and he placed it well, and that probably was the biggest attribute here, that he got it into the gap. He didn't just try to hit it too hard, but he placed it. You could see him just delay the shot a little bit and angle the bat face so that once the ball hit the bat, it would go in the direction as intended. And he did that superbly well here to pick up another. So back-to-back boundaries for him.
There's a point out that Edwards is bowled unchanged. He's into his 6th over. He's been quite fuller in his last couple overs. And that shot brought up the 31-run partnership. Short ball again. So he's gone back to that shorter length. trying to discourage Evelyn from that front foot after conceding that boundary through the covers, and the opening partnership of 31 runs off 70 deliveries. The run rate for the most part has been hovering around 3 throughout the tournament for the CCC, which is what pretty much you expect in the 4-day tournaments.
And that's because you don't always have to make all your runs with boundaries. You can rotate strike, you could run well between the wickets. And just by doing that, you could probably average 3 runs and over, probably 4 runs and over, if you're consistent with it.
And it bites the edge again. Look like a little bit of a slower delivery there, but just slower in effort, less effort on that delivery. But it does go past that vacant third slip. Answers your question, Ruskin. Should he have put a third slip after getting one off the edge that might have been a chance, and now another one? Not much of a chance if there was a third slip, because
this one was
along the ground.
More. This one was closer. It was more along the ground than anything else. But had you put a third slip in, they probably would have stopped it. Would have gone straight to him.
Edwards would have been most appreciative as well to keep the run in check, going for 3 boundaries in the over. Now there is still that bat pad, so he does have the option of taking that man out and putting in the third slip. So wondering if he's just made a couple steps to his right in that second slip position.
Plus the middle fielder has been, you could afford to bring him maybe to a widest mid wicket and take out that forward short leg and maybe put him in the slip cordon if you so choose.
It's going to be the final delivery. A 6-over spell from Ethan Edwards. And beats the outside edge just for good measure. Been quite an interesting over that comes to an end. 35 runs after 12 overs, and Ethan Edwards 6 overs, 29 dot balls in that spell, conceding 22 runs, and 12 of them being in that 1 over.
Yeah, his figures sort of tarnished there a little bit in that over, but 2 of those boundaries came off the outside edge in the same area, down to third man, passing through the slip cordon and running down to the boundary area. But I think Edwards would be happy. At least he's keeping the batsman playing. And even though he conceded 3 boundaries in the over, I think he could still feel some kind of a moral victory in there, because he did hit the edge on 2 of the occasions, and his last delivery also went past the outside edge.
And you've been quite right in that statement, Ruskin, because the 2 opening bowlers, the umpire Kelman just signaling a wide delivery there, the ball angling across the left-handed Johan Jeremiah and going further away from the bat. Interesting to see a wide call of that nature in a 4-day game. Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, this was wide. It just kept going. but the man at slip was running. I don't know why he didn't think he is allowed to catch the ball, and I don't know why he was running to get out of the way.
I am
The ball was coming straight at him.
I reminded of what Steve Harmison on the opening spell for England, bowling a couple deliveries to second slip. It was caught by Michael Vaughan, but there's no Michael Vaughan here. It is Rivaldo Clark in that third slip, the man who's been under the bat on the opposite end. Maybe he thought he was still under the bat and ducked.
But once the ball is coming at you, you stop the ball.
Teddy Bishop is having none of it. Removes him immediately from the third slip. He'd rather be without it because it went for 4 as well. Short ball coming around the wicket, so changing up to get that angle coming back into the left-hander this time after that wayward delivery.
Tigre was speaking a little bit about Pittman, and when you kind of think back to when you first saw him, and what he has, and it reminds me a little bit like Shannon Gabriel. But when I first saw Shannon Gabriel, he had a problem with his run-up, and if I look at Shannon Gabriel bowl today, he still has issues with his run-up, and Pittman he still hasn't sorted out. Look at him here; he's cut up all his rhythm there.
So loud appeal. It's angling down the leg side. He did make that change, as we mentioned, coming around the wicket to angle it back into the left-hander. But this time, umpire Kelvin said it's going too far down the leg side. And he is running a bit up the hill here. And you, quite rightly said, Ruskin, there was a point in the run-up where he did seem to slow up as he approached the crease.
He was cutting, he was chopping his run as he's coming up. So all his momentum, all his rhythm is lost as he goes through there. What you want to start slow and you build up as you run up so you get maximum. But you can see the ball swinging, a bit of movement in the air and clearly going down leg side. But again, you look at him, he has to abort the run here because he's thinking about his run up. And this is where the work is put in outside of the game. So he should just be flying coming in.
A bit smooth and it's punched through the covers. Clark is going to chase it down, gathers it and throws it into the outfield just to show Bishop he's better in the outfield than in the slip. Chased that down and kept them to 1.
Yeah, that was brilliant fielding. Again, it certainly looked like it had 2 in it. The batsmen, in fact, both of them were thinking of 2 until we saw this brilliant effort here, a little dive and on the turn, Rivaldo Clark making it look very routine in the end.
Better on the ground than in the air on that occasion, trying to make amends.
Yeah, but I still can't forgive him for jumping all the way with the ball.
I'm just wondering if he thought the form that Bowen Tucker is in that he would get across and he was just motioning away. For this one, is it just jogging back in somewhat to the left hand as he goes back around the wicket? It makes its way down to Edward Dong at fine leg. Just 1 run.
Again, another good delivery, and he from around the wicket, he's getting the ball to tail into the left-hander, and because of the same thing, it's just a technical observation we were making that he's not putting that right foot very far forward. He's just playing from the crease. So in a lot of times he's playing across the pad, and there is always that possibility that he will play the ball in the air.
And coming off the outside edge to Bishop at Gully. He hasn't been getting the ball just to do something in the air to both left-hander and right-hander.
Yeah, he's getting a nice away movement, away swing.
Of course, it's
His
just
challenge is to control it now. And there's a breeze coming across the ground. Now, I'm not seeing the flag, so I can't even tell if it's blowing across the ground, coming with. Even the coconut trees are a little bit still right now, but there's a breeze.
so short, quick, ducking under it. It's the end of the over. 43 after 13.
Yeah, I think they're going to take a little bit of a breather here. The first hour is up 13 overs in the first hour. The combined campuses and colleges, after they won the toss and opted to bat, up 43 without was 23 to Evelyn. Skipper Jeremiah is on 14. So we take a quick breather, and when we come back, we'll have play after the little break and play. Assumption of play. And Blades it is. And he picks up from where he left off, immediately going past the edge.
Yeah, I think it's important that you try to maximize whatever moisture or movement there is there, and that's why Blades have come back. He had a first spell, very good spell, with Edwards, and they've decided to bring him from the other end, and we've seen the ball move. So it's a good thing by the captain.
Yeah, because Blades has been their most productive bowler, so they feel their best chance of getting something. And he only bowled what 4 overs his first spell, so he probably well rested now. Coming back in, I think we have the substitute Justin Jagisa on the field.
Yeah, it seems to me that I'm looking Pittman is off. Looks like Pittman.
So he probably went off just to probably get a change of shirt or something. Tigger, how many strips did you have at any one game? Like Test cricket or something, but like about 5 shirts and 5 trousers,
I think about 3.
8 pairs of boots, 4 pads. It's in the air again, just a little bit. She's a little bit iffy with that driving. We've seen that time and again, both batsmen, although it has to be said that Evelyn has looked probably a little more accomplished with his front foot play, but you could tell Jeremiah does have a few areas of, he's given the bowler a chance almost every time.
Yeah, I don't think that he's looking for power. I don't think that he's assertive going forward. I think that he's looking to time the ball. So he's waiting for the ball to come to him, and that he's not going after the ball. That's well bowled again.
Yep, another peach of a delivery. So he has had his issues. The important thing is still there. Johan Jeremiah, the captain for the CCC.
This game is about not just what happens externally, but it happens, what happens internally too. You got to compose yourself. You got to be disciplined, and you cannot afford to get frustrated. That would have been probably about the 40th time the ball passed the outside edge of the bat.
But I'm looking at there's some cloud cover about. There's some like gray skies in the area. We're not calling rain, but one and it's dropped. Well. He thought he had it. He got his hand stayed there, Clark, and he just couldn't hold on to it.
This is not good at all. Not good because these bowlers have worked extremely hard. They've put in a fantastic effort, and that went to hand. And it wasn't a difficult chance by any means. And once you get those chances, you have to hold on to it. Let's see it again. Very well bowled, pitched in the right area, and moving off the seam slightly. And I'm not sure it fell short.
Probably just dropped in front of him. He's taking a step up now. Good anticipation again. Lane does well. He just anticipates the movement, following the shot, the batsman's stroke, the shape of the batsman, anticipated where the ball was going and was able to shadow it all the way and denied him a single. So that ends a pretty decent over. I would have to say 14 completed is 43 without loss.
I think there needs to be a consciousness of the position of the fieldsmen in the slip area, in addition to not just as it relates to the other fielders, but obviously the pace of the pitch, what the batsman is doing. We looked at the skipper, Jeremiah, for example. He's not pushing at the ball. He's not going after the ball too hard. So the ball will perhaps fall short of the slip. So there needs to be adjustments consistently during the course of the game as relates to the ball getting old too. So that's part of game awareness skills.
Yeah, but it's how much cricket do you really converse with and among your teammates or your family, your friends, and area. We're looking at Joshua Bishop, coming into the attack now. So we're going to see some spin.
I think that he's an excellent bowler. I think that there has been an influx of left-arm orthodox bowlers, Kari Peer, you have Kudakish Moti, a lot of left-arm spinners. And this guy should not.
An abundance of left-arm orthodox spinners. And, you were asking me for wrist spinners, and I was telling you the left-arm variety is it's a much more scarce commodity in that we don't have too many of them at any level, really. And so it's something that I think the West Indies Cricket Board will have to look at. Remember, there was a time we didn't have many left-handers. So left-hand fast bowlers. Now we have a number of, possibilities in that area. We have a host of left-arm orthodox spinners. We have a lot of batsmen who can bowl off spin. But just the wrist spin is the area. Here's a rifle appeal. He's out. He is coming forward there, Evelyn, and he was struck in front. So he has to go for 23. It's 43 for 1 now, and Bishop has the breakthrough.
Well, he's fourth on the table of the most productive or penetrative bowlers in this year's tournament. He's got 21 wickets before this actual game, and he's got 22 now. And that's what I call a big man bowler from since he was 17, 18. I've worked with him before. He's just a fantastic bowler. He's always at the stumps, and he gives himself time to get wickets because he's always at the stumps. So Joshua Bishop doing the damage for his team. A welcome breakthrough at 43 for the loss of 1 after 14.4 overs.
Yeah, you could tell. I just felt that a wicket was not too far off. When it was going to come, you don't know. You can't predict that. But it's just the way the batsmen started to play. It's almost like they started to get a feel. And I think what came, but when Blades came back, you saw like the intensity just picked right back up again, with him. And that is what happened. Now, the thing is, if Pittman is still off the field, right, he wasn't bowling too badly, Pittman. So I don't know what is the reason why he's off the field, but his absence has probably forced the captain to bring in Bishop, and it's paid dividends almost immediately.
Well, it's going to compliment the captain on his bowling change because I think it's the right thing to do. Opening batsmen are accustomed facing the new ball and against the faster bowlers. Oh my! This is Powell, the most experienced player on this CCC team, and he starts with a reverse sweep shot.
It's the psychology of the game now, Tigray. You're probably going to grow gray hairs trying to figure that out.
No, I don't think that the element of risk is greater with this generation because of the T20 game.
It's what they practice. But the over comes to an end, finally. Wicket for the West Indies Academy, and they will celebrate that. It's 43 for 1 now after the 15 overs. So when you get one, you want another one. And you probably want to get as many as you possibly can now before you go to lunch. That'll be the next big break for them.
It's always about changing and adjusting during the course of the game. You had the faster bowlers bowling a lot of overs, bowling well, and all of a sudden the spinner comes on. It's a different pace. He does different things with the ball, perhaps releases the ball at a different height, and batsmen have to adjust.
Again, this one is streakily played through the slipcourt and all along the ground, I might add. But again, he's driving and not in full control. And even though there are 3 slips there, it still manages to squeeze its way through. So maybe you need to put a wall there, because for whatever reason, the slipcourt is too porous.
I don't think they're hitting down the ground a lot. I think that the ball is coming off the edge of the bat consistently. So maybe I would think the third slip have to go slightly wider because they're not going after the ball very hard and they're just allowing the ball to hit the bat as well. Bowl again. He's not bowling with great pace, Blades, but he's bowling in the right areas consistently. He seems to have improved his fitness level. He's dropped some weight. And you want to see players over time improve on all aspects of the game. But he's a risky type bowler. And we talked about somebody like the former West Indies all-rounder Bernard Julian from this country. He had the ability to move the ball both ways, using the wrist nicely at the release of the ball.
Again, it's leaving the bat a little bit uppishly, but he is able to place it well away from the bowler. And I suppose that has been his kind of like his approach today. He was still going to play that drive, even if he's not to the pitch of the ball. He's still going through with the drive. And like I said, because bowlers have so much variety now, some subtle changes, some slower deliveries, it's dangerous if you're not to the pitch of the ball and you're not really trying to get under it and hit it. If you just push at it, you could barely just spoon a simple return catch or pick out a fielder at cover or mid-on.
Yes, a common thing with guys who depend a lot on timing. When bowlers come up against, batsmen like that, they can change their pace nicely, subtle variation that you mentioned, or even extreme variation. And a lot of times these batsmen can play too early and play uppishly. So you have to understand the bowler, the opposition, and what their strengths are. So time of the ball, you can change pace nicely to get them driving uppishly.
And Kieran Powell is a prime candidate for that because he drives through the line a lot. And this time he was too early with that pull shot.
You look at Powell. Over time, over his career, he has reinvented his game. Remember, in the earlys, at perhaps 19, 18 years old, they used to call him the second coming of Chris Gayle, and that he was ultra aggressive. But he improved that part of his game. He was a lot more balanced. In fact, sometimes he was very subdued in his approach to batting. But now we've seen early signs that he's going to be ultra aggressive this morning.
Well, he has a role to play here because he has a decent foundation, but they need more. And he, like you said, he does have the experience to go now with, having played for so many years. 48 for 1 now after 16.
Yeah, I don't think that he's looking to play for the West Indies team again. I could be wrong. So there is a certain degree of freedom out there. He's motivated to be with the youngsters, to lend support, to give them knowledge, to mentor them. So it's not just about playing for himself and playing with a freedom of mind, but to help the youngsters to grow, not out on the field alone, but in the dressing room, discussions about the game and that sort of thing, how to build an innings, how to deal with, different bowlers, how to go about batsmanship.
Yeah, and that's why you need senior players, in the ranks, because a lot of their responsibilities are actually off the field, not so much what happens on the field of play. But you want them to be able to guide and motivate, players, especially with their preparation.
Yeah, and you've seen the experience coming into play here now. He's coming down the wicket and having a discussion with the younger Jeremiah, the captain of the team. But the senior pro is lending assistance where knowledge is concerned, probably talking about the field placing.
He wants to score. You could see him trying to get at Bishop or wanting to get at Bishop, and Bishop probably a little bit on the short side because the last two deliveries he was standing up and trying to play them off the back foot after the first one or so being right up to him.
Well, that's the thing about batting against Bishop, because he's so consistent and because he has subtle variation, you don't want him to settle down into a rhythm. You want to look to score against him to unsettle him, because if he settles into a rhythm, and then he can be really dangerous.
Okay, what they've done, they've dropped the middle off back 3/4 of the way, and they've dropped the long on back all the way onto the fence. And that is knowing the batsman that you're up against. They also have a deep mid wicket and a deep square leg. So they're probably telling him, if you're going to try and get out a jail shot by just lifting the bowler, well, we're planning for you. 49 for 1 after 17.
And Powell has excellent technique against the faster bowlers. He's opened the innings for the West Indies team before, and he's got good technique, or efficient technique, against the spinners. But he will want to build a huge partnership here. You look at Jeremiah, that's another thing that you have to look at. Ruskin Mark, he's now on 20 off of 50 deliveries. So somebody has to
Soaking
put
up a lot of
pressure,
deliveries.
that's right, on the bowlers, because they'll be just allowed to bowl. So that's where partnership batting comes in. One person is slightly more aggressive than the other person.
And you pick the bowler to attack as well. Because if it's a bowler that is giving you trouble, they can't expect you to attack him. So you have to pick a bowler that because sometimes let's say the bowler from the southern end is the one giving you trouble, as is the case here with Jeremiah. It may be incumbent upon Powell now to say, let me come and take charge at this end. You might be better off against Bishop at
That's
the
right.
other end.
Rotate
Mm.
strike.
Yep. And then you put all that pressure back on the bowler now for them to make further adjustments. Not too unfamiliar. We've seen that time and again this morning, and but no luck for the big fella.
Yeah, the other thing about Jeremiah is his technical movement. I mean, he's moving long before the bowler has delivered. So it comes like if he's in a static position, he's got to move that back foot as the bowler is going to release the ball. And that's why I think that he's playing inside of the ball a lot of the times.
It may be deliberate as well, because if he covers the off stump and he doesn't have to play, then he just doesn't play. He just pulls the bat inside the line. But I suppose in terms of technique, everybody has a different technique. We have guys with trigger movement, what works for them, what they're comfortable with. The thing is, you can't just take something from out of left field and say, this is what you do and hope to have success with it, because bowlers are going to chew you up. So you kind of like have to stay within a range of what works and what doesn't work, what is acceptable, what isn't, and then try to perfect it as best you can. Gonna have to hurry here, and he does. That's good running. So that's more like it. Don't just get bogged down at one end and let the bowler just come and run up and execute his plans against you. Without giving him a little headache in between there. And by rotating strike is one of the ways to do that.
Yeah, you could rotate strike off the back foot of the batsman or off the front foot. He was slightly coming forward, that ball angled into him, and was still able to play with the inner part of the bat to get one run.
These are nice, cool conditions here, Tigre. You'd have liked yourself here running up the bowl under these conditions.
Talk about that's well played. That's well played, because he played with soft hands there, and he kept the ball on the floor to get 4 runs. But it would be very frustrating for Blades, because that has happened time and time again. Are they going to clog up that area there?
Well, they have 3 slips. And no, they have 3 slips. They have a short backward point. There is a gully and the short backward point. So they do have numbers in there. The ball just it's almost like it's operating with a slide rule or something. It's just taking the angle and finding the gaps. And this is Powell again, uh, trying to get on with proceedings as is his custom, but he misses out on that occasion. 54 for 1 now after 18.
Yeah, I don't mind that approach at all. He's got to be intelligent in how he goes about things. Obviously, choose the right balls to hit. But as I said before, some pressure needs to be put on the bowlers. And it's not going to come from Jeremiah because he's on 21 off of 54 deliveries. But as you mentioned, cool, nice conditions here. A far cry from what we witnessed for the last month in this country. Has been hot and humid, but a breeze for not just the players to feel that cooling effect, but for the bowlers to use.
Yeah, it is. It works for both of them quite nicely here. Mr. Furlong is going to come back and join you, and I'm looking forward to hearing more about your capabilities with the bat.
And I will tell you exactly how capable I was. And this is good bowling. Little drifter. I said the breeze normally comes from the easterly direction. A left arm spin. You can bowl a little slower outside the off stump and allow the breeze to take the ball away from the left-hander. This is well bowled again. So you're seeing subtle variation, a slower delivery, and he can get the ball to bounce. And we talk about the fast bowlers and the use of the Duke ball, but also the spinners can really magnify that hardness by getting the ball to bounce also.
It's definitely so. Fast bowlers utilize the bounce to do spinners, and it's a critical aspect of their bowling, particularly when you want to add to your variations.
It's a faster delivery. So again, that's an extreme variation. And he was looking to bowl outside the off stump to slip it place. So he's really working a plan here. And he's doing well with his captain. His consistency has been good.
Interesting that he decides at the end of that over, 54 for 1, 19 gone. He decided to go left arm around the wicket to the left hand back, but he's going past the umpire, twisting his body to come and go across the line of the off stump of the left hand batter. And it's aided by that gust of breeze coming across the ground. It's a very pleasant morning now. It's a bit humid early on, but some cloud cover across the Sir Frank Worrell Field here at UWI Spec in St. Augustine.
Yeah, batsmen can make the adjustment where guards are concerned. Now, bowlers can come from different angles. So that batsmen will have to adjust. Sometimes batsmen have that blind side. They don't see the bowler coming through. They don't have the right perception of what the ball is doing through the air. So it's really about game awareness and so much of adjustments you have to make. And that's why the greats are the greats.
Loud appeal blades continuing to be struck outside the off stump, perhaps just a tad bit high too. By Leslie Reefer Jr. at the southern end, indicating not out, or rather had somewhat of no reaction to the appeal.
That's a very good delivery. Again, getting the ball to bounce. Powell, we know, is a tall man, but obviously going over the stumps. And from this end, he's getting the ball to bounce more. Remember what happened with Edwards this morning, a short guy, not a tall guy by any means, a skid of the ball, but he was getting ample bounce. And so we've seen the same thing with the taller blades.
Yeah, both bowlers working from that southern end, managing to get some lift just short of a length. Turned into the onside. Jagisar is on the field. He's going to have to do a lot of coming around from fine leg, but it is going to be Mickey Joseph that does the gathering coming around from the wicket. Just beats him to it. The batters do cross for 2 runs to Kieran Powell. He's on to 6. 56 for 1.
Yeah, look at the outfield here. It's a padded outfield. It's a lovely looking outfield, but it's not as fast as it normally would have been. We've seen it as low cut and really fast. and really a challenge for fielders. But this is a padded outfield, and it's good for fielding too because you can put in a dive, you can put in a slide.
Just dab through the gap, past the third slip. It's not going to get to the boundary. It is steady. Bishop giving chase, gathers and throws in one motion. Powell is working that gap, just dropping the hand down, angling the bat down, guiding it through that area. He's flirting with danger somewhat there with 3 slips and a gully.
Well, he's batting at the number 3 position, but he's accustomed opening the inning, so he knows how to play with soft hands. He's allowing the ball to come at him and just slightly opening the face of the bat to get that 2 runs. But it's equally frustrating for the pacer, working hard, putting in effort, and seeing the ball trickle for 2s and 1s.
A bit of a Panama Canal between the gully and the third slip.
Panama Canal has been an international issue of recent times.
Yes, and go and get into the trade wars currently going on globally. The third slip is out. That square leg, changing the field. Place continues outside of the off stump. Powell just examining the prod forward, not fully forward. Experienced 35-year-old Kieran Powell back into the team. And it's a good mix with the CCC as well as the West Indies Academy to get those experienced players. We saw Shamar Brooks was part of it years gone by to work together with the youngsters to shepherd them through an innings batting. Mentioned, so it's just 2 slips and a gully. Clark at forward square came out of the third slip as Blade continues. In the air, over the head of mid-on. It's going to go into the boundary. No chance for MBK there. Cleared, as you mentioned, Powell there, well in control of that shot with his aggression and just getting another boundary. 62 for 1.
Yeah, wristy type shot, excellent shot. And the head in the right position, just allowing the ball to angle into him, using the angle and the pace of the ball to achieve 4 runs. Now, this is excellent batting. He's going to seize the moment to score off of Blades. And Blades, because of the frustration that he's shown with the ball that is going through the slip cordon area, he has angled the ball into Powell. Not a good idea at all.
Flashing drive, loud appeal. He's gone this time. Flirting outside the off stump. Encouraged with the last boundary hit, going after a wide one from Blades, pushing it that wider. Perhaps just suckering him in, taking the third slip out, and he gets that edge and is caught behind.
Yeah, not a good shot at all by a senior player in a side that depends on him to show the example out there. It was wide of the off stump. He went for that expansive drive. He was never to the pitch of the ball. He was trying to play that perhaps over extra cover and got the tick outside edge and was easily caught by the efficient pocket. So a welcome wicket again, and you've seen some cracks in the CCC batting at the moment.
Yes, just some runs. The over had gone for 8 runs. With that, couple runs through the third slip and the gully fielder, and then another boundary over mid-on. So perhaps it was, you have to try and curb your aggression, play the situation as well. You're still in the first morning of play. You are a senior batsman in the side, as we mentioned, to try and shepherd through the younger players. And flirts after a wide one outside of the off stump, and Blade picks up a well-earned wicket, I must say. Although it's in his second spell, his first spell, he did earn something.
Worked very hard to get that 1 wicket. Now, the old adage is Plade's ball and its merit. And, as a senior player, you have to show that example and Plade's ball and its merit. A wide delivery, I should have left that one alone. But because of the momentum, the aggressive momentum in the early parts of the over, he wanted to continue that momentum, but not a good idea, and he lost his wicket because of it. So the score, 62 for the loss of 2 off of 20 overs. It's been good from the young men to be consistent, and they've gotten 2 wickets.
And the new batter is Shaqiri Faris. However, it is Bishop, that wicket falling on the last delivery of the over. And again, just one delivery in the over after you've already scored 4 to go after such a wide delivery. Puts them somewhat on the back foot now, and we well know that Bishop is one to just build on that pressure with his miserly deliveries. He's just gone for one run into his 4th over. Already picked up a wicket. Short. Commentators quiz somewhat. But there is a man out there. Protection in the deep.
I'm surprised that they've started with that type of feel. A new batsman, you need to have the feelers in the inner circle trying to get wickets. I'm not sure that he's going to be ultra aggressive. If you look at what's happening during the course of the tournament as relates to Paris, he's not been scoring the volume of runs, so his confidence level would not be there. And I'm not sure about that man at the deep mid-wicket boundary.
We delayed it for so long to bring up the question of captaincy. It's much on the front of the minds of every West Indian. First delivery face from Paris. Yes, it's very much on the mind of every West Indian. It's like Christmas Eve when the West Indies fans get to guess what is under the tree, and we have to guess who will the next captain of the West Indies Test side be.
There's so many things to look forward to as relates to that topic, but it's 63 for the loss of 2 off of 21 overs.
The end of the over there, 63 for 2. 21 overs gone, and we just a tad bit behind in the over rate. 15 overs, you look at 30 runs or so to get to that forecasted target of 80 runs at lunchtime. And of course, with the fall of that second wicket, going to perhaps even slow things down a little bit more.
Yeah, do you believe in picking a side first and then naming a captain after, or naming a captain before picking a side?
It would depend for me in terms of course, what is your policy in terms of selection? Does the captain have a say in selection? And if that is the case in your policy, then certainly you have to name the captain before you pick the rest of the squad. And I tend to believe in that type of policy because you want a captain who knows who he wants on the field with him when they go on tour, whether it be at home. Please continue. Successful over in the last one.
Yeah, you know that captains lead by their personal demeanors and their attitudes and their experiences and that sort of thing. But what is necessary now in West Indies cricket is a little bit of deja vu when you look at Clive Lloyd way back, getting the captaincy with young players. We do have young, talented players. They're making a transition from first-class cricket to test match cricket, and you really need a captain who has all the qualities. The qualities of mentorship. He's got to be tactically sound on the field. It's a good shot. Whipping that ball for 2 runs. They're going to look to get 3. It's going to be close to the boundary, and it will run into the boundary. Downhill or down the hill because of the slope, and just whipping that ball nicely. So it's a good shot by Jeremiah. He's not been aggressive. He's not been really purposeful. But you got a gift there.
Your present looking shot, the easy one to put away, angling into the legs, just floating across the lush outfield here at the Sir Frank World facility. Very lush outfield here, but the ball did travel quickly across it. Again, it's on the line of the leg stump. No chance of a run. The length was a tad bit shorter. Johan Jeremiah, he's on 26 from 66 deliveries. He's been there from the start. He looked pretty solid after negotiating some really good bowling from the 2 opening bowlers, just losing the ball, moving away from him, but not losing his concentration.
Well, his forte is to concentrate for long periods. He might not have the array of shots, the attacking shots, but he can be really disciplined out there and bat for long periods. So he's an anchor man at the start of the innings for CCC.
I'll give you just some of the stats. In the first game, he scored 60 off of 166 deliveries. Goes to your point. In the second innings, 29 off 94. So he is one in for the long haul. His top score of 84 up was 169 deliveries.
You see, if you're looking at a player like this to make the transition to test match cricket, because this is 4-day cricket, to test match cricket, he's got to develop his ability to put away the balls and have an array of shots. Because if you are very subdued at this level, then you're going to face better bowlers at the highest level of the game. And you might have a real struggle in getting to 50s and to get into centuries. So you will have to bat for hours and hours to get to centuries. So he has to improve his attacking stroke play.
Absolutely. If you want to extrapolate this type of innings in a 4-day cricket match to a test series, you know, you're not going to get as many loose deliveries as you would at this level, if you get any at all, from the top class bowling of, say, like an Australian or South African outfit. This one is in the air, over mid-wicket, and is going to go for 4. He's bided his time well. He's on to 30 now and just motoring along. We are about 15 minutes from the luncheon interval, and he is seeking to add a few more runs under his name before that period comes.
Well, he was in a really good position here because that ball was angling to him, and he kept his balance nicely. Head position was excellent, and he has this inclination to use his wrists, and he whipped that one for 4 again. So you saw the line being changed here by Blades, and it was taken advantage of by Jeremiah.
Blades is just trying to mix up lines between just fractionally outside your stump and just bowling one onto the stumps itself, trying perhaps to get an LBW decision. But Jeremiah has been there from the start. He's been quite quiet in the opening partnership, where Evelyn was much of the focus and was looking to score quickly. But now Jeremiah is really the solid man in this lineup so far, and is trying to get to that luncheon period without a further loss of wickets.
But it's also smart batting because he's taken pressure off of Paris. He wants Paris to settle along nicely. So he's been a lot more assertive now. The captain, Jeremiah, he's gotten 27 off of 71 deliveries.
Just a pleasant looking cover drive. They're leaning on it, punching it in the gap. There is a long off in place for him. Let's see if that man would stay there for Paris.
Yeah, I've spoken to the coaches of the CCC team, Keno Mason and Petro Collins. They seem to know that Paris has the immense talent, but they've been frustrated a little bit because of the lack of productivity from this potentially very good batsman.
We are coming in at number 4 in the lineup. He's just had 250s in the tournament thus far. And you'd want to see your number 4 batter producing a little bit more than that. Quick single, tabbed into the onside. Rotation of strike.
You know, wonderful use of the bat face and just waiting for that ball and angling it down. That's his strength. Along with his concentration, he can walk the ball around. And he has to see every opportunity to do exactly that. Walk the ball around, rotate, strike. It's a lovely shot again, straight to the fielder. Such a wonderful player. He's commanding with his physical makeup. He's a tall man. You want to see these tall men get forward and push back the spinners, drive the ball hard and through the gaps. That's a good shot. Excellent shot. And perhaps that's why the man is on the boundary that early, because of his strength. He likes to play the cut shot. Guys between the deep mid-wicket, well, not the deep mid-wicket, point boundary to Paris, because he likes to play in that area. He's an off-sided batsman.
End of the over, 74 for 2. We saw in that over the use of a long off. Just wondering, with 15 minutes or 10 minutes to the luncheon interval and the fall of that wicket there, we want to build a little more pressure and have that man up. Maybe not all the way inside, close into a traditional mid-off position. Because you do want, if he decides to go over him, that he doesn't have to go backward to take a catch.
Yeah, we've not seen any lofted drives too. So I see your point. You have to encourage the batsman, especially somebody like Paris. He doesn't like to be bogged down. We've seen him play CPL cricket, so he's got the inclination to go after the ball, and he doesn't like to be too defensive. And you want to put him in that frame of mind because he's got the psyche of attacking the ball.
We saw 3 maiden overs on a trot that created an opportunity outside the edge of Evelyn's bat. So that is the kind of pressure you want to build. So they say dot ball brings wickets. Eventually. One slip in place on a gully.
Edwards back on the ball. Yeah, with Edwards, the ball is old now or older now. It's in the 24th over, so the shine is going off the ball. Although the Duke ball lasts longer, where the shine is concerned and harder, and the seam is more pronounced. But Edwards is a slider the ball. I would bat outside my crease to him. He's not going to get that lift. He's not going to pound the ball into the turf to trouble any batsman with the pace and those short deliveries. So it's incumbent or important for the batsman to look to bat outside the crease to Edwards. The ball is not going to swing as much now because it's slightly older. The outfield is not dry by any means. So you the bowler would want to shine one side of the ball and the other side being rough and get swing and that sort of thing, reverse swing too when it gets a little older. So you have to be aware that Edwards can bowl at the wicket and at the stumps, but bat outside the crease just to push him back a little bit more and change his length. See that? And you know that his mindset will change. You will have some short of a length deliveries, but most of the deliveries would be up to the bat. So you want to change that to being even fuller and drive him down the wicket, show that commanding physical makeup that he has. Get out there and with that huge stride and drive him down the wicket. Make a statement to the bowler.
Edwards was initially started short of a length and coming into his fifth over and sixth over. He just started to pitch a little bit fuller. Blades just changing bowlers from that end, bowling 5 overs, conceding. Oh, this one just squaring him up a bit, coming off the bottom portion of the outside edge of the bat to gully. Just opening him up a little bit. Still getting some of that inward movement.
Yeah, it's a lazy shot. It's a lazy shot. He's not using that huge stride that he can use. He's allowing the ball to come to him, and that ball seemed to have swung, not late, but swung anyway, and it was a lazy shot.
That is another one of the advantages of pitching that ball up more often than not. You can create problems, particularly if you're on the wicket or on the off stump.
A slower delivery. These bowlers, especially these young bowlers, have been brought up in a T20 scenario, so they know how to bowl those slower deliveries. It can come in handy at times on pitches such as this one against batsmen who like to drive hard at the ball.
As well, they brought Blades did 5 overs in his second spell for 26 runs, and we just perhaps Edward may just get 1 or 2 overs in here, so he's having to come on after a bit of a lengthy spell with Blades returning in his second one. Short and pull down to backward square. So I'm not sure how many overs he's going to get in this spell coming back in. The end of the over 75 for 2, but he is using a lot of variations in that over coming back into the attack.
Yeah, it's not going to be at frenetic pace at all, so the variations will come into play here. And he's got a bowl in tandem with the
Bishop.
other bowler, Bishop, because Bishop has kept things really tight, and then Nathan Edwards has been good. He's bowled 7 overs to 23 runs. So he's done a job for his team, although he's not gotten a wicket.
And coming back as well after that very tight opening spell from the 2 bowlers. But to be 75 runs on the board coming up to the lunchtime, is not that bad. Perhaps maybe the loss of 1 wicket would have been better.
Yeah, I looked at 80 and more at the lunch on interval, so this is not bad at all. And run rate has not been too great, but it's not been poor either.
It's been around that typical 3 runs and over or so. A run rate which they've maintained
That's
throughout the
poor fielding.
tournament. Bit of a misfield there. Extra cover. We're going to get 2.
Yeah, Bishop cannot be happy with that display of fielding. It was a lazy bit of fielding. You want to maintain that pressure and giving them easy 2 runs. Now something has happened here.
Yeah, he was off the field, Johnson, and came back onto the field. And you could see him there just hesitating to go with that ball. So I'm not sure, maybe he picked up an injury, came off the field, and now he's being moved from that position, which is in the firing line, and being put into a mid-on position. And he's been replaced by Auguste in that area. But this one, actually, was just totally going already. Umpire signals dead ball, which is interesting, because it would have been a no ball otherwise, because it didn't land anywhere close to the strip or the square.
Clearly, the ball still new, and he didn't grip the ball properly.
Maybe just that one just slipping in between the index finger and the thumb and going over the head of the short leg fielder. Much more control on this delivery. Yeah, so the fielder, Jordan Johnson, off the field, back on the field, and now being moved from the extra cover area. I'm not quite sure if he's carrying a little bit of a niggle.
You've got to fight it through for your team. And this is where players can grow through a little bit of adversity out there. Sometimes you have to play with injuries. Once it doesn't become chronic injuries, but the mindset of the fielder has to be, listen, I have a little bit of pain, but I have to go for my team. That's a good shot, but straight to the field. Now he gets to the pitch of the ball, but he doesn't use the face of the bat nicely to put the ball in the gap. You cannot just afford to get forward and drive the ball straight to the fielder. That's better. But
Just
no,
needs
it's
to
not
use
better.
break that risk a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't want to be too risky.
No pun intended.
Unintended.
Risky
No run
and
intended.
risky.
And no run intended either. As it's played out to Auguste, who's taken over that extra cover position.
That's well played. Good delivery again. Look at the Joshua's figure. Joshua Bishop's figure is 6 overs, and he got an easy 2 just now. Not his fault. For 7 runs and 1 wicket. That's the kind of bowling that I think that people have to be a little bit more conscious of his ability. And I think that he's gotten 2 first-class centuries already, so he has improved in his batting. We've seen good all-round ability from him. So I think that West Indies selectors or the selector has to be slightly conscious of his ability.
Yes, that one selector, as you point out, he does have 339 runs. He has joined the 300 club this season in terms of runs, Joshua Bishop, and he does have 57, 54, 102, and a 49.
Yeah, and
season so far.
He's excellent in that gully area. He's a brilliant fielder. So there's a combination of things that you want to see, and it increases fitness level and everything. So I think that we have to be conscious of his ability. I don't think that Barbados Pride, for example, because he's from Barbados, has looked at him, because I remember him playing some 50-over cricket for Barbados and doing well, getting 5-wicket hauls and that sort of thing, probably about 2 years ago. So I'm not sure why they have not looked at him as potentially a very good bowler in the 4-day scenario for that franchise.
You're just wondering how much overs was Nathan Edward going to get in. And he's down on the ground now, stretching that hamstring out. And not what you want to see on the first day.
Well, he bowls, 6 overs straight first up. And he's come back for his second spell. He's bowled 1 over already, 1.1 over. And he's feeling some discomfort there. And it's all about fitness here. The ground is padded, so no issues with that. But remember, he just came back from a break.
Yeah, which is why I was asking the question, because if a fast bowler is coming back and you know you're only going to be back in for 2 overs or so, or maybe just 1 over, depending on the time, how much stretching can you get done before the start of your over? And then your mindset has to have the discipline to go through your full range of stretches before you come back into bowl.
Then the other thing is that he's a young, medium fast bowler. It's an all-rounder, so it's important that you know how to handle him. The conditions are good. The atmospheric conditions are good, so no problem there. But remember, they need recuperation time in between spells. And I don't think that he's gotten good recuperation time. But the captain wants to maximize the new ball, and the bounce and movement still quite evident. But he has to also manage his young, medium fast bowler. And he's not a big, strong guy. He's strong enough, but he's not a big, strong guy.
And also the captain, remember, does have the option of bowling that leg spin and that of Motara. But of course, that traditional 1 over of leg spin before the lunch and interval has gotten a bit cliche.
Well bowled again. He's trying his very best. He's looking for swing.
He always looks pretty nimble out there. And you could see that run up and follow through. There wasn't really any holding back. So perhaps it was just a little bit of a
Cramping.
And it is 12 o'clock. We do have 25.4 overs gone in the session. 77 for 2.
It's well bowled. The ball is going through nicely now to the wicketkeeper. So no ill effects of that slight discomfort that he was feeling. And he's really pounding in. He's really in a good rhythm now, and the forces is going towards the batsman. You've seen that front foot landing with intent, and that front arm coming down really fast. So there are forces towards the batsman, and no ill effects from that discomfort.
So we've looked at for the morning session, good bowling, steadfast batting for the most part. So start down and final over. Is it before the luncheon interval? Umpire refer looks at his watch and just knocks the bail onto the floor. And that will be lunch here. The combined campuses and colleges batting first here. The captain, Johan Jeremiah, he's on 31 off of 76 deliveries. Evelyn was the first to go for 23 off of 45 deliveries. LBW, the Bishop, Kieran Powell, 12 runs off of 16 deliveries. And Shakiri Paris is not out there on 5 after 18 deliveries. And the bowling figures, 1 wicket to Blades, 39 runs conceded in his 9 overs. And Edwards, 23 runs conceded.
Yeah, I think that it has been a balanced morning thus far by both teams. I think that CCC would not be displeased with getting to 77, losing 2 wickets. Perhaps, as you mentioned, 1 wicket would have been more pleasing to them. Jeremiah is still there. He's on 31 over 78 deliveries, so he's the anchor man. Paris is on 5 of 18, but he has to show his ability out there and his potential, because he's got a lot of potential. So this partnership is important. Now, the academy team would not be also displeased because they bowl quite well. They will sustain when it comes to their discipline. They beat the outside edge of the bat so many times. They didn't get the volume of wickets they were supposed to, given the fact they bowled so very well. But they got 2 wickets, 2 very important wickets, which includes Powell, one of the main batsmen and the most experienced batsman. So it's a balanced game thus far, and we look forward to seeing play after lunch.
We're going to take a break here at the luncheon interval and wish you a very pleasant lunchtime as well, and rejoin us after the break.
But to play 85 test matches in a row, it means a lot. I have to be extremely thankful to be able to be fit. Obviously, God bless me, for no injuries in that period. But to play 85 games in a row is hard work. You got to be mentally tough. It's knowing where you got to improve because oppositions always come, at different ways throughout your career. And it's just knowing what to do, how to improve as a player, up to this day is the same thing. But hard work for sure and dedication and discipline is very, very important. And obviously to pass Sir Garfield Sobers, that's almost unimaginable, to be honest. It's a sense of honor. Sir Garfield Sobers is a legend of the game. He always gives, his advice, whenever we see him. And, obviously you could see why he was great, from obviously the way he moves and the way he talks, how confident. But to play 85 test matches in a row, it means a lot. I have to be extremely thankful to be able to be fit. Obviously, God bless me, for no injuries in that period. But to play 85 games. But to play 85 test matches in a row, it means a lot. I have to be extremely thankful to be able to be fit. Obviously, God bless me, for no injuries in that period. But to play 85 games in a row is hard work. You got to be mentally tough. It's knowing where you got to improve because oppositions always come, at different ways throughout your career. And it's just knowing what to do, how to improve as a player, up to this day is the same thing. But hard work for sure and dedication and discipline is very, very important. And obviously to pass Sir Garfield Sobers, that's almost unimaginable, to be honest. It's a sense of honor. Sir Garfield Sobers is a legend of the game. He always gives, his advice, whenever we see him. And, obviously you could see why he was great, from obviously the way he moves and the way he talks, how confidently he says about, certain situations of the game and certain shots that, he would have played. Obviously injury could happen at any point for any player, albeit batting is a lot easier on the body compared to fast bowlers. So to be on the park for all 85, I got to be thankful, for being blessed with, the strength to be fit for every game. That's one. And then obviously performance, comes into play.
A win that has come swiftly and appropriately off the bat of the West Indies captain and leader. And he has given them a series victory.
Would have loved to be playing, T20s and stuff around the world, but, that's not how it worked out for me. And everyone has a different way of going for their career. But for me, it's been easy, just, doing to be a successful Test cricketer. And, and the ups and downs. I think that's one of the biggest challenges. And I will always tell any younger guy, any guy aspiring to play as a batsman, yeah, it's good to come in and get a debut 100 and a maiden 100. That's lovely and your average looks nice. But it's when the failures come in, it's how you deal with it. And I think that's what makes you a Test cricketer, if you can deal with those pressures around. And that's my advice for everyone. Everyone aspiring to play. It's obviously the greatest format. You know, it's where legends are born, and I'm extremely thankful to have been playing for this period.
A landmark of the highest order for Craig Brathwaite. Test century number 9, he becomes the 18th West Indies Test captain to score one.
I remember the 100 they made against South Africa when they were number 1. You know, at that age as well for me, you know, being 24, 25, I mean, for me that was amazing. The 100 in Australia, you know, a couple of years ago, I mean, they were number 1, and for me that was amazing. But for me, I'll say, you know, the Henley 100, unfortunately, didn't get the double 100, you know, out for 95, foolishly, but that happens. You know, we won the test match, and, you know, they won like South Africa and stuff, but that game was drawn through to bad weather. But we lost the game in Australia. So for me, like, I feel better with the 100 that we won the game. And, you know, for me, the Henley match meant a lot for us, you know, coming off from a massive defeat in the first pink ball test. So to come at Henley and to be able to contribute to the team, you know, getting 100 there in that game, that one meant a lot. Majority of my 100s I really loved, really enjoyed. But beating England that day, I think that was very special for us as a West Indian group. And for now, I would say that's number 1, but it's very tough to choose one. It's 12 now, hopefully it'll be 12 more, you know, in my career. But I tell you, every one of those 12 has been special to me. But the one in Sharjah, that was nice as well. I remember, you know, for the spinners, I used my feet a lot. One of the most times I used my feet in a test match. I'll never forget that. And you know, that was a great feeling, man. We were down 2-0 that series, and obviously winning the last game, you know, was obviously a nice feeling. You know, after obviously Pakistan had us 2-0. And being knocked out in both of those innings was special as well. So I mean, to be honest, all 12, I could say all 12 are special, because the feeling hadn't changed. So, you know, obviously you ask a question, I am trying to answer it, you know, by choosing one, but really, I don't really think I could choose one. Like, I have a friend back home, he has his idea, which is my best, but then I don't agree with him. So both of them were special. I must say all 12 have been very, very special to me, because it takes a lot of hard work to score a Test 100. Unfortunately, you can't make it in 30 and 40 balls to make it easier. You know, you got to grind for a couple of hours to get 100.
Now this will do very nicely indeed. Very deftly, very sweetly, tucked away behind square on the offside. And this is the reward for monumental effort and concentration, and a lot of skill as well. This is what's known as leading from the front.
I mean, as any batsman I will say, but obviously for me in my journey, if you come on tour and you're now looking to play work, like we said a week before and stuff, you're too late. So I'll say one thing I've learned is, you know, you go through a series whether you do well or not, and you got to understand what you got to work on, because the guy's going to keep coming with something different always. And the key is to do it in your off season. Make sure you put in that work, you know, before you get to the next tour. Don't wait till the next tour then to start, you know. And that's one thing I've learned, and obviously continue learning, because as I say, every series, every game is always different. One thing I'll say is putting in that hard work, you know, off season before a series starts, putting you in a better position, you know, to be able to score runs.
How you doing? You good? Nothing beats hard work, and what is important is doing the hard work always, and not just when coaches are there. I think that's what will make you go to the next level. Well done, well done.
Test cricket is the ultimate test. You will be a legend from Test cricket. That's one thing I know. You know, if you look at all the legends in world cricket, Test cricket is what they come from. And, you know, playing a simple defense is what the basic stuff. And once you can do that, then you can play any cricket in the world, T20, T10, T5, whichever you want to play. So once you have that foundation from playing Test cricket, you know, it will set you up to play every cricket in the world. Alzai Joseph is one for me. He loves Test cricket. He loves Test cricket, and obviously he's being IPL and everything, CPL, everything, and he's still here. And that's one example that I could give the guys to follow. You know, he does it, and obviously I hope he plays a lot more Test matches as well with a lot of success. But that's a great example that you balance both. You can do it. To play 100 Tests was my dream. I wanted to say I could never be in this position without God. I must say, you know, putting God first has helped me throughout my career from primary school. Never forget. And obviously, my two grandparents who, you know, not with me now, but you know, they've done a lot for me. You know, through their prayers and stuff. I would never be in this position without them. And also, obviously, my father, you know, who has been there, you know, for me for cricket from a young boy. So, my goal, and I'll never forget, my coach used to ask me all the time, and he never forgets that my goal was to play 100 Test matches, not to play for West Indies. You know, I didn't just want to play and, you know, or score 100 and stuff, and then it done there. No, I don't want to finish there, I want to play 100. So, you know, to play 100, yeah, that would be everything. That's what my life has been, playing Test cricket. And yeah, it's very thankful to be in this position right now, to be captain and played 95 games. Obviously closer, you know, to that turret. So I can't really express how I will feel on that day, God willing. But it's everything. Test cricket is everything to me. I can't express the feelings that I will feel towards, you know, that special day, to be honest.
Not this trio. No.
Between the three of you, who is the funniest?
Between you and Jaden. Yeah, funny at all.
Yeah. Between Andy and I for sure.
Yeah.
And who take the longest to get ready?
Me.
Always waiting on this man to go for dinner. Always.
Who is most likely to be late?
No one really.
Me.
Important things.
Important things,
nobody late. But like if it's dinner.
Casual, I think me, for sure.
Yes.
Who lifts the most in the gym?
Between Andy and I. Oh no, you look strong too.
Yes, my legs. Where's your squat?
3.
You win.
Yeah, I think it's 3
or
285 or something.
I was 275. Who's the most competitive?
It varies.
Depends on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Table tennis. These two can't beat me, so I just always win anyway. If it wasn't cricket, what other sport would you like to play professionally and why?
For me, I'll pick track and field because that is what I used to do before. So for me, if it's professionally, I would always go back to that. It would be easier.
Football.
You're not good at all.
Yeah, I used to play football and
it wasn't good.
You mad?
Where mean on a game?
Nobody, only mad.
Yes, fine.
Yeah, I have medals for football.
They give out participation medals too?
No. Score a banger from outside the box.
Right.
Top corner too. You.
I would choose football because I actually played football at a decent level.
Okay.
I played the highest school football level. What do you mean next?
Yeah, I have an intercol game, eh?
I've played intercol final and like big sellout stadium. About 5,000 people watching.
Who do we think did the best at school?
Definitely not me. Not me at all.
Why that question?
Jaden.
I don't have a choice. Who is the toughest opponent or player that you have faced in your Test career?
Probably say like Josh Hazelwood because of his skill. Yeah, I think he was one of the toughest bowlers I've had to face so far.
Can I say it's just about enjoying the battle this far for me.
Only one man I can call. Joe Root.
What Ben Duckett?
Nah. He only do it for one game. Joe Root do it for 6 games, you know. From the Caribbean to England. It have to be Joe Root. Joe Root.
Gives you nightmares?
Nah, he not give me nightmares. It's just
He's making it think a little bit.
Yeah, he's making it hard work. He's making it hard work, yeah.
Who is the teacher's pet?
The whole team. All right.
Nobody.
Nah, if we go in batting coach, the teacher's pet for the batting coach is Kevin Hodge.
Oh, yeah.
Full stop. Full stop.
Yeah,
Conversation done. Nobody else. It had nobody else. Conversation done. Kevin Hodge for batting coach. Full stop.
This next one, real interesting. Who is the best dancer?
In the whole team.
Louis.
Yeah, Louis has some moves.
Yeah,
Louis has some moves. Louis has some moves. Shema will say he has some moves too.
I never see it, so you can't say.
Shema will say he has some moves.
I see Louis put it down.
But I see Louis dance.
Yeah.
So Louis. Yeah. Louis.
Yeah.
Who has the best fashion sense?
Sinky.
No. Next. Cut. Nah, you're doing that for spite. You're doing that for spite.
Casey has the best freshman.
Casey always fresh, yeah.
All right, this one I can probably say Sinky. Who is the loudest?
We don't need to answer Sinky.
Nice man.
Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair.
Come on, man. I'm gonna tell you out, man.
This is an easy one. Who has the worst taste in music?
Don't say me, eh? If you only say me.
So who are we gonna call again?
I don't know, it's not me.
You are the worst taste. You listen to country music, bro.
What's wrong with country music?
Everything wrong with country music.
I listen to soca, I listen to dancehall, I listen to country, I listen to Afrobeats, reggae, you name it, I listen to everything.
When?
All the time.
Who would you call in an emergency? Anyone out of you two?
Yeah, anybody
Yeah,
here.
anyone out of these two?
Yeah,
Anybody here.
definitely.
Yeah. Anyone. And who deals the best with pressure? I think one name that stands is just Craig.
Craig for sure.
Yeah, Craig just
Yeah.
be real calm. You
No
can
matter
never
the
tell if he's
situation,
taking
yeah.
on anything or not.
Yeah.
Can't tell what he's thinking, he's just...
So yeah, Craig. Easily Craig.
What has been the most memorable moment in your test career so far?
You go first.
I would like to say my test 100, but I think beating Australia in Australia is probably most memorable. As a team, personally, it would obviously be test 100, but I think beating Australia, especially in the Gabba, where it's their fortress.
For me, it had to be my first 5-wicket haul. And not even the 5-wicket haul, it's just the fact that we win the game. And how we win the game was close. That is the most memorable thing for me.
Yeah, I remember watching you jumping.
To become the youngest West Indian fast bowler to get 5 wickets, and he does so.
For me, it's my first test wicket. It came off my second ball of my first over. So that is something I cherish as well.
And we have a picture with that one.
Yeah.
Hands up.
Who is the most naturally talented cricketer?
In the team, Alec boy.
Yeah.
Alec
Gifted.
just look the part all the time.
Discuss the friendship that we have with each other on and off the field.
Well, I can speak from when I started, because I didn't know any of them personally when I now started. I started playing cricket with Josh at probably 19, 20 years old, and we just created that bond when we played together for Trinidad in the first class setup, and then we all came together with West Indies, and the friendship just grew and grew, and we went on tours together, and every time we had to go for lunch, breakfast or dinner, we moved together, and we sit near each other on the bus as well.
Yeah, I agree.
It was something just natural. It was just natural from the beginning. You know, we fight, how I could say, we go to war together, so we always just lean on each other when it's that time. But it's something that's come natural.
We know each other, so like on the field, I would know Jaden bowl a bad over or something. I'd try and cheer him up a little bit. I'd know Andy's emotions when they're not going his way. Yeah, it's a nice feeling to have two of your best friends on the team at the same time. So.
Off the field, you can't beat me in FIFA though.
What?
Next question. Next question.
We have to do a video of us playing FIFA and see how much. The other night we played, I scored 20 goals. I scored 19 with Haaland. 20 goals. 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 19 with Haaland. 20
Next question.
What is your favorite thing about playing for West Indies?
I get goosebumps, yes. Everything. For me, is everything. The first thing was I wanted to play cricket. I wanted to play for West Indies. And then obviously playing, you get to experience Test cricket. You get to experience singing the national anthem. And doing it home. Doing it in the Queen's Park Oval was something big. So I guess singing the national anthem anywhere in the world is a big thing.
I think for me it's about representing the region. Not everybody gets to do it. There's a lot of people who aspire to do it, but not everyone gets to do it. So I think for me is that weight on your shoulders. It's obviously a big weight, but it's something that you cherish forever. And to get that test cap, nobody could ever take that away from you.
Yeah, it's a great feeling, you know, to represent the region, as just said. And you know how it started for me, it was funny because I had friends who used to play cricket, who I would go down on a weekend and watch play cricket and, you know, get the opportunity when they are short. And you know, those are the ones who actually wanted to play for West Indies at the time, because I used to do track and field. So it's not only for me now, but it's for them as well. So I'm actually living their dream for them as well.
What moment has made you the proudest of each other?
I think we were all there when we beat England, right? Yeah. We were all there when we beat England in Grenada. Jaden and I played, Andy didn't debut as yet, but yeah, I think just all of us being on the team and then being there to do something historic like that was a special moment for sure.
Goes down the ground. He thinks he's got there. He certainly has. What an innings from Josh De Silva. The ecstasy written all over his face, and boy, he's deserved that.
The way we celebrate and enjoy each other's success, that's something I cherish. That's something I definitely enjoy.
For me, when Andy made his debut, I was very happy for him. And then obviously getting the first test wicket. I know how much that would mean to anybody. So far more getting your first test wicket on debut in your first over is obviously a big thing. So I was very proud of him in that moment. And for me, with Josh, it's scoring the first test 100. And not because I was batting, just because he get it. Because he was batting well throughout the series. He had, I think, 150 before that. And he was looking like he could push on at some stage. And he did it in that last game, in the most vital game of the series. And he got to that triple figure mark, and we won the series in the end. So I was very proud of both of them in those different moments. What are we expecting from this test against Bangladesh?
Win.
I would say definitely a series win. Definitely a series win.
Yeah. Not much, not too complicated, just
to win. Just to win the series.
Yeah, do the basics well and make Craig and coach proud.
Yeah,
that's all.
He knows what the people have been saying about him, and he has really silenced everyone with that.
Age is truly just a number.
This has been a flawless knock from Jason Mohammed. He's been methodical and calculating. He has really shown relentless perseverance in reading the game.
Over the last 5 to 6 years, I think I've really worked hard in terms of my fitness and batting, so to speak, in the nets. As you said before, I think there's one thing I really want to accomplish is playing Test cricket. Not sure if it's going to happen or not, but I know this will be obviously my last opportunity. I think in the past, knowing I wanted to play Test cricket so much, even at a younger age, just wanted to play for West Indies. I think I put a little bit too much pressure on myself of thinking about the outcome and what is going to happen after the season and if I'm going to be on a West Indies Test team or not, rather than now knowing that, hey, this is your last opportunity, just go out there, enjoy yourself, express yourself. Although there's a lot of talk with around about my age and stuff, I think as a sportsman, as a cricketer, I think once you are fit and once you are performing, I think that's the main asset of playing cricket and playing international cricket for West Indies. So I think just having a clear mind and just trying to enjoy my cricket and just working on the things that I need to work on in order to produce the runs. Obviously looking to score at the end of the day is most important. That's something now I've changed a little bit more this year in the 4-day tournament. I think I'm looking to score rather than just bat time as well. So I think that's something has really helped me, and it's working really well this far. I had set some really goals for myself, some really big goals, and I think I know I was to get a couple big 100 in order to get there. So in the past, if I was to get to 100, I would relax a little bit or just try go all out attack rather than now knowing that I have to score big runs in order to achieve what I want. You know, I sort of really just start over after I get into 100. Myself, I just want to be remembered for someone who has really worked hard. Obviously, I've gone through a lot of difficult times in first-class cricket and in my career, but you know, I've never given up. Some people might have, and then with everything else happening with age and everything, I know a lot of people would have walked away. So I just want to be remembered for someone who was strong mentally and always had the love and the passion for the game and always worked hard to achieve whatever I think I wanted to achieve in this game. To play Test cricket is the ultimate for international cricket. Doesn't matter at what age, if it was to happen, it will obviously be a very proud moment in my life and for my family life. I think I'll put it down as my best moment at international cricket if it was to happen. As I said before, this game demands so much from you and you feel a lot more than you perform, especially as a batsman. I think at certain periods of time, when things wasn't going my way, even self when I was doing well and wasn't being selected for certain times at West Indies cricket, I think I would have walked away, but I'm grateful that I have a very strong family background, especially for my parents who have supported me from day one. And being married 10 or 11 years now, my wife has really been a strong part in my career as well. You know, she's someone who has always motivated me and said, hey, let's look forward and look forward for doing great things. And I think they are the main reason why I'm still here and while I'm still performing. And now is my time sort of much to give back to them, to say, hey, I'm grateful and thankful for the support that you guys have given me over the last couple of years.
.22-year-old Matthew Ford from right here in Barbados, Spicestown to be exact. Matthew, it's been a crazy journey for you. I remember actually being here a year ago when you made your one international debut against the same England team. That journey, all that's happened to this point, one word to describe it, what would you say?
Amazing.
And he strikes again. Good delivery, good delivery.
Tell me about your debut as well. Think back to your emotion, the feeling you had. Talk us through that day.
I think for me it was hunger and passion on that day. You know, obviously there were 2 matches in Antigua and I didn't play. And coming to Barbados and being able to debut, I mean, it was really a dream come true. And the atmosphere was absolutely electric.
In the air, a second wicket for Matthew Ford. He is loving this beginnings here in international cricket.
So be able to do that in a series decider, and you know, we're back here again for another series decider. So for me, it's just about repeating the basics and doing the good things over and over.
We often see you on the field. What about off the field? What type of person would you say Matthew Ford is?
Quite chill, quite down to earth. A lot of the guys see me as the funny one, so you know, we normally just mingle in the room. You know, this tour has been me, Hetmeyer, Seals, Moti, Shepherd. So you know, like we have a bit of camaraderie going, which is quite good.
How did you find that balance at school, and when did you know sort of that cricket would be something you put all your eggs in that basket?
I think I made the World Cup team at, I was like 17, and it was from then I was like, nah, Mom, I'm sorry, but I want to be a cricketer, and I'm giving it my all to be a cricketer. You know, it was, for me, it was always cricket. I've always dreamt about it. I've always aspired to play cricket in the backyard. Miss Susan Bell, as you would know, she's my neighbor, and she was always telling me from young days she knew I was going to be a cricketer because I had the ball string up, and at 12 and 1 o'clock in the night she can't sleep because I'm just on the ball string. So.
Speaking about, you know, your school days, we kind of played at the same time. I was obviously not as good as Matthew, but I do remember that Jacob Bethel was also playing in and around that same time as well, and you got him out in the first ODI.
Oh dear, this will be soft as. He'll be disappointed with that Jacob Bethel, but more celebration for the men in maroon.
What do you remember about him at school?
Bethel was a menace on the field. I always hated bowling to Bethel. You know, he would be there all day, like without even worrying. So, you know, to get him out in that first game, and for me, like, he's evolved into such a great player. You know, kudos to him. I saw him on the beach when we were in Antigua, and I was like, just got in the gym. Yeah, but he looks really good, and his game has improved tremendously. So, and I'm really happy for him.
Talk about your dad, his influence. I know he's always watching, he'll be here for sure. What influence has he had on Matthew Ford, the person and the player?
My dad's very easygoing, complete opposite to me. I always look up to him. He aspires me to do better every day. You know, I call him my hero, and for me, every time I step on the field, you know, I just want to make him proud, because I know if he has work that day, you know, he doesn't go to work. He'd be home watching that game, or whether it be if I'm playing in the Caribbean, he'd fly around the Caribbean to watch me play. So, you know, he always allowed me to do what I wanted. Mom wanted me to do school. She wanted me to be a doctor. I'm sorry, Mom, but, you know, my dad, he just allowed me to do, you know, aspire my dreams.
You played such an important role in that St. Lucia Kings team, to the point where you guys have won the tournament this year, and there's a few of you in this West Indies team currently. What was the emotion you felt to lift that trophy?
It was unreal. I remember seeing the score we had to chase 139, and it was like 138, and like my eyes just blurred out because I couldn't believe that we'd done it. So, you know, I know the boys are elated, and you know, we'd love to do it again next year.
Tell me about this pace attack. Alzari, who you've bowled with for a number of years in St. Lucia. Jaden, who you played the U19 World Cup with.
Oh, that! Yep, got him.
Shamar, who's also under 25 and younger like you guys. It seems like there's a new life in this one international team because of the age of you guys. What can we expect?
Nothing but greatness is all I could say. You know, it's a work in progress. We're not the finished product as yet, but every day, like for instance, we had training today, and before training we meet as a group, and Alzari is the leader of the group, and he was like, okay, today whatever we do, when we finish, we're going to finish off with some Yorkers. And you know, everyone's fine with that. Everyone is ready and willing to work, and we accept one another's opinion. That's the most important thing.
Coach Darren Sammy, from when you first came onto the scene in the Caribbean, he was your head coach, and now in the West Indies, he's your head coach. Describe the role he's played in Matthew Ford, the international bowler.
He's a phenomenal guy, and he makes the dressing room so easy. You know, he tells you as it is. He just made things a lot easier, and you know, he would always give you that opportunity. He would always give you that chance. He would let you know what he thinks versus what you think. A lot of the guys trust him, as he's a leader, as we've seen in the future. He's a natural leader.
I've never asked you this, but show us these tattoos, and what is the significance of those? Because I've been your friend for a long time, but I never remember seeing these tattoos until recently. So can you tell us about these?
This is a dove, and these are 3 crosses, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. So for me, like, I'm a big guy on prayer as well, and the dove is the messenger. Before we go out to every practice and every game, like, we huddle up, I'd say the prayer, you know, and for me, like, I like doing that. I like being the messenger. I like praying for the boys.
Matthew, As a fellow Barbadian, I want to tell you on behalf of the entire island, we are very proud of you. I think you've inspired so many and you continue to inspire, and it's just a joy to watch you on the field, man. The energy that you bring, the vibe, the presence that you have, I hope you keep it up and I wish you a long career full of success.
Thank you, Nikhil.
Go back. 2024, the year of Amir Django. 500 runs in the first class season, most runs at this year's Super 50. Now he finds himself sitting here in St. Kitts ahead of the One Day International Series. Amir, this must be special. What makes it special to wear that emblem?
It's everything I've dreamed of. Obviously, growing up, the only reason I started playing cricket was watching West Indies cricket. So
well, good afternoon to one and all. As we welcome you back here to the Sir Frank World Park here on the campus of the University of the West Indies in St. Augustine here in East Trinidad. Cool conditions prevailing here. We did have a little drizzle during the luncheon interval, but we're happy to say that the covers have since been removed and all's well. And play is about to resume here with the CCC, who won the toss this morning and opted to bat, reaching 77 for 2 at the luncheon interval. And no doubt the 2 men out. Damel Evelyn for 23 and Karen Powell for 12, with their captain, Johan Jeremiah, leading the way. He's 31 not out, very patient. And Paris has just joined him, the Shaqiri Paris. He is on 5. As I say, a very good afternoon to Billy Furlong as we welcome you back, Billy. A lot of work still to be done here. They've spent 2 hours and they have 77 runs on the board, but they haven't really gotten on top of the bowling to any great extent to suggest that this is going to be an easy passage for them.
Good afternoon and welcome back, one and all. It certainly has been an eventful morning, 2 wickets falling, and we do have some runs on the board, albeit at 2.96 runs per over. But with the way the ball was moving around early on in the spells from Blades and Edwards, the initial opening pair did well to stem that through and manage to keep their wickets intact until Evelyn went for 23. LBW, as soon as Bishop came into the attack, got him struck on the front part and he was gone, breaking that partnership. And then the score at 43 at the time, just as they were starting to motor on and increase that scoring rate. And Powell came into the wicket, didn't stay too long, got a couple of runs, quick runs and 1 boundary in his knock of 12, and then fell to Blaze, coming back into his second spell after his opening spell of 4 overs, getting the 2nd wicket. And all in all, it's been honours even, as you were saying, Ruskin. But we do have an added, I don't want to say issue, but event that took place in that it did fall briefly during the luncheon interval, and the covers were brought on, and the ground star did very well to get the covers back off in time for us to have a prompt start after lunch. But with that little bit of rain just spicing things up for a couple overs, being under the covers, the pitch.
So we'll see. We don't have like brilliant sunshine. There's no rain, so there isn't any threat of rain right now. Although the dark clouds have gone past us, is headed west, which is a good sign. And so we see what happens here as Bishop it is, who is continuing from this top end. Tony Gray was making the point about spinners, and he wants to see wrist spinners. And that's because we do have a real, it's almost like we have a conveyor belt of orthodox spinners, left-arm orthodox spinners, but few wrist spinners. And so maybe that is something that I suppose we have to encourage. You look at India now, and India have quite a few wrist spinners, both right-arm and left-arm spinners, that are doing very well in all formats. So it's something that I suppose we're going to have to look at as well.
The question was asked as well when Nathan Edwards came back in for that 2-over spell before lunch, and we were looking at, he did go down to stretch his hamstring, perhaps a touch of cramp. But there was the option of bowling Zishan Butara, the leg spinner from the southern end, but Edwards was chosen for 2 overs.
That's a good shot. So very often running after the interval, they want the second one, a little bit of yes, no, and then eventually they were able to complete it. And but there are a number of things wrong there. Apart from the running between the wicket, I always thought there were 2 runs, but look at where the bowler was actually receiving the ball. So even when there was the bubble in the field, he was standing in front of the wicket with no opportunity to effect the run out. So even if the batsman was short of his ground, and he was for a while, he was in no position to take advantage of that.
And Paris is just taking a minute walking down the pitch, settling himself.
And one kept a little bit low, and that's a variable bounce that is not too unfamiliar to these conditions here. I know that there's a IPL game going on. I'll give you a score in a short while. Short ball, and given the treatment. And that is a maximum, the first of the match. And very well played indeed. Paris was on the back foot and didn't miss out.
He goes to 13 runs, and the first ball that is pitched in short from Bishop, and not hesitating, getting onto that back foot, hitting it high up in the air, well over the fence, and into the dormitories here at the University of the West Indies. And Paris motoring on now, 13 from 24. He started very circumspect, of course, coming in before lunch, but getting a loose delivery there, and a couple short deliveries from Bishop in that first over after lunch. One keeping a fraction low and the other one sitting up.
So 85 for 2 it is. And well, I think you have your answer here now, because it looks as if Edwards is going to continue, although he's still stretching, trying to make sure that he gets his muscles nice and warm. And I would imagine they would have done some work on him during the luncheon interval, knowing that he's going to come back out here and bowl again.
Short.
Yep, but that too is dealt with, and dealt with emphatically. It was a gift, really.
He's just helping it around the bowler, using the pace of Edwards there, tugging it almost one-handedly into the onside. It's Johnson on the boundary, just trudging across. He did come off the field, Jordan, in the first session with a little bit of a niggle in his knee, and he's still not moving too freely. He's been moved from the extra cover to mid-on before lunch, and now he's stationed down at the long leg boundary. We just have to keep an eye on him.
Yeah, because he just looked at that ball just now. Although I don't think he could have cut it off, but he never really went after it. And you need all hands on deck. When you play a team sport like this, you don't want any area, any weak link at any point in time. So you want to always ensure that everybody is giving maximum effort.
And looking at the fielders as well, it didn't seem as though they expected him to run it down, which adds to the concern. The boundary in the first over of the spell after lunch for Edward. Again, down the leg side. Good take from Tucker. Is it going to be called a wide? Umpire Reefer just turns around, just looking back, radioing into the dugout. Did not call it a wide, but it was well down the leg side.
So good stop by the keeper, tidying up for his bowler. And I suppose that's part of the job. So when the bowler is free, they have confidence that the man behind the stumps will bail them out more often than not. You can see he's down in his pace right now. He's not up to full throttle just yet. Just trying to make sure he gets his line All right, you bowled a couple on the pads already in this over.
There's no Johan Lane in this lineup, being rested for this 6-round encounter. There is Kelvin Pittman as another option, and of course, Jediah Blades.
Pittman we saw earlier, and Blades we know is a big trier. And every so often he can produce something like that that suggests that, that's the reason why the captain is persisting with him. But you can see he's probably not 100% right now.
Is the challenge. We are deep into the back end of the tournament with just one round left after this. So there will be some type of fatigue setting in. Edwards, though, missed out on the first 3 games. This is his 3rd game.
He's keeping a very good line after going for that early boundary in the over. So that ends the over. 28 completed now. It's 18-9 for 2.
Yeah, so far, Edward has bowled 38.2 overs in the two rounds before this. We should be relatively fresh. Of course, him being a replacement for McKenny Clark, who bowled in that first 3 games, round 1, 2, and 3. It's going to be Bishop to continue here, who's played in all of the rounds, has 21 wickets under his name.
Yeah, looking for more at the moment, and just has the one slip under forward short leg. Those are the 2 close-in catches, and then he has a nice spread, a deep square leg, short mid-wicket, and a mid-on. And a little bit of change of pace there. The batsman had to wait on it, but he placed it beautifully for boundary. It just was turning away from him, and he just stayed on top of it, but he had to delay his shot. And when he played it backward of the man at point and into the boundary for 4.
They're very well executed. He was coming onto that front foot, seeming as though he was going to drive through the covers, and then held that fraction of a second later and just dabbed it past the man at point to beat the sweeper on the offside and into the boundary. Blades, it was there running around to his left, his stronger side, but gave up on the chase. Such was the timing of Paris. Moves on to 17.
Again, Bishop back nagging at him again, just trying to get his line correct. I think that's part of what he's probably trying to do here. You want to cut out those 4 balls as much as possible, and not give the batsman too many scoring opportunities. And as a left-arm orthodox spinner, you would think that has to be part of your armory, just being tidy, being consistent, because, like I say, it's such a, I don't want to say an easy action, but it's doable, it's repeatable, and you want to be consistent with it. And so I think that's kind of like where captains kind of get frustrated when their stock bowler cannot, be consistent with what he's doing.
He seemed to have a little bit of difficulty settling down after lunch.
I won't be surprised if the switch ends with him. That might give him something else to work with. That might be better for him.
He's been wide outside of the off stump. He's been angling down the leg side.
Because to the right-hander, he's trying to bowl that off-stump line, but if he persists with that, he'll be underparts to the left-hander, as is the case here again. So he has to be careful in terms of how because the game could get away from you very quickly if you're not careful as a bowler. So that ends his first over after the interval. 29 completed. It's 95 for 2 now.
He's bowled 8 overs. He's certainly not an individual to shy away from the responsibility or the workload. He even bowled as much as 32 overs in one innings. So he's got to be in it for the long haul. He just needs to settle on a line and length to the left-hand, right-hand combination. And as you pointed out, might be an option for him to switch ends as well when Edwards finished that spell from that southern end, Bishop operating from the northern end. Usually we tend to see that the fast bowlers, when we are away into the innings, they tend to usually bowl from the south end at this facility, with the spinners opting to bowl from the northern end.
Again, chasing after this one, another short ball that is asking to be hit and given the treatment.
Well, Blades, who didn't warm up to start the bowling after lunch, he's certainly warming up on the boundary edge now as another one beats him into the ropes. Cuts away, wide delivery from Edwards. Just seemed to be not able to bowl consistently one line and length with that right-hand, left-hand combination at the crease.
Yeah, he must recognize that they're just trying to pick him off now without too much bother. And so he has to be full of concentration at the moment. And it's in the air. This could be out. It's gone up and he drops it. Well. And as easy as taking candy from a baby, you would say. The ball was a skyer. He was trying to pull it. Never really got into position to execute the shot. The ball sort of rushed on to him. And to his surprise, Jeremiah, the ball just went up, went into the hands, and then, is it Pittman? It hit something and just fell out of him. What a let-off.
Yeah, really much Jeremiah out of character, showing sign of aggression, pulling a ball from outside of the off stump, just short of a length, probably a little bit shorter than that. And he was kind of tucked up, hit high up on the bat, spooned up into the air, and a dolly of a catch to Pittman. Just went to grass.
And more frustration for Edwards. And it's probably hurting twice as much because he's not 100%. So he's probably nursing a slight injury, a little muscle strain or something, maybe cramps. And to have a catch like that put down off your bowling is one thing. And then the very next delivery to go past the outside edge, that could start the frustration.
And it's been a tough time for the West Indies Academy in terms of points on the table. So to get into this lineup for CCC, as it's really a battle at the bottom of the table, they would have loved to get another quick wicket after lunch. And Edward in particular, having bowled the first delivery and going for 4, he does have that tendency to bowl that one wicket-taking delivery per over, apart from being consistent on a line and length, and to be punished off the first delivery and then create the opportunity later down in the over, only for it to be dropped, and such a simple opportunity as well.
Well, I suppose his teammates probably were in disbelief when that ball fell out of his grasp, because he can't complain about the sun. There's no sun. There's no rain. So I could think of a number of things he could point to, or people could point to normally. There's no crowd to say he lost it in the crowd or anything of the sort. So, you're really just looking for excuses for him here, and I can't find any.
Well, one thing for sure, he will have that sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach when you put a catch down like that. At least he could say there was not much people around to see it.
Yes.
But we are streaming live, so a lot of people did see it.
And he has to blame cameraman Chinfat for that. Again.
That delivery, yes, Rustin. There's a piece of a delivery. He's been able to produce that time and time again. And of course, our expert cameraman here, Richard, he had better eyes on the ball than Pittman.
It certainly was one of those things there. You had to see it to believe it. But that's the case. The end of the over, and still the 2 wickets down. So despite all the excitement, especially after the luncheon interval, the good news for the CCC is that they still only lost 2 wickets, and they're just I don't want to say they've stepped on the accelerator, but they've been able to cash in with a couple loose balls since they break. They're now up to 99 for 2 after resuming at 77 for the same 2 wickets. So it's going to be Bishop, and that will bring up the 100 for the CCC. And it took them 30 overs on 1 ball to get to the 100 mark. And when you think of hundreds, it seems like we only celebrate hundreds when batsmen score hundreds. But when the team scores 100, sometimes you have to give them credit, because based on the amount of times that they miss the outside edge or whatever, it could have been 100, but it could so easily have been 4 or 5 wickets,
Exactly so. In the first morning of a 4-day game.
Jeremiah's on the back foot this time, looking more and more confident, but he also sort of gives the bowler a chance every so often, and especially when he's attacking. When he's in defense, he looks as solid as they come. But it's when he tries to transfer that mood now from defense to offense that where he runs into trouble sometimes. There's a case in point again. He had to really hurriedly bring the bat down.
Yeah, you tend to be stuck in a rut at times, and when you do get that loose delivery, you're caught in between shots because of a defensive mindset.
And you look at him, he does the Tony Gregg. He keeps the bat up. Well, his bat, Tony Gregg used to keep his bat down, but it was off the ground. But he said keep the face down. He has the bat high up in the air, almost up to his shoulder. And again, this is, as I said, this is where he gives you a chance when he tries to attack every so often. 102 for 2 at the end of 31.
A better over there from Joshua Bishop. After a couple loose overs after lunch, he's got back into his rhythm from that northern end. That 100 coming up, 102 in 31 overs. Gonna have a look at that delivery again. Angling across. And the ball not really coming back, just going on with the arm. And a good take again from Tuckett in anticipation of that outside edge.
So Guyana, 119 for 6. That game is moving fast. But here's the worrying thing. All the people you think would make runs, Kevlon Anderson is not 37 not out. Tevin Imlach made 5. Kimo Savary 4. Kevin Sinclair 13. Kimo Paul made 31. So right now he's the second highest scorer. Here it's a patient 40 or so from the captain, Jeremiah. It's Paris now from around the wicket. Comes Edwards. And again, the hands go up. Again, it's just that little movement that he's getting that is forcing the little anxiety. There is I was telling you, there's an IPL game going on at the moment. RCB, 169 for 8. And the Gujarat Titans, 107 for 2. And that's after 12 overs, 12 and a half, 12 overs, 3 balls. So things are tight. And we were talking about Pakistan earlier. They continue to struggle in New Zealand. A little wider. Pakistan, New Zealand, 292 for 8. And Pakistan replied all out for 208. So another 84 run, another big victory for New Zealand. And the thing with this New Zealand team, this is really like I don't want to call it a second string team, but they're missing so many of their key players, either to the IPL, some are injured, and so they're using some of their reserves. And boy, some of those reserves are proven to be very handy indeed. They're going for 1. They may want a second. They're thinking about it. And that's all that they do, think about it, not bother to go through with it. And that is an area Billy, that we see so many young cricketers have problems negotiating runs. The square of the wicket, either on the offside or on the onside, but more so on the onside. It's almost as if they cannot judge the angles very well, and plus the non-strikers, when they running towards the non-strikers end, a lot of times they turn away from the area where the ball is, so they have to now look for the ball after that. So they have to seek out the man and the ball, and sometimes just that split second could either get you run out or you lose the chance of getting the run or getting the second run, because just simple basic things are not being adhered to.
The running in between the wickets is pretty much of a symbiotic relationship. It's about communication between the two, exchange of information as they cross, with the one person looking at the fielder in that direction that he's running in and sending the information to his other partner at the end, if they're going to come for two, if they're going to look for the second, or if it's a no. And that information needs to be conveyed accurately and timely. And of course, you need to know as well in the outfield if he's charging toward the ball, if he's a left-hander or a right-hander and it's his left side or right side, and an easy pickup for him. Then you want to be hesitant against it, and you might want to wait on that second call. So it's a lot of proper communication that has to take place.
I just want to ask you to break down the word symbiotic for Tony Gray for me, because I don't know if he understands what you're talking about. Right now, he probably Googling that to figure out what exactly is Billy talking about this. Yeah. There's another short ball, but again, it sort of hit the toe of the bat, and it just bounces out a short square leg. But he was again swiveling into his wicket and not able to make the kind of contact that he would. But he goes to 43. He's still there. That's the important thing. And
it's a better over there from Nathan Edward, done for 33 off of 11. He did have that drop catch in the previous over. And again, trying another short pitch ball, and this time not timed as well. So is creating some difficulty with Jeremiah on a short pitch bowling as he's trying to pull those deliveries from Edward. Not quite sure he has the right feel in place in terms of not having a backward square on the boundary for those short deliveries.
Yes, so it's 104 for 2 now. So things are moving along fairly quickly. They're able to just, for a moment here, just kind of get on top of the bowling a little bit and finding ways to accumulate runs. Well, that was dangerous. He was on the back foot, delivery that was right up to him.
The credit to the bowler there, just creating some doubt. Johan has been there for a pretty long time, 102 deliveries. Concentration might just be waning a bit.
And can't get it through this time. So that could be the frustration starting to mount here now. He had that pull shot. That was a gift for him. He couldn't take full advantage of it. And here he is now trying to get on top of the spinner. And still not able to get him away.
The Bishop is creating something in this over here. He had a better last over from his previous two. And you could see him now with some more variation, some turn and bounce, some drift as well.
And a good variation in terms of the speed as well. There's 2 quicker deliveries in this over so far. And on both occasions, the batsman opted to play on the back foot. Luckily, it didn't spin as much as some of the others. And that ends the over. Pretty tidy one at that. 104 for 2, a maiden.
They're tightening up here. Is the West Indies Academy from both ends as well, building some pressure now after somewhat loose start after lunch. And creating doubt in the mind of the captain Jeremiah there with a couple loose shots. Again, that last delivery of Bishop's over, he was on the back foot to a ball fully pitched up, almost on the popping crease. And not wanting to get forward. Such has been the manipulation from Bishop in that last over.
He's come back nicely after a very loose first over. It probably was a little tight. He didn't seem like he was putting the ball where he wanted to. And as a result of that, he got picked off a couple of times. But like you said, he's back in the groove now. And it's up to Paris and company to try to keep the runs flowing. Jeremiah is on 43-20 to Paris now. But Edwards, who's been a little bit unlucky, I would have to say, apart from the dolly catch put on by him, he's been beating the bat a lot. Since his earliest spell this morning, and it just hasn't been able to break through just yet. And again, causing some problems for the batsman.
Yeah, we have mentioned that he is able, and we have seen it. Every over he's bowled, he has produced at least one wicket-taking delivery or one delivery that beats the bat or hurries the batsman. And after lunch, there's been a couple loose deliveries, but the last over has been bang on target, creating opportunities and getting tighter in his line and length, warming to the task. As the sun greets us again after lunch here, had a brief period being overcast.
That's well played. He looked so much more in control of that shot, even though he didn't get a run for it. But he looked, he kept his eyes on the ball, and because he was pitching up to him, he was able to get the bat down nicely and stroked it, but he hit it straight to mid-off. But that's okay. As a batsman, you want to feel the ball hit in the middle of the bat, and and the more you can do that, is the better for you, because you'll feel sooner or later you're going to get some runs. The tease and delivery there. This is a pretty good spell, and while he doesn't have the wickets to show for it, he's certainly creating problems. In fact, if you think about it logically, of all the bowlers, he has probably created the most discomfort for the batsmen so far.
We haven't seen much of Pittman. Left the field after his first spell this morning, but he definitely has to be an option to come back into the attack at some point.
I would think after the drop catch, he probably wants the ball right now, so he can make amends.
Yeah, just 3 overs from Pittman for 8 runs and picked up some sort of a niggle and went off the field. He hasn't bowled since, and there's been 2 spells between Blades and Edward.
That was the excuse I was looking for, the little niggle. that, I was looking for outside elements as to why he dropped the catch, but it was the niggle.
It's an internal issue.
It was there all the time, and I couldn't see it.
In the pit of his stomach.
Yep. He probably hoped he had a big hole there so he could fall into it.
Short, pulled away, out into the deep.
And the running between the wickets here is going to be important. They go up for 1, and then they'll get a second. Again, they could so easily have sort of sat back and figured going for 4. But good work on the boundary.
Blades there on the boundary, tumbling effort on his left side, holding that one in. They had to be quick to come back for the second. There are 2 men out in the deep patrolling the boundary, one at deep backward square and Blades at long leg. And he was up to the task. Did still manage the 2 runs, but there's that short ball again from Edward, testing out the batsman. Not quite with the pace, maybe.
Just striking him on the pad, but probably doing a little too much coming in on the angle. And because remember, he's bowling from around the wicket, so that ball will be angling down the leg side. 106 for 2 at the end of 34. Billy, I'm going to take a breather and come back in a short while. Your good friend Tony Gray, the number 3 batsman, is up next.
Speaking of short deliveries, in comes the very tall Anton Gray. So look at that on the replay. They're crashing into the front pad. The bat got stuck behind that front pad as it angled into the batter. Umpire Reefer just suggesting that it might have gone and with that angle down the leg side, but it was very full indeed, pitched up. It wouldn't have had far to go on its way to the stumps or past that leg stump. So welcome back, Mr. Gray, and Joshua Bishop into the attack.
Yeah, thank you very much, Billy, and good afternoon to everyone. We seem to have a symbiotic relationship. I'll explain to Rustin just now what it means. No, I didn't research it. He said that I researched it. A good example of that, the epitome of batsmanship between the wicket, partnership between the wicket, is Desmond Haynes and Gordon Greenwich. They had a symbiotic relationship between the wickets. So something that Ruskin should learn and understand.
Short, cut into the tooth. As Bishop there just hurrying the batter. Jeremiah have been kind of out of sorts since after lunch. Not quite into his normal natural rhythm of defense and middling the ball. Drives through the gap. There is some acreage out there. He has enough power on timing on it. It's going to go into the boundary and 4 welcome runs to him. So you see Johnson there again, just limbering after it. Not fully fit clearly. As we look at it, that shot again.
Yeah, flight to delivery, well played by Jeremiah, driving at the ball. The man at the short extra cover position, Joseph should have gotten to that a little faster. And as we mentioned, the outfield is padded, so you got to put in the dives. It wasn't a hard shot by any means, and it was close enough to him.
Yeah, I said he pierced the gap, but you're right. It seemed as though he could have gotten it wrong and made a better effort at least.
As well bowled. Conditions changing significantly. It's a much better batting track now. The ball is not moving around like it did earlier on. And the score 110 for the loss of 2 after 35 overs.
Which is why the guile of Joshua Bishop would be very much important now, in that the ball is not getting as much movement or bounce. We after lunch on the first day of play, but we haven't seen much sun, and the sun is going to come, dry out whatever moisture was there early on, maybe create for a harder surface.
Yeah, it's harder for bowlers to get wickets, so the fielders have to back up the bowlers with their efforts now. And after the break, it's always been an issue in West Indies cricket where players are not focused enough after the break. They have to get into rhythm first and then recapture that focus. So it's something that coaches definitely need to work on.
Yeah, sometimes you have some players who would not eat lunch if they know they're coming back out to bowl a spell, similarly with the batters. And some, they have that heavy lunch sometimes and they're not quite ready to go with the first ball after a break, which is why sometimes you tend to have immediately after a drinks break or an interval, that wicket falls in the first over. And we did see an easy opportunity being put down. So there is that element creep that has been always with regional and West Indies cricket. Down the leg side, Tucker, for all his good stuff, can't get to it. Was well away from him and sped into the boundary with Blades coming back into the attack for his third spell, replacing Edward. And not a good start from him. Just as we were saying, they don't start too well after lunch.
Yeah, and after the breaks, not just, you could have a water break, for example, or batsmen can have a huge partnership, and then the other batsman to come loses focus in a dressing room. I call it dressing room focus. Sometimes coaches have to walk around, especially with the young, inexperienced players, and tell them, listen, all right, you can relax a little bit because you don't want to use up the mental energies in the dressing room, but you want to maintain some degree of focus out there.
And that boundary brought up the 50-run partnership between the pair. He's again, this time still angling into the pads, somewhat on the leg side.
He's got this habit of just relaxing. He's predominantly an all-sided player, and that's something that should have been discussed at the break of how to attack Paris. You've got to bowl straighter lines for him, not give him the drives, but you have to perhaps hit middle and off stump lines consistently.
To down the leg side. The first two. This one again, angling into the pads, looking clearly now to attack wicket to wicket, trying to trap him in front LBW, trying to get him to shut that bat face and get the ball to hold its line and beat that inside edge into the pad. But he's flirting dangerously with it going down the leg side as well. You see umpire Reefer just having a word with umpire Kelman, discussing something.
Yeah, probably a little bit of banter out there between batsmen and the fielders. It's part of the game, the psychology of the game, as Ruskin Mark rightly mentioned earlier. Trying to put off the batsmen, the fielders. That's a good shot. But you see, that is excellent shot with a full face of the bat. But when the ball is angled into him, he has a tendency to
shut that bat.
Close the bat face very quickly. So he's got to be careful there because the man is in that short mid-on position, waiting for that catch.
It does seem to be one of the strategies to pluck a wicket out here in that of Paris. And Blaze would have been well warmed though, chasing a couple of deliveries around on the boundary. He would not have been too happy. No fast bowler or no player, in fact, is happy about having to chase around on the boundary. Want to take it out here with ball in hand. Down the leg side. That's what I said. It's a little bit dangerous trying to attack along those lines, being wicket to wicket sometimes. And he's a left-hander around the wicket. So you're just pushing it maybe too much down the leg side. Maybe you want to start about off stump, middle and off, if he's getting that angle to come in.
Yeah, I think that he has to be conscious of his release point. He cannot take that bowling arm too far away from his head because it's going to angle down the leg side. But you can't, afford to release the pressure now. You got to be hitting that middle stump line. Now, Tucker has been excellent behind the stumps. His lateral movements towards the ball going down the leg side has been excellent. His glove work has been fantastic.
Driven through the covers. He's wide outside the off stump, his Blaze, and he's punished for it. It's going to go into the boundary now as Johnson almost hobbling after it. As we keep an eye on him as well during the course of these innings. But 4 welcome runs to Paris takes him on to 26 from 43, and the partnership building now to 57.
Yeah, no movement through the air, that delivery, and using his reaches quite well, driving at the ball, keeping it on the floor, timing the ball very well. It did go quickly to the boundary, but that's because he wasn't too forceful in playing that shot. An excellent shot. And again, we've seen an example of his complete dominance to the offside.
The last ball of the over there, bang on target. That's probably where he wanted to be in the delivery before. 119 for 2 with 36 gone. Blaze completing 10 overs, 46 dots in that 10 overs. As we look at Nathan Edwards as well, he's had 59 dots in his 12 overs. So they did build a lot of pressure initially. The run rate's just increasing for the 2 fast bowlers.
Yeah, I think they have become a little bit jaded now. It's not been easy for them out there. It's not hot. It's not humid. But remember, they've had consistent spells, not a lot of recuperation time in between their spells. And just 4 bowlers used today, which is another factor I think that the captain must look to bring perhaps the respin on.
Well, Pittman has been out of the attack since his first 3 overs. And of course, he's being one of the replacement players over the last couple of games brought into the team in place of Michael Palmer. And he's not been used as much in the innings, if at all, just the 3 overs. And he did go off with that injury in the first session. But you're quite right. They need to break up the spells. Break up the spells of the 2 fast bowlers. The workload seems to be increasing for both Edward and Blades. And it's beginning to tell in terms of the run rate for the CCC.
So many times we talked about captaincy, and you cannot be stereotypical of the captain. It doesn't matter. The ball is still slightly new, and it's not going to get old quickly because of the outfield. It's lush green outfield. The pitch is not as abrasive. Of course, this is the first day, but you still have to try your wrist spinner. Try something different.
And there are options available beside the leg spinner.
Yeah, faster delivery, good delivery. I think the skipper, Jeremiah, is coming forward. not really getting that head close to the line of the ball. And that ball was played obviously on the onside.
And he's gone. Hard to describe the thinking behind that shot, but Bishop has been bang on target for the last 3 overs or so, building pressure, and he does get his man trying to turn the one into the onside, coming off the leading edge and running in to take the catch, tumbling away, and he does manage to get it in his hand, and it sticks this time. Blades charging in. He's had work to do in the outfield, but now plucks a nice catch in the outfield.
Yeah, that's not a bad delivery at all, aimed at about middle on leg. And I think that he was playing across the line of the ball. The ball was perhaps angling away from him. And Hoik really didn't have that control of the shot and the bat. And a very good catch, a low-down catch with both hands by Blades. It's not easy for fast bowlers who've been bowling different spells to come and take a catch like that. But he was efficient and caught it. A welcome wicket for the team on the field.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Blades there, just pointing out the fact that perhaps the wicketkeeper or the man in close had a better chance of getting there quicker than he did. Or he was charging in to take the catch and was just saying, hey, guys, you know, you could have gotten there before me because it was in the air for such a long time. And of course, Blades patrolling the boundary would not have appreciated having to be in the circle or in close to the bat fielding and having to charge in to take a catch.
Well, I think that that sort of scenario has changed over time with the advent of the T20 game. Big fast bowlers, small fast bowlers, short fast bowlers, they need to be able to field in any position on the field because of the nature of T20 cricket. So Blade showing his efficiency there. Now, Jeremiah batted so very well, batted through tough times, coordinated well with the partners that he has had. He's building a nice partnership with Paris. And then all of a sudden, where did it come from? That shot was not in his repertoire.
No, we did point out that he was looking to be more aggressive since coming out after lunch with a couple pull shots, but he wasn't middling the ball. Then he did have that cover drive pass in BK Joseph that went to 4. But he thought that he was getting into a groove and trying to almost uncharacteristically be a little too aggressive. And of course, he was on 48, eyeing up that spin bowling onto the onside. And he saw that 50 and raising the bat and raised his head as well and lost his wicket.
I think it's great that you need to change gears as a batsman. You need to know when to change gears and you need to know your percentage shots. Where your strength lies. I mean, his strength lies driving the ball through covers, down the wicket with the full face of the bat, not playing across the line of the ball, especially when you have a bowler like Bishop, who is very adept at changes of pace. And we've seen it there. That was a slow delivery that got his wicket.
As well, he is, and we did point it out so many times, he's coming around the wicket and angling it across, and it's not coming back as much across the left-handed off stump. And he tried to do the opposite, to tug it into the onside, and he cleared that front leg, and the bat went through the line of the ball too quickly, taking the top edge. The bat face had already shot, coming off the top edge and presenting an easy catch, and Bishop would be very happy to get that second wicket.
Yeah, you want to continue where you have been successful. You've been there for a long time, Jeremiah, on a pitch that seems not to be too helpful to any type of bowler. So he had laid a foundation and then he gave it away.
Now with 3 wickets down, please, after having taken that catch, 1 wicket to his name as well, he'll be spurred on now to come in and try and pluck another wicket and get 4 down. And it's Kyle Corbin, who's been very successful this season before missing a couple games. So Paris and Corbin is out there in the middle. And they will need a partnership here, this 4th wicket pair, to try and get them as close as possible, first to that 150 and then push it to 200 to make it a competitive total.
Shot. Excellent shot. Excellent shot. Absolutely brilliant shot by this tall, elegant type right-hander, Paris. Just allowing the ball to come to him and again using his stride forward in the right position and just allowing the ball to hit the bat, playing through the line of the ball. Beautiful, exquisite drive.
Yeah, perfectly timed. It raced across the outfield. The timing just to match the total of 4 runs for him, delivering a boundary, taking him up to 30, and he's looking better and better now. The Lockage bats.
Yes, about having the initial focus. I think that he has problems initially when it comes to the wicket of maintaining focus or energizing himself. Sometimes he plays some sluggish shots, but now he is a lot more energetic out there and he's looking for runs. The purpose of getting runs has been seen. In addition to that, his technique has improved because of that purpose. Craig Braffett, for example, the former Test captain, just a couple of days ago. To me, I think that he looks better when he is more purposeful, looking for runs. Technique will improve with batsmen looking for runs, but sometimes they go out there too defensive-minded and they get themselves out because a lot of times they're not in the right position to play the ball. It's well played.
Yeah, he's not fully forward, but we do like to see him get that long stride in. And I'll always remember one Ricky Ponting, when he first comes out to bat, he plants that front leg all the way down the wicket. Doesn't care if he's struck on the head, shoulder, or on the pad, but he wants to get that pad outside the line of the off stump as far down the wicket as possible until he settles himself in the innings, because he knows that fast bowler has just gotten a wicket, he's in new and they smell fresh blood. So he wants to counter that with being aggressive, or I should say assertive, as you point out with Craig Braffett, and get that front leg down the wicket.
Yes, muscle memory work, Muscle memory work. Again, he should have been looking to hit that square, slightly opening the face of the bat on contact. But that one hit the bat in the inside edge of it and nearly went onto the stump. So again, a lazy shot. Should have been opening the face of the bat to go towards point.
Well, I think there he was outfoxed by Blades, because it's a similar type shot he's playing to when Blades was around the wicket, but he had room outside the off stump, because even with the cover drive, his leg wasn't outside of the off stump, but he did caress it through the line, through the covers. But Blades is around the wicket, and you've got to get that left leg down the wicket. So when he's around the wicket now, he fooled him with that line, and the leg did not get across to the line and created that gap between bat and pad. And then not being fully forward comes off the inside edge. So 1 up there for Blades on him. 1, 2, 3 for 3 in 38 overs.
Yeah, the issue about going fully forward is a valid one because of the fact that years ago, you look at Gordon Greenwich and Desmond Haynes, they used to go fully forward to combat whatever bowler was bowling at the time. It could be the faster bowlers, the spinners. But what you have to find out too is that because these guys have the indoor net and because these guys have T20 cricket to play, a lot of them, they don't go fully forward. They depend on hand-eye coordination. And you allow the bowlers to bowl rather than going out to combat the ball. So these things have to be improved upon. And Joshua Bishop will continue. That's a good shot. Good fielding there. Good aggressive ground fielding. Putting in the dive. As I welcome my really good partner, full of chemistry between us.
Chemistry.
What's the other word for that? Ruskin Mac. How are you?
Quiet and decent.
Not decent, quiet.
And decent. But no, you're right. It's really about batting. There are so many elements involved in batting. It's not as easy as just picking up the bat and hitting the ball. You have to. Sometimes you have to also read the game. The game dictates a lot of times how you play. And right now you've just lost another wicket. You don't want to lose another one soon after that. So you want to consolidate to some degree. And if you can, just try to rotate the strike, because it helps you as a batsman too. Because if you're now starting the innings and you could feel the ball onto the bat and it comes off the bat sweetly, If you're noticing, and there's another loud appeal, but probably going down leg. See him trying to open up the plate on the onside. Struck on the pad. End of the over, 123 for 3 now. 39 overs completed.
And we talk about the senior batsman, Powell. He didn't last long at the wicket, but Corbin is a senior batsman. And that ball from Bishop was a well-flighted delivery that just held up on the pitch. He was going to play across the line of the ball to hit the ball towards the onside, missed it completely. And with an appeal, but not a very good appeal.
If you look at where he was trying to play the ball, he was trying to play that ball somewhere in the region of squarish mid-wicket, as opposed to trying to hit it to middle, because then you're presenting the full face of the bat at the ball. But he's trying to hit it, he was more flicking it than anything else, trying to hit it through the onside.
Well, the other thing about, the flick shots is that you have to feel the ball on the bat first and then work the ball around using your wrists.
Well, I always had a saying, or that was kind of drilled into me as a batsman.
As a what?
As a batsman, you don't. I know it sounds foreign to you. As a batsman.
As a batsman.
Yep.
Ruskin, what's your high score?
That you don't. I don't know. 140 something.
140 something against the Blind Institute.
Yeah. And it was raining that day too. But it's just about, you don't flick spin bowling, and so often you see batsmen getting into trouble trying to flick at spin bowling because the timing is off. They are bowling at one pace and you are trying to go at a different pace with the flick. And so unless you're absolutely on top of the ball, then you're better off just turning it as opposed to trying to flick it. The faster bowlers, you could get away with the flick shot because you're just picking up a line and turning the bat.
For the batsmen who are proficient against the spin, and I'm not just talking about today in today's game, but in history, they have the ability to watch the ball onto the bat and then use the face of the bat nicely.
And then maneuver the ball that way. But they don't go flicking at the ball too much.
That's right. Because it's turned against half the bat.
Yep. So you want to minimize that as much as possible because that advantage is the bowler's advantage and not the batsman. But Blades is going to continue here, trying his best here, looking for a second. But he's really bending his back here for his team now, which is good to see.
Yeah, I think that he's bowled well in the context of the innings and what is happening out there. I think, in his 12th over, he's gone for 53. He's gotten 1 wicket. Might seem slightly expensive, but a lot of the balls went through the point area. There were edges, really. So it doesn't really paint the right picture, the reality of his bowling. I think that he could be complimented for his efforts this morning.
Yeah, I don't think you could really accuse him of not giving effort. He's been full of energy and full of determination. Not much luck. And Kyle Corbin trying to get his innings started here, but Blades not giving him much to work with.
He seems to be very proficient defensively. I like the way he's going forward. His body weight is going forward. His head is over the ball. He has the bat and pad close together. It's allowing the ball to come to him. It sends a message to the bowler that this guy is really fully focused out there. And he comes to give a good performance here today.
I would like to see Blades pitch one up, but outside, a little wider of the off stump. See if he goes after it.
It's a good shot. That's an excellent shot. Good run in between the wickets. Straight down the ground, full face of the bat. And that's how you start, or how you're supposed to start. I know that everybody is different. All batsmen are different. But you want to be playing through the V's first of all, and then expanding. And you could be expansive after too.
Modern day batsmen will tell you where the V is.
The V's are in the crowd.
The face of the V is here. So It just depends. With all the reverse shots and things, the V is a totally different thing now. A wide signal there, really went well over the batsman's head. I don't think he could quarry that blades, but you could just see the effort. And just look at his clothing. But I don't think that set of dirt and the clothing has to do with bowling. It has to do with him diving about the field as well and throwing his body, sacrificing his body to stop the ball on the boundaries a couple times. And then he did take that diving catch a short while ago. And there you go. That's what he was trying to do earlier. Mix it up a little bit there. See if he could create some discomfort. The end of the over. Good one. 40 completed. It's 126 now for 3.
Yeah, it's become really problematic for Paris with those short deliveries on his body. He doesn't seem to be able to get inside the line of the ball to work the ball down to the onside. He has real issues with that type of delivery. And as I mentioned, he's more efficient through the offside. So can have a field change. But the captain should be looking to put somebody at that silly mid-on position because he has that tendency to play the ball offishly on the onside.
And you probably would like to attack him on his body a little bit more and see if you don't get him to turn, and become more square on than side on. And that way, if you're able then to push one across him, you're in business. So the batsmen now have to understand what the bowlers are trying to do to them and how they're going to counter it. And the running between the wickets is going to be so crucial at this point because you want to be able to take every run and you want to be able to try to rotate the strike as much as possible. A little turn there for him, not much.
Yeah, the thing about the Duke ball, it doesn't get old very quickly. It's not abrasive. It's not the ideal thing for the spinners to work with. It's better for the faster bowlers. They're looking for the single. No, this Paris was looking for the single. No response from Corbin, the senior partner.
You're on your own there. That one. He never moved. He never looked like he was interested in a single there.
Yeah, and the fast bowlers, they don't have reverse swing to work with because the ball doesn't get really old. This is well played. Looking for 2. Hustling. They're looking for 2, and that's bad fielding coming off the boundary.
He never
Who's
moved.
not down there?
He was just relaxing down there.
Yeah, no, that's not good at all. He's got to be a lot more
Well, that might have been Blades,
energetic.
But Blades is bowling, so he
Yeah, but it's no excuse for Rusmin. He has to get to the ball. That should not have been 2 runs.
It should not have been 2 runs, but he was so slow in getting off the mark that the batsman had more than enough time to come back for that second run. So 33 to Paris. But he does look at a picture when he is able to come onto that front foot and just stroke the ball. Again, he's a big, strong man, so he could probably give it a good whack when he wants to. But right now, he's just building. As the over comes to an end, 41 completed, 130 now for 334 to Paris. Corbin, who's just joined him, is on 2. And the players are going to get a little bit of a breather as the refreshment cart is out. Thank you very much as we welcome you back here. The ground staff just making their way off the field after doing a little bit of some mopping up and cleaning up of the conditions here at the UE Spec. And Tony Gray is alarmed that Shannon Gabriel is still playing, but he is. And I'm sure he will be happy to you that he is 9 for 2 right now. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force playing against the Jamaica Scorpions. And the Jamaica Scorpions in a spot of bother with Campbell. Caught Carey Pierre Bold James for 2. Brandon King caught Jason Mohammed Bold James for no score. And Kirk McKenzie is not out 1. And Jermaine Blackwood is not out, no score. So James, the youngster from Tobago, picking up 2 early wickets. Which is good to see, because I always felt he should be bowling a lot more than he has, but they're finally giving him the new ball now. And Blades is continuing there, putting in the effort.
Yeah, well, both Philip and obviously JNC is off to England to play county cricket for their respective counties. And the youngster has been given a chance with a new ball. Now, been very impressed with him. That game that Trinidad Tobago Red Force won in 2 days against Barbados in Barbados. He bowled tremendously well. A lot of pace, a lot of movement, a lot of bounce. He's got the physicality that you need for your fast bowlers. But he's a bowling all-rounder to Ruskin. We must not negate that point, that he can also bat.
Yeah, he can score useful runs for you. But again, when you have that kind of ability and you're an all-rounder, it carries it means your fitness levels must be very high indeed. Now he's from Tobago, he's probably living close to the sea, so he probably spends a lot of time, in the water, eating fish and provisions and what have you. So he probably has it built in, already, and it's now just about one reminding him about his diet and just the process that he has to go through to be able to perform at this level on a consistent basis. Because it's not just about ability anymore. There's so much more that has to go into it. And you're doing it. Now, we were talking just now about the captaincy and who is going to captain the West Indies. That is always the case. Nobody could see who the next captain is, because you always wonder, well, who you're going to replace the current captain with if you decide to make a change. And in this case, that's a good delivery again, but found himself in 2 minds there, trying to go across the line of that one. He was looking to probably pull it or cut it, and the ball rushed on to him. And you look at it again, you could see him. He was certainly in 2 minds there. There was almost like a late decision, and the ball hit the bat before he could actually get the bat in position to make the shot. So you always hear that, who it is we're going to put, as a replacement captain. And I've always said, you have 11 men out in the field, somebody could captain the team. Don't make it too much of a rocket science. Stifled appeal, but more in hope than anything else. So I don't worry too much. What you want, though, is a captain. And one of the knocks on regional captains, the ones we see at this level, is that a lot of them are so defensive, one, and they're also very, they're slow in recognizing situations sometimes. And you see that spill onto them when they get the job at a higher level, because they do what they're comfortable with. And, so sometimes when they get opportunities to really put their foot on the opponent's neck, they can't do it because it's not in their nature to do it. And you pointed out this morning, we had a new batsman. The over just come to an end. It's 130 for 3. We had a new batsman come to the wicket. I think it was Paracel. And the first ball he faced from the left-arm spinner Bishop, right? You had a point on the boundary and a deep extra cover on the boundary, when in reality you needed to attack him there because that's where he's going to, that's where his focus is going to be, and you want to give him every opportunity to pick up a wicket or two there. So it's just one of those things inside of there that you have to do. And Pedro Collins making a little stroll around the park here, passing on his knowledge to some of the youngsters in the region.
Yeah, I think, Ruskin, we have to look at what society has done. The critical thinking ability that our generation had. And you talk about being proactive as a captain on the field tactically and being assertive enough. Remember, a lot of these captains learn their captaincy methods from T20 cricket. So they are defensive minded a lot of the times. And a lot of them captain the team based on personality. But my thing is, we have to sort of, ensure that from an early age, there is critical thinking ability so that when they get up to these levels, it becomes second nature.
There's another good shot, but no run for it. Yeah, you're right. It's all about letting them understand the game, and I suppose when you look at a Brian Lara, who was a real sort of tactician, he was always trying to get batsmen out or trying to figure out how to dominate bowlers. And you probably would have to credit two of the great minds in Trinidad and Tobago's cricket in Brian Davis when he at his college era, and then of course Joey Carew when he was older, when he got older and was a key member of Queen's Park and of the national team. But he got those influences, and so you had people he could talk to and who could walk him through situations, and point out certain things to him. And then when he saw it in a game, he would know how to react to it and how to counter it, and the over comes to an end. Another good one, a maiden 130 for 3 at the end of it. There is this song, and funny enough, Robbie Greenidge, Panis from Desperados, um, plays. He won a Grammy Award playing, but he does work with Merv Griffith. All over the world they travel and they play in movies and whatever. And there's a song that references, that, what would he do under these conditions? Of course, the song was about a fun song, 5 o'clock somewhere, um, pour me a tall one and stuff like that, And then they say at this point, what would Jimmy Moffat do? And this is what I'm saying. When you go through that type of process, even if you haven't figured it out yourself, you say, well, I wonder what Tony Gray would do in this situation, or what it is he was trying to tell me to do, in this other situation. So you have reference points, things you could draw on to work out situations while on your feet. And you don't have to wait until a break for the coach to send a message to you or something to do it. So now we have a change in bowling. Motara is on and he produces a full toss, first ball. And again, the batsman giving up on the running the first run, really ambling the first run.
Yeah, but there has to be a balance in the use of the technology, in my opinion, so that you don't negate critical thinking ability. A lot of times we talk about data and looking at technology, but remember the human being comes before the technology. And we really want players to be able to think on their feet when the game unfolds. But you made a valid point by talking about the late Joey Carew and Brian Lara. Brian Davis is excellent. He's still writing some really pertinent articles that I enjoy reading. And with the scenarios that these guys go through in different formats of the game and the different coaches, looking at television, using the technology, but it has to be balanced. They can really be comprehensive when it comes to their development as critical thinkers, because the game is about strategy. It's about how well you deal with issues, and it's how well you bring back the experiences. Yeah.
It's how you counter what the bowler is trying to do to you as a batsman, and as a bowler, what you're trying to do as to the batsman. You know, and I mean, I used to do that in football because you know what attackers are trying to do, right? So you basically you angle your body in certain instances to cut off.
And in
what
your
they're
days,
doing.
they used
Yeah.
to really cut them off. Slide tackles and that sort of thing.
It was illegal.
It's either the ball goes or the human being goes.
But there's no Martin. That's
Roskin Mark, the big defender.
131 for 3. I don't know why, but you see, I worked that out very early. Only one could pass.
Either the ball
Either the ball pass or the man passes, but both of them can't pass. Then I'm not doing my job. You know, it's like a goalkeeper. If the man takes a shot and the ball passes through your hand, you're not doing your goalkeeper work. Or if the defense messes up and you have a chance as a goalkeeper to make the save and you don't make the save, you can't point at the defender. That's why we're paying you to save. You know, keep the ball out of the goal, and that was my motto. You know, so I really was the enforcer. Yeah, you couldn't kick up my forwards.
And the skipper too, eh?
Yeah, but you couldn't kick up my forwards and free getting away with it. Did I ever tell you that your principal almost put me off one time?
Dongner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were
Still
playing.
going strong, eh?
Yeah, we were playing Memphis in Arima, and we were pressing Memphis. I mean, for like the whole game. That's a good shot. Yeah, he was just shadowing up because he was nowhere near the ball to cut it off. And I remember, you know how Memphis, how the Arima Velodrome, it slopes down this way to the western side. You know? We were pushing that way, and they got a quick counter attack, but it was just a clearance more than anything else. This time he had to go and make the stop, but he couldn't haul it in, and the batsman will in fact get the single. Ogis trying his best. They'll get 2 runs in the end. Ogis trying his best there this time, and not able to cut it off. And when the ball was played, quickly, now our goalkeeper, Kevin Inglis, was way out of his ground because he had nothing to do. He was basically a spectator. So when they hit the ball now over his head, he had to scramble back and try to keep it out of the goal. But Tony Grave, that was the goal line there by that fence. He was patting the ball about here. So it wasn't even close. And Downer blew for a goal. Of course, you know, I was crazy like hell. I was mad. I was like, how could that be a goal? The ball was nowhere near the line. Well, he threatened me with a red card, yes.
That's my own principle.
Yes, I told him, I said, listen, I am the captain of the team. I think I'm allowed to speak to you, you know. And then anything, and I think the linesman realized, no, they really didn't go over the line and whatever. But I would have been mad. And listen, you will see people in Arima. This was like an independence night. People like ants. This is good bowling because he's bowling to his field. He's forcing the batsman to play into that gap there that he wants him to play. And but he has it locked off with the fielders in position. The end of a good over, 134 for 3 now, 45 overs completed.
Yeah, they want to build a partnership here, these two batsmen, and they don't want to make the mistakes of the previous batsmen to get out when things are developing nicely. Obviously, Corbin, not too long coming to the wicket. He's faced 27 deliveries, just 4 runs, and he has to pick up the momentum a little bit more. But Paris has decided to be a little bit more assertive. I'm not happy with the field placing. I think you don't want to be stereotypical as a captain, not because it's not the new ball, but a bat pad should be put in place just to be a little bit more aggressive in the field placing and to put things in the batsman's mind. You talk about the psychology of the game. It's not only to take wickets, you know, but it's a process of taking wickets. So if you put somebody on the onside in front of the bat, he might change his approach to batting. So something has to be tried here. So good shot, good fielding, excellent fielding, absolutely brilliant.
He was flying there.
Fielding.
Rivaldo Clark doing well on that occasion. We've had a kind of mixed bag from him all day. Was it Rivaldo who moved out of the way of the ball coming at him and slipped? It's this time over his head, just away from him. And they're going to get 2 runs all the same. But that is what the bowler is hoping for, and the captain is that he chances his hand trying to get to the pitch, not get into the pitch, but still going through with the shot.
Well, he's got to recognize that Mutara is flighting the ball. It's going to go away slightly away from him. His normal, natural angle is to go away from the right-handers. He's still looking for those expansive drives. I think that is his pet shot, but he's got to be conscious that Mutara couldn't get bonks. He's not a good or big rip of the ball, but he gets bonks because he's a tall young man. He's about 6'3", and he has a high bowling action.
Yeah, he's wiry. And you're right. I would hate for one of the batsmen to just prod forward, get an inside edge off the pad, and it lobs right there, and there's nobody there to take it. And then to compound it, you will then bring the fieldsman in after that happens, as opposed to, before. And that way, they could come back for a second. In fact, they will, and they will get it too. So good running, good aggressive running.
Now, this is excellent running between the wickets, but I suspect that the fielder coming out from that deep backward square leg position was not coming off the boundary.
Justin Jagasa?
Yeah, he was just walking in, but not with any degree of momentum. So it afforded the batsman 2 runs. All these little things can be impactful.
As of the caution you, not everybody quick like Usain Bolton.
No, I'm just... Come on,
It's a
Ruskin.
short ball that is put away beautifully. He got the length he wanted, and he was into his wicket in a flash. Yeah, the Jagisa was at full throttle.
No, what I'm saying is that he needed... But let's look at his shot again, Ruskin. Pulling down that one. And he's been very adept at playing that shot. He's waiting for the short delivery. I just stood up nicely for him to play that shot. And he got the maximum there.
They put it away nicely. That ends the over. It's 142 now for 3. And Paris is up to 44 now. Corbin is on 4, so all the 4s up there.
Yeah, there's little things like that, Ruskin. I was talking about Jagasa coming off the boundary, walking in with some momentum. Obviously, he's in a position where his captain wants him to not just try to get a catch, but protect the boundary. But little things like that can bring about indecision.
Avoid a second run. Also.
Right, avoid a second run. But you're right. Not everybody's like you and Usain Bolt.
Because he was going at full throttle there. And you want to say, but you want him to mash up your muscles trying to get to the ball.
No, I'm hard on players. I believe that you have to put pressure on players in sessions and that things like that. It's a different psyche, the way they react to pressure and the way they react to verbal. What would I say? The verbal pressure that coaches would put on them. They are not like how we used to be. So we have to understand the change in psyche, but we also have to understand that we are preparing them for life.
What actually works.
Yeah.
For them. So Bishop continues. And he's
scored well, yeah.
Yep.
It's got 2 runs and over and gotten 2 wickets. Now, the thing with him is that he bowls long spells, Ruskin. We spoke about that off air. That once he gets the ball and he's getting the success, and the success is not only wickets, but containing batsmen, you know that he's going to bowl long spells.
Oh, even beating the bat on a couple of occasions, creating indecision in the minds of the batsmen.
It's well bowled. Subtle variation, not getting the ball to turn. He's not a big turner of the ball, but this pitch has not helped. And there's some healthy covering throughout the pitch of, I don't think it's live grass. Looks
it
like
might be
ground.
rolled in grass.
Yeah. So I bowled again.
Now he does have a quicker delivery And so I suppose if he's getting a batsman like we're seeing here now with Corbin, who is playing almost predominantly on the back foot, I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to rush him with a quicker one. And he's going right across this one, not out, says the umpire. He was swinging right across the line of that one. And he, well, as I say, taking his life in his hand there. Luckily for Corbin, it might have been touching down just outside leg. The umpire wasn't very happy. And probably bounced it. Probably was, probably bounced on pitching, so it hit him high up. And that might have convinced the umpire that probably was going over the top of the stumps. But a good shout and a good end to the over. 142 for 3 at the end of it.
What is also impressive about Bishop is that the captains who have him on their team could be consistently be able to work with a game plan. He's a bowler that if you say, listen, we're going to bowl straight to this batsman or bowl outside the off stump, we're going to set a all-sided field. He can work with a game plan because he's that consistent. I think that he has subtle variation, not just with changes of pace, but with his trajectory too, because he doesn't always flight the ball, but can pull back one or two. So it's just a bowler that is not easy to face. Might not turn the ball prodigiously, but he's such a good bowler when it comes to subtle variations.
Yeah, and he's nagging too, because he's fast, like say how Harold Joe was fast. But he makes you think you have a chance, and you might want to maybe step out to him. And if you don't get to the pitch, then you're in trouble. He was reaching for that one, and again, he is living dangerously there. Paris really was in no man's land there. He just kind of threw the bat at that one way outside the off stump. And luckily for him, he got it away from all the fielders in the offside because there's a slip, a backward point, a man on the boundary at the point, a deep cover, short extra cover, and a long off.
Yeah, 6-3 field.
And there he goes again. This time Corbin, really, he was throwing the kitchen sink at that one. And I don't know if there was a plane passing by and he wanted to see if he could hit it. But he was certainly swinging almighty swash there. That's the kind of swing when you get up, your waist is hurting you. You can throw out your back with an attempt like that, especially if you don't hit anything. So it's certainly that Tony Gray is going to get a much deserved breather. I don't know if he's going to walk around the field or do some sightseeing or what. I'm not quite sure. Most coaches tend to do that. They tend to take their mind off things a little bit. I suppose they walk around the field, they talk to the players, briefly as they make their journey around. And but I see so many coaches all over the world do exactly that. And at all levels, that's another nicely flighted delivery that again should not have resulted in a single, but they will take it. And Johnson unable to prevent it. End of the over, and at the end of it, it's 144 for 3. So Tigre, you could take your little breather. I don't know if you can get some time to go and take a sleep. I know what you're going to do, but whatever. Have a cup of tea. So it's becoming a little bit humid now as we under the tent here. It's a little bit hot, although it's still cool, not blazing sunshine, but we must say the sun is back with us. It's bright here at the Sir Frank World Park. And you're always amazed at this facility, how much work has gone into this ground over the years. Because I remember playing a lot of cricket here, since the World Cup of 2000, not even before that. But this has always been a ground that, well, because it's inside the university compound, not too many people would have had access to it. But I remember playing a lot of cricket on this ground at youth level, more particularly. Played a lot of practice games here as well as zonal games. Never ceases to me. This is good bowling because you could see the bonks there as I welcome back Billy. You could see the little bit of bonks. That one probably struck him on the glove as he was trying to cover it. It's a good shot and a good bit of fielding as well. Picking it up in one hand and showing it at Blades. Got a nice bonks on that occasion.
He seems to enjoy patrolling the boundaries as Jediah Blaze picked that up on the go with his left hand, didn't miss a beat, and got the throw back in. This was even the cricket pitch, the ground as well, when I was here playing intercampus games for St. Augustine. Under the captaincy of Richard Smith.
I think I saw you all play Mona here, was it? I think I saw you all play Mona on this ground.
Of course.
Many moons ago.
Richard Smith, the former Trinidad and Tobago captain. He lived just across the way in Canada Hall.
I think my wife lived at Canada Hall as well. But she was at university here while I was at university abroad.
Canada Hall in my days was pretty much like the diplomatic embassy for Jamaica. And in fact, Richard Smith was one of the only Trinidadians that was allowed to stay there. At that time, he was playing for Trinidad and Tobago as well. Also came up against him in Guadi League football.
Right.
But yes, there's always been a rich history of cricket amongst all campuses across the universities in the Caribbean.
As it should be. Cricket is such an integral part of our overall regional development. And it's what kind of bring that pride in the region. Other sports have their say, but cricket is the passion that people show for the cricket. 145 for 3 after 49.
Cricket is the subject of unity in the Caribbean across the universities. So much so that even governments across the region have come together to try and solve this issue of resurrecting West Indies cricket back to the glory days. So much so, even our former Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, headed that CARICOM symposium on cricket last year. We've asked Matara to come into the attack. He is now 3 overs for 11 runs.
Could have had a wicket, just not going to hand, and but he's doing enough, I suppose, to entice the batsman to want to get out to him.
And interestingly as well, he's bowling with a 6-3 field, 3 men on the onside, one of which is a deep backward square. So he has to hold that line middle, and off stump.
He's asking for trouble there because he bowled that one on the legs. It's rolling, and it just hits this thing. Just hits the rope there as he was hoping that it would not go into the boundary and give him a chance. Teddy Bishop had to run the whole distance to the ropes only to retrieve the ball.
Down the hill and just right on cue, insisting that he has to hold that middle and off line. He angles it down the leg side.
Commentators curse.
And encourage the captain of the West Indies Academy to chase it all the way to the boundary on the last half roll. But with 3 on the onside, back to the point, and it's a short straight mid-wicket and a mid-on and a deep backward square. And a couple shots through the offside has been to the left, as we look at the offside, has been just to the left of the man Johnson at cover. And again, it's through that gap between point and cover, but Blades is on the boundary. think you might just want to put an extra man there or just shift the field around and put a man in a more catching, attacking position at cover point.
It's difficult. So for him to do it, the 150 is on the board with that. But what he has to do is to just keep teasing him outside that off them there because they are throwing the bat at the ball out there. And, stay away from the legs as much as possible. And just continue to work on them just on that off them. But I think sooner or later, they will miss Q1 because both batsmen are more than prepared to come after him.
So one bad delivery in his spell so far, or really a rank long hump, a gift that was put away over mid-on. But for predominantly, he's been on the offside.
Oh, well bowled again. And we've seen that time and time again today, even with the faster bowlers. And the luck just not going the way of the West Indies Academy right now. CCC, after winning the toss and batting, a 150 for 3.
So Bishop is going to continue. And that is not a recording. He's bowled unchanged from this end. The opening spell was Jediah Blades, followed by Kelvin Pittman. And once the ball got into the hands of Joshua Bishop at the northern end,
went into the dark hole.
He's not relinquished it at all. And why should he? He's on 20, 21 wickets, 22 wickets. 23, yeah. 23 wickets, 2 wickets in this innings thus far. And he is as well bowling now with a 6-3 feel to the right-hander with a long off and a sweeper on the boundary.
And the batsman have to be smart here because if you try to hit in the air, you might very well, it might just go up in the breeze and sit there for the fielder to run under it. So you have to be very mindful of the side of the ground that you're taking your chances. Whether he goes outside the off them and try to swing to cow corner is another option. And good old cricket there to deny them that single. Did I ever tell you that Tony Gray was a goalkeeper?
He does have the long arms to pluck anything from corners.
I thought you were going to say he has the look of a goalkeeper. Here's an attempted sweep shot.
What look would that be?
I thought you were going to say he has a look of a goalkeeper, and I was not going to ask you what does that look
The only people that look like goalkeepers are people that can't play outside on the rest of the pitch.
You figured out Tony Gray already?
There's that worked into the onside. There's just Mbike Joseph chasing it, 3 men on the onside, and he does well to limit them to the single that it was racing away from Joseph. It's quick on it.
Yeah, Tony Gray actually goalkeeper now in Intercal final. Don't ask me the result. Eh?
Well, I can well appreciate the art. I can well appreciate the art of goalkeeping. I myself started off as a goalkeeper for Creedswell College. And thankfully I switched to cricket very early on. But my hero looking at football at the secondary school level was one Machu D'Souza. And I did learn one thing from him, how he came out very quickly to shut anything down, anything that was in his area. So that was quick to get off my line to get anything in the air or on the ground.
It's so ironic that you talk about on the ground, 151 for 3 at the end of the over. In that Intercal game, ask Tony Gray where the ball passed.
Was it similar to Pittman? Did you pull up Pittman?
It's in the same vein as a Pittman.
providing our own comic relief here at 151 for 3. It's steaming up here in the com box as it is in the outfield with the sun fully with us now in all its glory.
A friend of mine left his home in Aranguez, Elticro South to be exact. Traveled all the way to the Oval to watch this game. And Tigre dove over the ball. When I saw the man after, he was the most upset human being in. I don't know if he lost money, but he was not happy. Ooh, that one just spun away from him. He put his hand down there, Bishop, to try to cover it, and the ball just seemed to turn past him. He was going to the right, and the ball was spinning away to the left.
Well, I'll tell you what. Corbin and Bishop were in some crosstalk just before that delivery. And he aimed it in his direction. Of course, with the ball coming out with spin on it, it spun away from him as he went down into the crowd position. And it was Blades laughing at the whole episode, as it just went past him for runs.
Yeah,
so he who laughs last.
Laugh best. I don't think the bowler was laughing too much, because that runs to his name, credited to him. I don't think he won that. He must prefer wickets credited to him than runs. As well bowled again. Just growing into his spell here. Very unassuming, very almost Narayan-like. No real expression.
Just wondering if he could try to be a little more attacking and trying to see where I could get short, faster delivery. Pulled, and Jagisar is not going to have any chance to get that. It's pulled very fine and into the boundary for 4. What a fine leg position, and Jagisar is at deep backward square, and it was always 40 minutes left to bat. Badly lined, short and down the leg side.
A real gift here, asking to be hit. And it just kind of sat up there just about waist high or just under the waist. And all he had to do was swivel in the wicket and place it away from the man at deep backward square, and pocketed for easy runs. Corbin goes to 14 now, and Paris is on 45. He's played a good hand, Paris. Had his moments.
Yeah, he inched his way to 20 and then motored to 45 now.
A little bit of quick delivery as well. So trying to mix it up here, hoping to get a breakthrough here. I think they would love to end this little partnership here as quickly as possible.
Well, I don't think we're going to get Blades or Edwards coming back into the attack anytime soon, for a couple of reasons. Motara is just on his 5th over from the southern end. He's gone for 18 runs. And Bishop is not going to relinquish the ball from this northern end. And we'll be stuck with the 2 spinners operating in tandem all the way through to tea time.
And that is understandable, but it could also be, I suppose, there is some conventional wisdom to suggest that maybe you could give him a spell or even switch ends with him, and but just give him a breather, just to
facilitate that switch of ends.
And you could bring him back. And sometimes the batsmen, again, have to refocus on him, and they may not do that automatically, and he can get a wicket.
Just to see what coaches he may get from the other end.
From the other end, yeah.
Would the change. But you would have to bring a bowler on to facilitate that change, even if it's for 1 over.
Tony Gray looks fit, and going to put Tony Gray in and let him wrong his arm for you. I'm sure you could tell he could bowl 4 good overs. Still,
he might overstep from here and bowl a no ball. There is a Rivaldo Clark as an option. Some off-break bowling.
Yeah, just to break up the monotony a little bit, and don't let the batsman get too familiar with him, or just to change the end to see what kind of purchase he gets from the other end. See if he could maybe generate a little more turn, probably a little more of bunk.
Why I say they could try to be a little more adventurous in trying to get a wicket out, because Pittman doesn't seem to be returning anytime soon.
Don't have to hurry. That's good out cricket, but once again, the wicketkeeper not able to haul it in. The return was a little bit awkward. It was quick, but it was a little bit off target. And what should easily have been 1 run ended up being 2.
Which is what tends to happen sometimes if you try to get if you get a little sluggish in the field and the bowlers are a little bit overworked and the sun at its hottest, I tend to get those little bit of overthrows or laps in the fielding. We've already seen a couple catches go a begging.
This is better. He's been trying to play that shot for quite some time now. And this time he waited on it and stayed on top of it and played it nicely, Paris.
Yeah, well in control of that shot. It was a bit slower through the air. Had to wait a fraction of a second for it to get it out to Jediah Blades, who seemed to be beckoning the ball to him at every over patrolling the boundary. He's been in it in every single over of the game, involved in some form or the other.
They're going to go for the single and they'll get it to. That's the 50 for Paris from 88 deliveries.
In a well-played knock by him. He started very tentatively, got accustomed to the pace of the wicket, and as he came in with the loss of Evelyn, and sat there with his captain for a pretty long time. He soaked up 88 deliveries and managed to turn the latter portion of his innings into another 30 runs to accomplish a 50 and another 50 for him in the regional tournament. And 162 for 3 after 53 overs represents a good fight back here from the CCC. And of course, with the West Indies Academy, a bowler short. It's getting to be pretty ominous here for the skipper of the West Indies Academy team.
Yeah, it's always going to be was always going to be a challenge for them, and it's proving to be just that. I'm just looking back to one of their earlier games. I think they ended up with 9 men. They had to declare
Romario Graves.
With Romario Graves, and so they've been down this road before.
And the injury, unlike with a concussion injury, does not facilitate the substitution of a player that can participate in batting or bowling. So they are handicapped currently. It's a pity as well, no pun intended, but they rested Johan Lane, who's been really, really good this season for them with ball in hand. He's been very aggressive. He's been bang on target with his line and lengths. And not having him here available and being a bowler short with the injury to Pittman.
Slightly quicker delivery, well bowled again. And getting the respect of the batsman here because they know he's attacking that off stump a little bit more now, middle and off. So they can't afford to make any kind of error in terms of finding the ball. So the
as ever Blades
on,
in the action. And Corbin has been no slouch with the bat either. He's averaging 52 this season with 100 and a 50 in 2 of the innings. So with Paris in a good vein of form now, 50 under his belt, and Corbin, the potential with the good form that he's been in, although missing a couple games through injury, and looking pretty much settled now on 14. I'll just raise a question as well. Blades has been patrolling these boundaries and he's been in continuous working mode as a sweeper to the leg spin on the boundary as the end of the over, 164 for 3 after 54. And just adding to his workload on the boundary with a bowler short, he may have to come back and bowl closer to the end of the innings if they do decide to take the new ball as well, if we do get to that point today. And just hands on hips there. Might just want to move him around in the field, put him in an area where maybe a little away from the workload somewhat. Just something to think about.
Well, it is, but I've also seen captains handicapped by trying to have to hide fielders. You know, I remember the time we had a Trinidad team, we had a lot of what we call one-run boundaries. You know, every time you play the ball to them, you almost guaranteed a run. And I could imagine I saw Ganga going to in great pain to try to strategically place fielders in locations where you didn't expose them as much. And of course, the bowlers were never too happy when guys would, turn ones into twos and so on. So you're
The change in the side screen being requested. It's actually Dr. Ramprasad directly behind the line of the bowler's arm.
He wants to get a bird's eye view of proceedings.
Just ensuring that everything is up to mark, up to spec at the UV spec. We didn't notice the mark comment either. We're up to mark here with Ruskin in the commentary box. Ruskin leaving his mark on attackers as well.
Yeah. But,
Yes.
but this is a big partnership right now, and these two have done very, very well.
It's in the air, over cover. There is protection on the boundary running around. O'Geese is the man up there. Misfields a ball that trickled into his hand. Didn't manage to pick it up cleanly, and they get two.
Yeah, but they have to be a little more purposeful in the
Tighter, yeah,
running.
yeah.
In the running
In
as
the
well,
running.
because when he bobbled the ball, they hadn't even touched down for the first runners yet. And that ball took a while to get out into the deep point. So I think they just need to be a little more purposeful in the running between the wickets, put pressure on the fielders, see if they can get them to buckle under pressure, to wilt.
And it is very hot out there in the middle now. Just past 2:30 in the afternoon in St. Augustine, Trinidad and Tobago. Combined campuses and colleges up against the West Indies Academy.
Featuring Tony Gray, a tall, handsome one. Fast bowler, goalkeeper combination.
It's been a barrage of bouncers here in the combo.
And sundry other talents. Table tennis, badminton, hopscotch, moral,
dominoes,
3-hole pitching,
pickleball,
bungee jumping. He has disowned his bungee jumping abilities.
The only stretching he did was warming up the ball.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to stretch that rope at all. Well, bowled, and it's bowled him. Well. It trickled onto the stumps. He played it. It went between his legs, behind his legs apparently, and it just trickled onto the stumps, and it removed the bail. It just dislodged the bail, and he has to go. So he goes for 52, Paris, and what a breakthrough. 168 now for 4.
The complacency seemed to be setting in all around, with a fumble in the outfield, some loose deliveries, and one was a full ball angled into middle and leg stump, almost Yorker delivery. He crunched down on it, but couldn't keep it out, as there was some backspin on that. And it trickled back onto the stump, onto the pad and onto the stumps. He did manage to keep it out, but could only get it onto that front pad, and it rolled back onto the stump, hitting the leg stump, dislodging the bail.
I'm still trying to see when did the bail took a long time to come off. And now I'm wondering if the ball hit the bail. I know it hit the stump rather. I'm wondering if he kicked it as well, because he was trying desperately to get his foot to move the ball, and he might have actually helped dislodge the bail.
So he probably kicked it twice.
Yep.
The second time,
yeah, because he played it onto his foot. The first time, he played it onto the left pad, played it into the ground, onto the pad, and it's the ricochet from the pad, take it to the stump. Now look at it here. The bail didn't come off initially. It hit the stumps. And then here he is trying his darndest to prevent it from going in there. And this is because now you see the wicketkeeper put the hand up, almost as if he kicked the ball onto the stump in an attempt to try to pull it back or to brush it away from the stumps. How cruel could cricket be sometimes?
Well, it all seemed to happen in slow motion, and looking at it in slow motion, you're just wondering, in fact, if he did manage to get a second touch onto it and watch it roll up to the stump.
Yeah, look at how long it took the wicketkeeper to react to it. It's like he was waiting to see if the bail would come off. But we've seen that a couple of times already. The ball hit the stump and the bails are not dislodged. And but at this occasion, it took a long while before one bail fell off. And he had to go for a well-played 52. Remember, his 50 came off 88 balls with 4 fours and a 6. But he is now back in the pavilion.
The new man on the field now, the batter Daniel Williams to the crease.
Immediately, he's off and running.
Yep. Daniel Williams, the new man out, the left-hander. Corbin comes into strike now. He's on 18 from 60 deliveries and a wicket tomorrow. Tyra, just wondering where the breakthrough was going to come from. Just a bit of luck there for the leg spinner.
And I think they would probably want to see if they could capitalize on this here by maybe picking up a second one just before the tea interval.
Yeah, we did see some complacency setting in amongst the fielding and the battle. And you were saying it, Ruskin, they were not fully concentrated in the running off of a misfield, and there a little bit of complacency. As Mr. Gray points out, the batsman not paying all that much attention to the ball rolling back onto his stump.
Because then he probably would not have been facing had they, been more diligent and more purposeful with their running. They probably would have been able to complete 2, even a third run. And but they just kind of relaxed and settled for the 2.
Greeted here in the comment box by Dr. Anna Rampasad, the guy in charge of the U Respect facility, director on the Trinidad and Tobago Women's Cricket Association as well.
So that is the end of a successful over. One would have to say, one in which he got the wicket, that of Paris. And no doubt 52 to Paris, 47 to Jeremiah, and 23 to Evelyn. So 170 for 4.
So the game very interestingly poised now, because with 4 wickets down, you don't want to lose another wicket, at least till you get to the 200 run and push on from there. Because losing another wicket here could mean that you're into the lower middle order and the pressure goes squarely back on to the CCC team, having won the toss and chose to bat.
But remember, too, the bowling team may be thinking they could get bonuses as well. So they would want to keep going, try and bowl out the opposition.
Because both teams will be competing against each other, really, at the bottom of the table.
Yep.
Still some pride and honors left in the battle.
Yeah, well, like I said earlier, when you get the fixture, both of these teams will be thinking, this is the game right here. If we don't win another game, this is the game we have to win. And so anticipate that they'll be fighting tooth and nail to try to achieve just that. Who will get the upper hand? Only time will tell.
And the West Indies Academy, they've been in strong positions, or even stronger positions than this in the past in the tournament. So one game against the Trinidad and Tobago team. So backs against the wall. The Trinidad and Tobago team recovered to 304 runs when they were in a very precarious position against the West Indies Academy.
And the West Indies Academy have always done well against Trinidad. They might lose the game eventually, but they've certainly made them sweat sometimes. Even CCC on occasion have really made the Trinidad and Tobago team have to kind of pull out all the stops before they get their just due or get a victory that they would have been craving. And when you look back at it, they lost to the Red Force by an innings and 75 runs, CCC, in the first game of the tournament.
And Trinidad was at 1 point, some 6 wickets down or so for less than 100 runs.
They recovered by Jason Mohammed and company. Recovered nicely. So here it is 47 to Jeremiah, 23 to Evelyn. Paris is 52. And so that is the tea interval. Corbin is not out on 20. Williams is 1. It's 171 for 4 at the tea break. So we'll take a breather here ourselves, and then we'll come back with more after tea.
(2024), the year of Amir Jangu. 500 runs in the first class season, most runs at this year's Super 50. Now he finds himself sitting here in St. Kitts ahead of the One Day International Series. Amir, this must be special. What makes it special to wear that emblem?
It's everything I've dreamed of. Obviously, growing up, the only reason I started playing cricket was watching West Indies cricket. So a dream come true, and I just can't wait to get going.
Take me back to your past. Growing up in Trinidad, who did you idolize? You're obviously left-handed. There's a very great left-handed to come from Trinidad and the West Indies. Who were some of the key figures in inspiring Amir Jangu?
Obviously, definitely the great Brian Lara. I remember I have some pictures at home growing up, just going to watch Brian Lara batting in nets at the Oval. I always used to go watch him on matches that he played. And obviously, as my career went on growing up, I absolutely idolized Kumar Sangakkara and Quinton de Kock, two special players that I have kind of replicated my game too, being a wicketkeeper batsman. But yeah, definitely at the top is Brian Lara.
And there it is. He had another 100 for Brian Lara.
Let's go back a bit. St. Kitts was actually a special place for you. Tell us why it's a special place.
Obviously, I started my career, my first class career playing for CCC, then Trinidad and Tobago, and then I actually got contracted to Leeward Islands for a couple of years. So St. Kitts was my home for 2 years, for 2 seasons, and I think that's when my game drastically changed. I think I understood work ethic better. Working with Stuart Williams as our head coach, he really made me understand batsmanship and explaining batting to me more and understanding my game as well.
And when I look back at your career, right, 9 years ago you played your first professional game. You've been in a West Indies under-19 setup with guys that in this team, Casey Carty, Al Zari. What do you remember about those days?
Just having a lot of fun with them, to be honest. Obviously, it was a special group of players. Those guys went on to win the World Cup. But yeah, funny enough, obviously playing for Leeward Islands, me and KC, we have such a close relationship along with Alzari as well. So being in this setup with these guys from under 19 level and meeting them here now, it's truly special.
Did the disappointment of not being in that final squad for that 2016 World Cup help drive you when you reflect?
Definitely. Obviously, there's always disappointments along the path of being a professional sportsman. But obviously, missing out on that World Cup, yeah, it did hurt a lot. But having said that, going to university and meeting up with Floyd Riffer, who's even a coach here now, it's really special because he's the one who saw me and got me into the CCC setup. And that carried on my district career and actually took my cricket to another level as well.
And let's talk now about this year, 2024, because life's changed for you. First of all, start of the year, as we said, maiden first class 100. Not only was it 100, a double 100.
There it is. That's his double 100. Amir Django pulling this one in front of square, past that man at mid-wicket. Celebrates out there in the middle, takes his helmet off. Proud moment for the young man from Fatima College.
And then, of course, maiden list stay 100 in this year's Super 50. What changed?
To be honest, there was just a big hunger for me. That really clicked in my mind. I was reaching a stage in my career now, 27 years old. I want to take my career to another level. And obviously, I didn't want to just be a first-class player, just a regional player. I want to be an international player. I want to represent West Indies. And the only way I could have done that was putting numbers on the board. I think before that first double century that I scored, I had like 490s in first-class cricket. And that was the change right there. I know I had to get that 100 mark, and luckily I did. And it went on to Super 50 as well. I know that once I have 2 good back-to-back tournaments, it'll put me in good stead to play for West Indies. So lucky enough I did that, and it's just about hard work, preparation.
I saw some pictures and remember watching live when you got that maiden list stay 100. Tell us about the emotion you felt.
Really special, man. Obviously, I think a couple of games before I scored 96 against Leewards. Pretty disappointed with that. But obviously, everything in sports and in cricket is learning. And obviously, from scoring that 96, I knew when I reached in that position again that I would have made it count. So obviously, against Guyana, top bowling lineup as well. It wasn't the easiest of starts for me in that inning as well. Had some tough periods, but I fought through it. And lucky enough, I did get that century. But having that monkey off the back is a special feeling.
Let's talk about that crest. Now you're in the West Indies shirt. When you got the call, where were you?
I was actually not about to shower. I saw a strange number calling me, to be honest. And when I answered the call, then I saw the display picture. I saw it was Darren Sammy, and then he told me that I was selected, and he saw me batting at the list A level, and he was really impressed. And I think that after that, I just ran straight to my parents' room, and I told them the news, and it was such a special moment for us. And something I'll remember for the rest of my life, because this is just a dream come true for me.
I was just going to ask you, who was the first person you told when you got the news? What role has your parents played in your life?
They supported me throughout everything, and I owe everything to them, to be honest, my parents, because they're the ones who saw me through all the hard times and keep supporting me throughout.
Now, completely away from the cricket field, this man has another side to him. That is the social media side. He's one of the very few cricketers I know who have taken social media seriously.
Hey guys, so this is the day in the life of a professional cricketer during the month of Ramadan.
Before I even get into any detail, why? Why do you think social media is important?
To be honest with you, I think that it's branding, you know. Obviously, when you go out in public and being a public figure, playing cricket as a professional sport, people know you. So I think as though I use my social media to just actually show the public how I really am. And yeah, that's really it. I really enjoy it. I enjoy TikTok. I enjoy using Instagram as well. So yeah, it's all about just knowing, letting the public know how I really am as a person.
Roti.
Up
one.
top.
How Roti can be one? What do you mean?
Are you mad or?
Pulori. 7 or 6?
7.
7. Alright, there's your number 16. Wait, it's on your head. No more.
Chinese.
Is that sort of a good release to have fun off the cricket field and also help the bonding of the team?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I think that's my role as well, not only just being a wicketkeeper batsman on the team, but always bringing that positivity, bringing that vibe to the team. And I think adding that to my teammates, and they really enjoy it as well. They're always open to it.
Which video stands out? Which one do you absolutely love? You always watch back a few times.
I think with the Red Force team, I did the lock screen. I wanted everyone to see how the wallpaper of the guys are on the phone. So I think that's the favorite one.
I saw that actually. That was fantastic.
Harry, what's your lock screen there? Jayden, what's your lock screen? Oh wow.
What do you want to learn the most being around an international setup for the first time?
I want to learn the most how to be consistent, to be honest, at this level. Obviously, to have a really good example in Sheikh Hope here, probably the best ODI cricket in the region, if not internationally as well. So I think having him around, I'll absolutely absorb all the information that I can get from him, batting-wise, keeping-wise as well. It's a brilliant role model to have in the team as well for me. So yeah, just to learn how to be a consistent player at this level.
Saw you batting, I think with KC as well, in the net on the first day of the tour. What was the intensity like?
It was crazy, to be honest. Looking up Jayden Seales as Harry Joseph running down at you at full speed. I'm always up for the challenge. I really enjoy it. But yeah, that was a crazy experience, but I really, really enjoy it. And obviously at this level, that's the norm now. So just about getting accustomed to it and enjoying every moment.
I heard they had a few words to say as well. Jayden, I know you're very close to. So how does that friendship evolve in the net and then almost go back to being friends outside of it?
It's crazy, man, because me and Jayden, we're really close off the field. But as soon as we step on the field with each other, we're always at it. It's always a battle. It's really good though because we test each other at a high intensity, and that's what you want in training, obviously. So it's really good.
Who wins more of the battles, you or him?
I'll say me, for sure.
When you look back on your career, maybe 10, 15 years, how would you like it to be remembered?
I'd like to be one of the best batsmen to come out of the region, to be honest. Obviously, it's a dream come true being at this level, but at the same time, I just want to keep taking my legacy more and more. This is just the beginning for me.
Why do you believe you can do it?
Because I feel as though I have that self-belief now. I think looking back, as you said, 10 years ago, the self-belief probably wasn't there as well. But as I said, like, something just clicked to me and I just have that hunger now to go to the highest level, which I am now, but it's about dominating as well. So I firmly believe that I can do that. All about preparation, all about putting in the hard work, and as well as being a humble person as well.
The journey began in Trinidad, it stopped here in St. Kitts, went back to Trinidad and looked at life. Full circle, we're right back here at Warner Park. Amir, all the best. We're excited to see what you can produce and enjoy it.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Dirty. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujan, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. It's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holdings, Melbourne, or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid, though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Well, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Atherton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a Test 50 here, it was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-strikers end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a Test for 2 years. So, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hole, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse,
You hadn't.
Welcome back to the Sir Frank Royal Park, where we're getting ready for play after tea for the third and final session of day 1 of this 6-round encounter between the combined campuses and colleges and the West Indies Academy out here in St. Augustine. Remember, the CCC won the toss and are batting, and at tea, they are 171 for 4. Tony Gray is beside me, and T. Gray, they went to lunch at 77 for 2, and they scored nearly 100 runs in that middle session for the loss of another 2 wickets, which is not bad going, because at 171 for 4, so let's say they average another 80 to 90 runs in the final session, they would be close to 300 runs in a day, which is not bad at all. And look at the amount of overs. It's not like, they're up there in the overs. So to get to 171 rather for 4 is not bad going. It's not it's not overwhelming the bowling attack, but it's certainly good solid batting. Now it's for somebody to really put his head down and try to drive home this advantage.
Yes, good afternoon again to the listeners and viewers. Good afternoon to you, Ruskin Mark. I think that you've made the point quite clearly
57 overs.
that you have to try to get to 300 at the end of the day. That is possible with the remaining overs. Now, when you win the toss and decide to bat, it's important that you get to 300 runs.
Batting first, yeah.
4 wickets. 5 wickets would be acceptable, but not 7 wickets. 7 wickets with the loss of 3 would get into 300 runs. It will be considered to be a balanced day.
Right. Here we go now as that continues after the interval, and immediately they are off and running. Kyle Corbin, who I know you've seen some potential in this now. Everybody at this level has potential. It's how we manage that potential and how we nurture it and develop it going forward. But he is somebody that I think could get a look in at some point in going forward.
Yeah, I think that he's a classy type batsman. He's represented Barbados before, and unfortunately he was injured in the early parts of the season. He played a couple of games and was looking the part for CCC. It's good to see him back after he's regained his fitness. But I think that he has the qualities. As I said before, Ruskin, our players mature later on, so there's still a chance that he can get a look in if he consistently scores runs.
Well, I suppose any batsman, that's a good shot. And it's going to get a couple. He might get a boundary, and in fact, he will get a boundary. Very well played. In the end, he was driving straight Williams. Not afraid. He looks to be a very, what we call a busybody at the crease. He's not afraid to put bat to ball. And look at the pose after making the shot. The bat was as straight as a pin.
Well, he's got good DNA.
See,
Remember,
I don't understand why I'm discussing batting with you, but I don't understand.
Well, he's got excellent DNA, Williams, because he's associated. Well, he's the nephew of the former wicketkeeper batsman David Williams, West Indies wicketkeeper batsman. I think that he is a class batsman. Of course, sometimes he does not concentrate for long periods.
He's out.
Oh my.
Got at slip. He was just pushing the bat at the ball outside the off stump, just as Tigre was saying sometimes he does so and so. Well, this was one of the times that he did it again, and he goes for 5, caught easily at slip. And you look at it again, Tony Gray, try and describe this.
Well, a flight to delivery that was in the air for a long time. He could have come down the wicket to meet the pitch of the ball, but not getting that front foot across to the off stump, and just trying to nudge that ball. It wasn't a full-blooded drive, and got a tick outside the edge and was easily caught in slip. So, as I said before, he's got good shot making ability, but he doesn't have the temperament, and perhaps he needs to know how to structure an innings properly. All batsmen are different in the way they go about structuring an innings. Some like to start with their pet shots. Some like to hit down the wicket through the V's. And you have to know your game. And it's unfortunately for him that he has gotten out this early.
Yeah, and that's not what, as they say, what they were thinking about when they left the dressing room. I think the plans would have been to begin a little bit, and when you get a chance, get after the bowling. That is not to be. Now Romario Graves has arrived at the crease.
But you're looking back at the dismissal of Paris, and I was off air, and you're all saying that he was unlucky that the ball trickled back onto the stumps and removed the bill. But I didn't see it like that at all. I think he was getting complacent.
But that's another beauty. That one came right back through the gate, and it might have struck him just outside the off stump. But that was the googly, and it really spun back in at him. And I'm not quite sure if Graves knew exactly where that ball passed.
I'm looking at that Mutara. He's bowling googlies now, so it's not just the normal leg breaks. He's looking to bowl the googlies a lot more frequently now. And an excellent delivery to start with. Oh, that was close. It probably would have hit off stump. Your thoughts, Ruskin?
Well, the only thing I could say might have struck him just outside the off stump. And so that might be the only thing that saved him there. And but you're right, it could easily have gone on and probably hit the stump, maybe even middle stump, as it spun back in nicely. End up a pretty good over, a successful one at that. It's 176 for 5.
You look at Mutara's figures. He's bowled what 8 overs for 27 runs and got 2 wickets. So he's bowled in a process-oriented way early on, and now he's getting the rewards. So excellent bowling, wrist spin bowling, and we talked about him coming on earlier, and the captain not being too stereotypical. We've seen the benefits of having a wrist spinner. He's really working the ball. He's got some revs on the ball, and he's getting some more turn than he did early on.
Well, he has to keep going and keep his end of the bargain, as they say, hold up his end, and keep taking wickets where possible. And here is the man who's probably just as important, if not even more important. And speaking of Bishop, Joshua Bishop has to sort of pin down this end and not let them get away. And so by him keeping things tight at this end, it means that Matara could probably experiment a little bit more at the other end. And who knows, if they bowl well in tandem, that 300 could seem like a long way off.
Yeah, they say fast bowlers hunt in pairs, but it's the same thing with spinners. From both ends, you got to keep up the pressure. A finger spinner and a wrist spinner. It's a variety galore here, and both of them with subtle variations. So it's a good combination at this point in time. They would want to be aggressive with field placing, and it's a balanced field. There's some protection on the boundary, especially through the offside, but there's some inner fieldsmen in key positions there. A man in front of the bat on the onside. So this is good captaincy, but they don't want to have this partnership develop here now.
Yeah, they've broken the big partnership and they picked up another one. Now it's for them to just keep going, as they say. You've seen that shot there of the clouds in the distance. Not no rain clouds overhead, but they're just looking out there. I was speaking to my good friend Colin Croft, who would have given me all the details about the nimbus cumulus clouds and go through all the different. So because I remember as a pilot, you
yeah.
had to learn weather patterns and how to read them. And so he would always educate me on that. And I can always speak to my good friend Ian Wallace, the weatherman. And Ian is one of the few meteorologists that we have in Trinidad. The others are weather people. They present the weather.
Yeah.
Ian works on the weather. Yeah.
The weather.
He does his own graphics, so he could tell
he's
when we're
certified,
going to get rain,
qualified.
days in advance, where you can find it. And it's a big process for him. He had the over, another solid over from Bishop, and at the end of it, it's 177 for 5. He has 2 for 48.
Yeah, you can't say that this team, the academy team, has not done the business. They've bowled quite well. Kelvin Pittman, the only one that is off the field, he's just bowled 3 overs, but the bowling unit has been a very good one. All bowlers, except for Kelvin Pittman, they have bowled quite well, so they've done the business. Nathan Edwards, he has not gotten a wicket, but 12 overs for 35 runs. Excellent effort from him.
And badly lined and paying the price. Yeah, that's going to be 4 runs. He's trying to get there, but he won't get to it. And it just snuck over the line, over the ropes ahead of him for a boundary. And once again, Blades in the mix, having to do the chasing. Jamaica 61 for 2. after they lost those 2 early wickets with, 9 runs on the board. But they recovered nicely against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
And that ground, a good scoring ground at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The pitches are very good for batting, flat pitches. And once you can bat for long and build a foundation, you can get good scores there.
Well, you want to spend time at the crease, most times.
Yeah, sometimes he gives me the impression that he rolls the ball and doesn't put his body into the ball. And sometimes he really completes its action. Wrist spinners, and you can call a few of them over the years. The late Shane Warne, the late Abdul Qadir, they really were good at using their whole body into the delivery. So Mutara has to learn that. He's not fully developed yet. Obviously, he's still in his teens or probably around 20 years old. So he could be about 90.
Body strength.
So he has to get a little bit more physically fit and stronger. And because wrist spin bowling is not an easy art at all. And you have to be strong.
You want control, and apart from all the variations that we talk about, what you want from a wrist spinner is control as much as possible, because they do have that propensity to bowl, bad balls every so often, but they do get wickets more than probably any other type of bowler with those same barbs. 181 for 5 after 60 overs.
Yeah, the thing about it is that because of the natural angle and their wrist spinners, they will get the ball to turn. And a lot of times you're playing on flat surfaces where the finger spinner would not get that turn, or the fast bowlers won't get anything. So it's important that we develop our wrist spinners, because they're the one who are the wicket takers, especially when the pitches are placid.
Yeah, but we have to identify them first, and then work with them to develop their skill. To master the art of spin bowling, of leg spin bowling in particular. It's not the easiest thing to do. In fact, I've always said one of the tidiest leg spinners that I've ever known was Imtiaz Ali. And because Imtiaz hardly used to give away runs, he didn't like it. And, he would quarrel when you misfielded. So it's almost as if he took it upon himself to try not to bowl bad balls, as much as possible. But he had good variations. He had good variety as well. So he was a very tidy leg spinner.
Yeah, I played with Ganesh Mahabir in the 80s, and he was a very good wrist spinner, right-arm wrist spinner. But he tried a lot of different things, the use of the crease, the different angles, the different frames. He would release the ball in different ways. He would bowl before the bowling crease and things like that. I think that he tried too much. And all bowlers need to settle along first, and then you want that variation. But Ganesh Mahabir, a very good wrist spin bowler, but he tried too many things at times.
Well, I'm sure if he's listening, say good evening to Ganesh. I haven't seen him for a little while. In fact, I haven't seen him for quite a while.
See him a lot on Facebook.
There's another drive outside the off stump, teasing outside there, trying to get the batsman to overcommit. Corbindo has to be mindful, because that's exactly what it is Bishop is trying to entice him into, to make a false drive outside that off stump. And not get on top of it. But he does on that occasion to end the over. He remains 26. Graves is 1. It's 182 for 5. We see a little plane flying into Piako in the distance there. A small aircraft. So were you ever interested in becoming a pilot?
Not really.
But you're afraid of heights?
I'm tall already. Ruskin. I'm tall already. I'm tall already, Ruskin.
You could be tall and afraid of heights.
No,
I
I'm tall.
understand.
I'm up there already.
Yeah. What was your dream job, to play for the West Indies?
Yeah, always.
Not as a goalkeeper. You never wanted to be a goalkeeper.
No,
Oh,
no.
all right.
I had to make a choice between football and cricket. And at that point in time, it had situation in Trinidad where it pertains to football, Jack Warner issues with Arthur Sweet and those sort of things. So I choose cricket. But that's an excellent delivery.
The umpire is unmoved, but the appeal went up, and confidently they went screaming, and only for the umpire to say not out.
Yeah, it was an excellent delivery, a faster delivery that kept slightly low, but it was a faster delivery. Good change of pace by Mutara. Look at it. He's playing off the back foot and very close to the outside edge of the bat. Well taken there by proficient Tucker.
Goalkeeper, the ball almost hit the off stump as well. It was that close to the off stump. So now we have a second slip or a gully in place.
And this is
pressure.
Good attack in cricket. And you realize the pitch is turning a little bit more. It's assisting the spinners a little bit more. Of course, the ball, it can be described as an older ball now, 61.2 overs. So a lot more easier for the spinner to grip the ball.
Talk about trying to get out of jail there with one shot was Mario Graves. Throwing caution to the wind. That's what we call an agricultural shot.
Well, the important thing here is that Graves stay with Corbin because Corbin is set. He's on 26 of 81 deliveries. He's been there for a while. And you've got to respect as a junior batsman, the senior batsman, how they're trying his best to give his team a good score. Good bowling again by Mutara.
Yeah, the game has taken on a nice little rhythm now, and that's primarily because of the bowling. It's been spot on, and if they could pick up another wicket here, that will just add a little more spice to proceedings. Edging, and he's dropped it. Well. He put him in that position, and guess who? Clark, Rivaldo Clark, put there and not able to pick up the ball. And another opportunity. This is really what they were aiming for, to get a quick wicket right after they got one, after the interval. He literally guided the ball into his hand and he couldn't come up with it.
Yeah, well, it's a slip feeling, a specialist position for slip feelers who are efficient to go in those positions. Now, that is not what I think.
Repeat that for me.
Well, I know I got
because
you.
I'm trying to understand what exactly it is.
All right,
Tell me.
it's a position that you. All right, sorry.
That is a specialist position.
It's a slip. It's a position that requires specialists in that position, right? So my point is that this guy doesn't look so confident and be in that position, and you do not need to put him in that position where he is not confident. So that was a simple catch. And the game plan is working, the execution is good, but the catching has been poor.
They hold on to the catches. Yeah. I knew you'd have figured it out sometime.
I could make a mistake. Nobody's infallible.
You didn't make a mistake. It's just it came at me all at once
I'm
like
sorry,
that.
I'm sorry. I'm at a certain level, Ruskin, and you're not at that level.
Yeah,
sorry.
You just threw out all these words to me about specialist position and
infallible and things. Sorry,
I just wanted to make sure that
I want to apologize.
That I needed to slow it down.
What's the word that
so all of us could understand.
Yeah, but there's, you have to practice certain things. You have to put people in certain positions. A lot of players would not want to go in front of the bat on either the on-side or the off-side. And you want the specialist positions to be filled by guys who practice.
Who are capable of accepting the catch when it comes to them. And that isn't always easy to figure out in a squad. But you would think that a group that has been playing together now for close to 2 months, that they would have worked out who can field where, and who can't. So yeah, they have only themselves to blame. If he is not capable of fielding in the slip, and they haven't figured that out as yet, then that's on them. No, nobody else. But that would have been a real timely breakthrough there for them to really put them underway. So Graves survives. Corbin remains 26. Graves is 1. And it's 182 for 5 now.
Yeah, you want those flip fieldsmen to be able to fall, track the ball, follow the ball, track the ball. They must have soft hands. Biomechanically, they must be in the right positions. They must be able to concentrate for long periods. They must be able to turn off and then turn on where focus is concerned, because a lot of guys, they cannot stay out there in the field for long in those positions and then
focused.
maintain concentration and focus. So you have to know during the sessions who are adequate enough, proficient enough to be in those positions.
Did you used to talk a lot on the field? Like if you're fielding any slip, you used to talk to the wicketkeeper plenty?
Not really.
You didn't like it?
When Sir Vivian Richards put me in slip in Pakistan, let me just remind you. Well, he saw me in practice the day before. He said, "You see, you got to be in slip." I said, "Me?" And I remember Patrick Patterson opening bowling with Malcolm Marshall, the late Malcolm Marshall. And somebody edged the ball. I can't remember who, but I dove full length to my right and stop it. And all nervousness went. Oh, it was on the ground.
That was on the ground, okay.
And all nervousness went.
Did you take a couple catches in that game?
One. Yeah.
At slip or in the
At
golf
slip,
or
at slip.
in the outfield?
No, I was a specialist slip fieldsman.
A specialist?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I took 3 in New Zealand.
Stallone have nothing on you, but
I like those positions because you have to concentrate. You want to be in the game all of the time. Sometimes on a boundary and you lose focus. He's going for those drives, those expansive drives again. This is good bowling. He's opted Mutara to flank those deliveries. He's got those 2 slips in place. Are they in the right position?
yeah, they're actually in a good position there. The one at the second slip is slightly forward. And
oh, well bowled.
But here's a challenge for him. He has to stay down. You can't get up. If you look at him, if you keep your eyes on him, you see he has a tendency to almost stand up. But it's so much more difficult to go back down once the edge is taken. But if you're down there and you stay down, then all you're doing, you're coming up with the ball, as opposed to trying to go back down and retrieve it down there or search for it when it's down there. So you stay down, and close to the wicket fielding is you have to be very still. No sort of movement is required. You could anticipate where the ball is going to go if the batsman is playing the shot. Here he is again, cutting and missing, and the hands go up, but nothing to show for it. The end of another good over, 182 for 5 at the end of it.
Well, the other thing is it's similar to wicket keeping, but let's look at that shot again. He's going to a ball that is pitched not too far away from him. He's pulling back at the wrong time, and missing it completely. Good wicket keeping again. And you're right in saying that the slip fieldsmen must keep low. It's the same concept as a wicket keeper. You have to come up with the ball. And on these pitches, of course, they're not bouncy tracks. You have to adjust where position is concerned with the state of the pitches.
Yeah, but the common practice is to stay down and come up with the ball. Don't come up and then look for the ball. You stay down. It's similar to batting too. You stay over the ball, and then you unleash once you get to the pitch, or it's short enough that you could make the shot. I will refer to you for the rudiments of goalkeeping And this one is hit in the air, but the man at square leg never moved. And in fact, I don't think he would have had a chance with it, as the ball was nicely placed. It placed more forward mid wicket than it is to square leg. And that's 4 runs. It just bounced once and over the rope. But again, he was fetching it. He wasn't to the pitch of it, and he still went through with the shot. And luckily for him, he made good contact. And the kind of bats they're using now, all you need to do is hit it somewhere close to the middle.
He's hitting with the wind too. Obviously, he's a senior batsman. He's got to have conversations with Graves. Well bowled, well bowled. And the conversations has to be, listen, I will take on the bowlers. I will be a little bit more aggressive. You find yourself a little bit more rhythm before you play shots. You don't want to take Graves out of his natural ability to want to play shots, because it has to be balanced. But Corbin has to guide him through here.
Well, let's see what Bishop has for him.
That's a good shot. Excellent shot. Good movement down the wicket. Good use of the feet.
Yeah, he never lost his shape. He stayed at the side of the ball and stroked it nicely, which is the hallmark of good technique, good batsmanship. Because as you've seen a lot of times, batsmen tend to jump down the wicket and then lose the shape, so they just swing across the line of the ball. He was in behind the ball all the time, kept the shape very well. Unlike a certain goalkeeper I knew during the Intercol final, didn't keep his shape.
Back to the cricket.
I'm not calling any names.
So there's more bounce now and more turn for the spinners. They're gripping the ball a little bit more traction. It's a drier surface. And that's one of the issues there for the batsmen, creating some problems there.
And it's important for this team to bat out today, because if the wicket is going to change face a little bit, then you think it's probably going to start doing that by day 2, day 3, the end of day 2 into day 3. So you want to bat long in the first innings and then give yourself a chance. And if you could get to them early o'clock, then you're in business after that, because you would have used up the better part of the wicket in the first day and a half, and then if as it starts to deteriorate, or as you say, it starts to play tricks, bounce a little bit more, two piece, and
that's why first innings points is a very good idea, because you want to initiate the type of batting or bowling to be proactive and set up the game. A lot of times you get 200 runs in the first innings. It's not good enough. You don't really set up a game. Your team is not safe. You want to look for 350, at least 350. 400 is good to set up the game, so that initially you can be safe and you can be positive in trying to bowl out the opposition. But I think it's a good policy to have first inning points.
Yeah, and because I've seen teams win championships by virtue of a first inning win along the way, because some teams are difficult to beat outright, especially if, like you say, it's a good batting surface and they have good batsmen. You might have good batsmen too. So if they bat for argument's sake 2 days, then all you could do is bat for 2 days and try and see if you could overhaul that score, because bowlers can't get them out on both teams. So whoever can bat the best under those conditions will win. And that used to happen when I played local cricket, Paragon, Queen's Park. We would beat everybody else because we knew they were going to beat everybody else. So it really came down to when we faced each other, and every time we beat them on first inning, we would win the national title.
Yeah, but you want
And
a
when they beat
proactive,
us,
you want a
same
proactive
thing.
mindset at the
Yeah.
start of the game. Too many times the young players, especially, wait until the game unfolds to adjust. It's a
Oh,
good shot,
But what I'm
good
saying,
fielding.
but why did he go away from the second slip? The idea is to give the batsman something to think about here, and that expansive drive that he's making, right? you still want to put that second slip there so that he thinks about making that drive, because all you need is one to fire off the edge, and you have your man.
So you're saying that there should be two slips in place for both
Yeah,
batsmen?
even for Corbin.
Yeah.
Yep.
Got you.
Because as long as they're not prepared to, as I say, come out of the crease, because notice a lot of times they're playing deliveries that are well up to them on the back foot. It's because they're unsure of what they will do if they're not just jumping on the wicket and throwing the bat. Then it's a case of what else can they do?
Yeah, but some batsmen prefer to play off the back foot. They prefer
A lot
to
of
play the
batsmen, because
pitches,
they're not
the
sure.
balls
Yeah,
off the pitch.
they're not sure which way which turning, so they're up for the back foot
But
more
the
than
better
anything
players
else.
against spin always use their feet to combat the spin.
Yeah, to get to the pitch, and then you could dictate where you want to put the ball after that.
Or use the depths of the crease. I mean, Brian Lara is the epitome of an excellent batsman against all types of bowlers, but especially spin, because of his ability to use his feet nicely to get to the pitch of the ball and use the depths of the crease to adjust the lengths.
Yeah. And the reason is that, you remember, these are world-class bowlers that you're facing, so they will be trying things against you, and you have to always counter what it is they're doing to the 66 overs completed. It's 187 now for 5, with Matara with 2 for 31, 2 for 54 to Bishop. They are the principal wicket takers so far. And Tigre, I'm going to leave you for a little bit. I want you to talk about your goalkeeping days and how well you did, and why you gave up goalkeeping, and all sundry other things.
Well, I wouldn't talk about that, Ruskin Mark. I will talk about what is transpiring here. I think that obviously Corbin is the senior partner here, and Graves just came to the wicket. He's now on 1 off of 23 deliveries. So he's getting a little impatient. He's playing all types of shots. He's got to be a lot more disciplined. 187 for the loss of 5 off of 66 overs, not good enough. They would want to be, at the end of the day, at least, I would think, 275, 300 runs for the same loss of 5 wickets.
Yeah, they were batting 3 for 119 and lost a further 2 wickets with just over 60 runs. And really getting the wicket of Jeremiah, the captain, in the manner that he got dismissed just before getting to his 50 would be disappointing, not just for him, but for the team as well. Flirting with a cut shot outside the off stump. An additional bounce there from Bishop. He's bowled unchanged, toiled all morning and afternoon. I think it was 6 overs from this end, from 2 spells, from 2 different bowlers. He came into the attack earlier than expected, with Pittman just bowling 3 overs and having to leave the field. But he's taken up the mantle of responsibility very well indeed. 2 for 54 for him. Tugging across the line. What do you make of Graves' innings thus far? It's 26 balls, 1 run, and he seemed to try to play 2 shots to every delivery.
Yeah, he favors the cut shot, and that's why 2 slips should be maintained, even for Bishop. But he's going for that cut shot, even if the ball is close to the off stump, which is a dangerous ploy. But he's been ultra aggressive, and he's not been able to make contact.
Now, when he has defended, he's looked technically correct. Maybe balls pitching in his area, but he's unsure. He's looking to defend, but he's trying to fabricate shots that are not there off the other deliveries and can get himself into some problems. He needs to look at the situation of the game and the total on the board.
And also, his mindset cannot be that he's been picked primarily for his bowling. He's in a situation here where he needs to bat and bat along with his batting partner in Corbin. And he's set, as I mentioned. He's worked very hard, but what he needs is help now to formulate and develop partnerships.
And sometimes if he is in that frame of mind and looking like he could be dismissed at any point in time, it unsettles the batter at the other end and thinking that he now has to take more responsibility on to keep the strike and shepherd the innings, when that shouldn't be the case, especially with Graves' ability with the bat. Because last season, we've seen him put some good totals on the board.
And the thing about it is that he has to be situational. He's got to transform his natural aggressive self into sometimes being a little bit more docile and look to build an innings. This is a 4-day game. This is not a T20 game. And this scenario demands that he stays out there and bats for long.
Brings to mind the Sunil Gavaskar against Rishad Pant.
Yeah, yeah. That was something else. He was doing commentary and was verbally very strong with the way Richard Pant, got out.
There's a misfield there at backward point, and it's going to go for 4. It's a pity, though, because Motara, he's been good from that end after the tea interval, and a misfield there, and it's gone for 4.
And it's also a very good example of how to play the cut shot, and I hope that his partner is watching. He's staying with the ball, hitting on top of the bounce of the ball, and achieving 4 runs. That's the way you play the cut shot, not pull back at the last moment or look to hit it too hard. You've got to keep your eyes on the ball.
Got to chop down on it.
Yeah, that's a batsman there. Thanks for coming on at the time that you came on when we were talking about batsmanship and batting. You're the ideal person, not the other person we had on.
I would suggest Gordon Greenwich is the ideal person for the cut shot. And it's going to be a run out here. Just looking at ball cut into the onside, took off for the single, and we've been distracted with Gordon Greenwich and his cut shot. We'll have another look again, and it's going to be a run out here. So 191 for 6. Punch off the back foot into the covers. Took off for the run. Was a late response. So he was going to be out. Romario Graves run out by a long, long way. If the call was by Corbin, and a complacency again setting in. No symbiosis in the running there out in the middle.
Yeah, I think that you look at Justin Graves, look at Graves, Romario Graves, he was not backing up, and it was an awful run. There was a bit of sword fight in between both batsmen. They should have called no because of the indecision, and they just decided to run, and obviously Graves was not anywhere close to making his ground.
You saw Graves just look back to ground his bat after the shot was played and Corbin was already coming down. Corbin, having seen that, hesitated in the middle, and they eventually decided to still go through for the run. But by that time, Ogis was already on it and got the throw in, and Romario Graves was left stranded, run out from a very perplexed innings indeed, and the 6th wicket goes down now. And just as we saw with the dismissal earlier with the ball playing on, that stemmed from a misfield previous. And now we see another misfield that went for 4, and complacency running in the wickets results in another wicket falling. And not good news now.
Yeah, you can't make excuse that this team, unlike the other teams, have not been together frequently because of the nature of CCC cricket. It's elementary stuff out there. You have to know that you have to back up if you are the non-strikers end. You have to make sure the call is assertive enough, quick enough, and you have to trust your partner. None of those things happened there, and it resulted on Graves losing his wicket.
You have to have the understanding when the run is on, and also appreciate the communication and respond to the batter whose call it is. So Corbin took off immediately for the run, seeing that it was to the left of the field and he had to run around, knowing that there would have been a single there. But Graves hesitated to his detriment. 6 wickets down now, 191. Motara continues. He has 2 for 35. They are going to get the run. It's going to be a bye, is it? Yep, bye. Tuckett, who's been good behind the stumps there, just concentration just waning a little bit.
Got to be tremendously fit to play this game. Remember, this is the level just before Test match cricket. And Test match cricket is exactly that. It's a test of everything, including fitness, not just physical fitness, but mental fitness.
Yeah, the mental fitness is just as important as the physical fitness, because you're not going to survive in the game if you aren't mentally fit to go through these periods of play in terms of concentration. 67 over 67.5, over's gone. One delivery left to come. Corbin goes to 36 as he overcomes stand end. 193 for 6. And it's been a good spell by Mutara. We've been asking for him to come on for so long. Eventually he gets into the attack. I don't know if it was a question of waiting for the ball to get older. And sometimes captains have a plan A and don't have a plan B, or have a plan B and don't know when to implement it. And with the early loss of Pittman, should have known that plan B needs to come in effect a little sooner and get Mutara into the attack. Because what that would have meant was that it would have been less pressure and effort required by Blades and Edward to come back and bowl 3 spells each. And as we've seen, Bishop bowling unchanged here into his 28 over now from the northern end.
Yeah, I think that there can be plans, but there has to be flexibility as the game unfolds. And we don't see that being a general thing where captains are concerned in the Caribbean. Why is, Mutara not bowling with a second slip with a new batsman in the Akeem Jordan?
And that's the type of questions that leave commentators scratching their heads. Because we have the luxury of being here, sitting down, looking at it with all the replays and all the analysis and data collection that we can. But there are analysts sitting in the dugout for both teams who also see the same information or even more. So whether that information is being assimilated correctly and then being sent out to the captain.
But it's always about game execution plans. It's always about organizing a canvas for you to paint on initially, and then you can be abstract in the way you go about things on the field of play. But Ruskin, Mark, and myself were talking about, critical thinking ability on your feet. And I don't think, in a general sense, you're going to get 1 or 2 captains like Imlach. Tevin Imlach is excellent. Joshua De Silva has improved a lot. So we getting captains now and leaders now that have the quality. Is just to push them a little bit more, and they need to be challenged. I like the fact that if you look at what transpired early on in the tournament, because of the placid nature of the pitches and because of the ball balls, it was very hard for captains to get wickets easily.
It was a run fest.
Right. So you had to think. So captains will develop under pressure then. But if you get in wickets easily here, captains are not challenged. It's going to be close here. Again, poor running between the wickets. And again, fundamental issues there. I'm not sure that they are discussing how to go about running between the wickets here. They need to.
But quite frankly, having just seen a run out, this one is played to the left of, is it Mutara there? And he got it very quickly indeed and got the throw off. It wasn't a powerful throw, but still threatened to have the run out of Corbin. A stronger throw and he would have been gunners for sure. But again, the ball played to the left, but this time it got there quickly. And he was able to get to it quickly and get the throw back in, creating a half chance. Tugged into the onside. There is a man at deep mid-wicket. It's in the air, but it's gone too far in the air. It's over the boundary, and another 6, I believe it's the second 6 of the innings so far. And that brings up the 200 for 6 in the 69th over.
Yeah, I think it's strategic batting. That's an excellent shot because it was a flighted delivery, and he's made up his mind that once he gets close to the line of the ball, and he can reach the ball, he's going to play that slog sweep type shot. Now, away from the fielder. So it's an excellent shot. And he's opting to put pressure on the bowler so that the bowler does something different and perhaps pulls back his length a little bit more. So it's a cat and mouse game at this time.
And he was very, very careful as to where he placed that shot because there is a man looking, Johnson, on that mid-wicket boundary, but it was hit more to the cow corner, straight mid-wicket, and it had enough, because the wind coming across the ground would have helped as well to get it over the boundary. But had it been a little bit straighter, he could have been in some trouble.
It's amazing. It's amazing because the plan is working. The tall wrist spinner is getting the ball to bounce and turn. You've seen some excellent googlies, and you have one slip in place. That is amazing.
Yeah, 6 wickets down, new batter in. Don't want to say tail ender, but Hakeem Jordan is very capable. Can bat for a long period, can get runs on the board. But this is the best time to get them out. When they are first in at the crease and the ball is in your hand, you're well warm, you're controlling your line and lengths, your googlies, your leg spinners, get that second slip in.
See, he has a tendency to play through the onside, to turn the face of the bat, and could get a leading edge here. I like the fact that Uttara is also falling through. He's got to be ready for that return catch. That's well played. How long could he do that for? Because of the fact we talked about muscle memory. So coming forward to negate the turn to get to the pitch of the ball, but batsmen can do that for what, twice or 3 times, and then fall back in the habit of playing off the back foot, getting a 1 run here. And we know that obviously Bishop can bowl long spell. He's been bowling a long spell here, but he's starting to get tired. And so bad deliveries will come. That's good batting in the gap. And that's why I think that Corbin is an excellent player. He's quick to make the adjustment from front foot to the back foot. And he punches that ball for the 1 run. And that's the end of the over, the 70th over. It's now 203 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Johan Lane is on the field.
Yeah.
Chagasai is on as well. Johnson is on the field. He's moving a lot freer now on the boundary edge, feeling as sweeper in that last over. So that's a good sign.
Yeah, I'm slightly disappointed that Lane is not playing because I wanted to see him. He's done well this year. Obviously, they're going to want to give somebody else a try. He's fit enough because he's on the field as a substitute fieldsman, but he's improved a great deal. His consistency, his pace is up, and he's still 20, 21 years old. So you know that he's going to get faster as he gets stronger. So slightly disappointed that he's not playing this actual game.
Yeah, I was looking forward to seeing him bowl as well. And you're right, he has got that. He's always had the pace, but now he has the consistency to go with that pace. And he threatens the outside edge and does have that short pitch ball. This one tugged in the air is going to go to Johnson, who's out into the deep. And you can see him moving around in the outfield, diving away. I did say he's moving a lot more freely now, but he cannot get there. Diving in vain, almost close to hauling that one in. But it's going to go for 4 and a valiant effort from him out there in the deep.
I think it's a very good effort. It's not easy. He's running away from the wind. It's coming from a northerly direction, in my opinion. So the wind would have been in his face. He's trying his very best to get to the ball. It's not easy to judge those type of aerial shots. And it was a very good effort. But clearly the game plan from Corbin is to hit in that area because he's getting runs in that area. So he's trying to put the bowler, Bishop, under pressure by employing consistently the slog sweeps.
Yeah, this is where the captain needs to be a bit proactive. It's the second time he's gone in that area. Yeah, we see Johnson is being moved to that cow corner area. And in fact, I would have put 2 people out there, as well as having the long one in place, because that is his get out of jail shot. Nice stop there in the covers.
Or the bowler can slightly adjust his line and perhaps drift one wide of the off stump. Let him try to play the same shot.
And no doubt he will go for it because he is middling it currently. The Bishop, two wickets. He's in his 29th over on the trot, separated only by the lunch and the tea intervals. He's conceded 66 runs now. And he must be tiring somewhat. In the air, and he's gone. He has his 3rd wicket, persisted. He shifted the line as it was, forced on him by Tony Gray from commentary box position, forcing him to change his line, forcing him to hit through the covers. He hits it in the air to a ball that was not there to drive, straight into the hands of Motara, and he goes.
That's excellent. Excellent bowling. As I suggested, drift one wide of the off stump. The inclination is to plant that front foot and look for the slog sweep. He was trying that and then had to change his shot, and he wasn't to the pitch of the ball and presented a very simple catch. So this is excellent bowling, and we talked about him tiring, but this will give him some impetus to continue.
They're very disappointed indeed to fall in such a manner.
Yeah, but it's all
Outfox,
about
really, yeah.
that's right. It's all about understanding what the batsman is trying to do and being smart enough to drift one or two and change the game plan against the batsman. You could see him planting that front foot and then had to adjust because the ball was wide of the off stump rather than straighter to him.
Yeah, the left leg never got all the way out to the pitch, and it was really wide indeed. And he couldn't control the shot at all, and could only, perhaps if he had tried to lift it higher to get over him. As you can hear the winds gusting up here in the commentary box, coming in from behind us in the northern direction, from the northern direction. He's going to put, is he? No, he's not going to put the second slip. We were tempted. It was Blades running. If it was Clark, we were sure he was going to be in the second slip. Rivaldo Clark, couple chances. Well, one chance really in the slip, low down off the spin of Motara. Wasn't able to hang on. The new batter is Larry Edwards, not really getting forward there, just playing from the crease.
Well, they're not showing the inability to bat. They're showing all that they can handle the bat. But it's how long they can bat for. This is a 4-day game. It's imperative, very important that they get a good score. And what we have seen is that they've gifted a lot of wickets away. One coming via the run-out route. And it's not good cricket at all. It's complacent cricket. And they're releasing the pressure. Partnerships have been building, and then all of a sudden, you're gifting wickets away.
So the new guy is Larry Edwards. It's Akeem Jordan on strike, trying to drive a full one. So Larry Edwards, what do you know about this guy?
Not much at all. Obviously, he's a bowler. Bats low down, so I'm not sure we've had too much information on him.
It's his first game in the tournament.
Oh, this is his first game. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, you're the stats man. You asking me, and you're the stats man. We have all kind of documents here. And it's been a tremendous effort from young guns.
Yeah, he's
Tara continuing.
Comes into the side from Calvin Marcus. So no doubt he's probably going to take the ball. That one's hit for 4. Otara over pitching there. Edwards into his stride. Wide again and hammers it in the air. Goes for 4. 211 now on the board. Seven wickets down. We're in the 72nd over. We're going to have a new ball due at 80, but with 7 wickets down, we'll have to wait and see. You can see the fall of wickets there. And three wickets to Joshua Bishop. 29 overs from him. The first wicket falling with 43 runs on the board. 100 posted for the loss of 3 wickets. And now with 200 runs on the board, the 7 wicket falling. The Bishop is going to continue yet again. The current run rate just dipping below 3 with the fall of these wickets. Paris, the top scorer for the innings with 52 runs, but falling right after that with a ball that trickled back onto his stump. And Captain Jeremiah falling for 47. And Corbin going for 48. Those are the top scorers for the innings thus far. And the leading wicket taker, that of Joshua Bishop, with 3 for 66. Past the outside, there's Bishop angling across him yet again. So welcome back, Ruskin Mark, into the commentary booth.
Thank you very much. And of course, I was just looking at following that Jamaica TNT game. It's 102 for 2 now, Jamaica. Showing some resistance after they lost first 2 wickets early in the game.
That being a day and night encounter down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Mackenzie is on 31 and 57 to Jermaine Blackwood. 7 fours and a 6. And here it's been a real fight here for them. They just seem to lose their way a little bit here. Because you were calling out the top scorers and the wicket takers, but the wickets one was 43 for 1, 62 for 2, 119 for 3, 168 for 4, and then 176 for 5, 191 for 6, and 207 for 7. And the game has changed now. It's really now it's a real dog fight now for the batsmen to try to keep out the bowlers, but more importantly, try to get runs on the board. And Edwards very composed, very relaxed as he was just groping there. End of the over. 73 completed now. It's 211 for 7.
Another maiden thrown down there by Joshua Bishop. He's bowled 10 maidens in his spell. 20 of 30 overs. Conceding at 3.3 runs on over. So it's been good going from him. And they are still short a bowler. With Calvin Pittman being off the field.
Is it a headache? Is it
well, he didn't seem to have any type of physical
injury. Yep.
And his warm-up was pretty routine, going through the paces this morning. Otara to continue. Just a one step in place still. Sweeper out on the boundary on the offside. Tugged into the onside. Over.
And the man at square leg never saw it. He's still looking for it. He's not sure.
Well, his fans went to here immediately. His name was called. He's on the boundary. It went to his left, over the head of Bishop, who's in close at mid-wicket. And it's Jagasa out there in the deep, all by his lonesome. Caught unawares as to where the ball was heading, in which direction.
Yeah, it has happened before by a batsman where the fielder just never picked up the ball off the bat and was at a loss as to where to locate the ball.
There is a lot of cloud cover over, with some dark clouds to the west of us. No threat of rain really, and we've had a strong wind coming in from the north. So it's just a little bit dull. Swing and a miss outside the off stump. Making the case for a second slip.
Well, he is going to throw the bat at the ball once it's given any kind of flight at all. And he's a big, strong man, so you know he could clear the fences here, Akeem Jordan.
Reverse sweep pulls out. And it's going to go for 4. Innovation here from Hakeem Jordan.
Very well played by him. And in fact, it just shows you the thought process that he's going through. He had a big he-ho at one, missed it completely. And then he decides, look, that isn't working. Let me just go with the spin and go with the sweep shot, but the reverse sweep. And voila, money in the bank.
Well, it was executed very well indeed. He's up to 14 off of 20 now.
And this time he's very much in control and forcing the bowler to have to be a little quicker through the air. Is the over, though, 219 for 7 at the end of it. 52 to Paris, 48 to Corbin, and 47 to Jeremiah. So they got starts, but no one has really been able to carry on just yet.
Mutar as well, 2 for 50 now with that shot for 4. He bowled 16 overs.
And they probably have to, I would think they might really consider bringing back one of the quicker bowlers now.
Yeah, particularly at the end of Joshua Bishop. He's thrown down 30 overs. He has gotten 3 wickets, but he must be tiring as well. As we get a look at Blades there, he is an option, of course.
Or even Edwards, because I think Edwards' control was good enough that I think he will trouble all the batsmen.
$74 overs. This one's Stern in. This time Jagasa out there. Is Edward out there?
So, and he seemed to be moving okay in the field, although we know he might have been carrying, it might have been cramps. He's carrying some kind of a little injury. He was stretching, and even now you could see him stretching. So I'm not sure if he got the call or the signal from the captain to do a few limb bring-ups. And immediately you could see him doing a little bit of stretching, turning, twisting, trying to get warm, and that's out. Really, he was just groping at it. And simple catch, taken at slip by Teddy Bishop. So another wicket goes, and Jordan has to go for 14.
Yeah, that one just seemed to kick a little bit. Bishop has been able to get some bounce. The deliveries outside of that off stump. But look at it here. Did he get some more bounce on this particular delivery? Hitting high up on the bat, almost on the glove, if not the glove itself. And an easy catch there to Bishop at first slip. He looks down the pitch in denial. But he has to go. He's gone for 14 after hitting a couple boundaries off of 21 deliveries. It's 220 for 8 now in the 73rd over. As they take a drinks break, we'll take a drinks break with that as well.
As we welcome you back here, as another wicket goes down. We have 8 wickets down now, and what looked like it was going to be a score in the region of 300 or so by the end of play could be a lot less than that, and they probably will not even bat out the day. And that's because things have changed drastically since they went to lunch at 77 for 2 and tea at 171 for 4. It's now 220 for 8. So Shamar Holder, who has been in some form, is at the crease. And he said this in the end, he too is going to be out caught. Well. He tried to hit it. He tried to hit it so hard that he miscued it. And Holder, who is in good form right now, has to go for a duck.
It's really just falling apart here for the CCC, winning the toss, opting to bat. And the fall of wickets for the last 4 wickets. Have a look at it again, coming off the bottom as he's pulling away from the shot, gets the bottom part of the bat. And a simple catch there for Motaro. He's got 2 now. And he's very much involved in proceedings here. It's 220 for 9 with Larry Edward, the not-out batsman. Shamar Holder going, and it's Jaden Edmund who makes his way out to the crease. And out of that 220 runs, 17 of those have been extras. 11 of which has been wide, 1 that went for 4.
So they've really fallen away badly here, the CCC. And it's something that I'm sure they must have had discussions about. And we're trying to guard against, but it seems to happen to them more often than not. And they can't seem to figure out what the answer is to the problem. So Edmund now. And that's a good delivery coming in, and they're going to have to hurry. And they do, but what a delivery. First up, because you could see it coming with the arm and just angling in at the right-hander as he was groping forward.
And just as we were anticipating a break for Joshua Bishop, he picks up his 5th wicket with 2 wickets in the over. And you're certainly not going to get a ball out of his hands until the end of this innings.
Yeah, you might get it when he walks off the field, but not before.
No, he won't give it up then either. He has 5.
You might get it back from him when you're walking off the field. But after that, Trinidad and Tobago just picked up another wicket. It's 106 for 3 now. But it's not the danger man who is out. It's McKenzie. And this is a nicely played. Good anticipation there. And Yannick Correa. That was McKenzie. Kirk McKenzie went for 31. And Jermaine Blackwood is on 60. So the over comes to an end now. So 2-2-2 for 9. Edwards on 2 and Edmund is on 1. Larry Edwards and Jaden Edmund. So a lot of matches being played, and in fact, all of the teams are involved. As we say, down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, the Jamaica Scorpions are battling the TNT Red Force. Barbados Pride are also in action. They're looking to rebound after that humiliating loss to Trinidad and Tobago inside of 2 days. Tony Gray is still pinching himself about that outcome.
Well, they're batting 48 with 3 wickets down. With Windward Islands 186, Barbados are 48 for 3 after 10.3 overs.
It's a one-day game.
More like a T20. Playing in Gross Inlet. Windward Islands. We come back into the team. Just 12 runs for him.
Yep. But so far, so good. As Jaden Edmond is trying to keep things honest. It probably is only a matter of time before he has a dip. And here he goes, doing well. Coming back for a second run, they'll get it too.
Comfortably in the end, fabricating a paddle shot there.
Actually, that's that's Larry Edwards trying that little paddle shot there.
Going with the spin.
And it was just a matter of time, but he got it into the gap. We will have to settle for just the one run. So I think these two are probably going to try and see how many they can get. And they're probably going to bring out the long handle to see if they can clear the fences here at the Sir Frank World Park, where it's a nice, cool Wednesday afternoon.
With just one wicket to go, it does now bring the possibility that the West Indies Academy will have to come in and bat for the close of proceedings.
Because we haven't even reached 80 overs yet in the day. We're in the 76th over.
It's a low-scoring affair all across the islands, with Guy and the Harpy Eagles being dismissed for 193.
There's an appeal for an LBW padding up. No shot being offered. That's always, you're living dangerously when you do that.
And the Leeward Islands in response are 78 for 1. Mikhail Louis, he's on 48.
It's another one, this time going down the leg side, probably. So pressure is on for the CCC after they were going along so nicely, but they have 225 on the board. The problem is they've lost 9 wickets so far.
Yeah, the last 3 wickets falling for less than 20 runs. One of that being that of Corbin. He went for 47. Would have been disappointed with that dismissal. And then Hakeem Jordan falling for 219 on the board. 2 wickets in 1 over for Bishop. When the 9th wicket fell, the score on 219.
So they're being very meticulous about how they set the field for this. But they do have the deep backward square. They have a square leg, almost forward of square, and a man behind square. And there goes the little reverse. And that's 4 runs. Down the hill it goes. Nicely played, you would have to say.
Well, they have been executing the reverse sweep better than they've been hitting some of the other shots. And Bishop, interestingly now, for the second time in his spell, has gone over the wicket, but he didn't stay for over the wicket too long. Playing against the spin that paddle sweep there for Edwards, it takes him to 9 and 229 for 9. Slower delivery through the air, turned into the onside.
Well, that was a comfortable single. For whatever reason, they decided against it. And again, it's that once the ball is square, a lot of the batsmen have really difficulties judging the trajectory of the ball. So it's very difficult for them to know when to set off for a run or whether to set off for a run or not. But as well played. That's a gorgeous shot. So when he has shown the ability to bat. Larry Edward, he's on to 10. He's into double figures now. When you consider only 3 batsmen well, plus Edmund, who's there now, have failed to reach double figures. So they've had quite a number of their batsmen get starts. 47 to Jeremiah, 23 to Evelyn, 12 to Powell, 52 to Paris, 48 to Corbin, 14 to Jordan. And so when they look back at the scorecard, I'm sure the coaches, when they speak to them, will point that out to them, that so many of you all got starts, but nobody really carried on. One more, the scoreboard ticks over, 230 for 9. It should be 231, rather, 231 for 9 now, after 77 overs.
Considering as well, they've been short a bowler for almost the entirety of the 77 overs. But Bishop has more than filled the void. He's searching for his 6th wicket. And Motara is searching for his 3rd.
Motara has really come in and he has been the one that has really kind of given them that little spark. And as he started to get among the wickets, Bishop kind of took off as well. So it was a kind of a double barrel attack from both ends and with success.
Motara has delivered that Yorker type delivery more often than not. He's producing it with regularity. And his control has been quite exquisite.
He's getting quite a bit of bounce now, because he's given the ball a nice little loop, but he's not throwing it right up to the batsman. He's really tempting them to come after it.
Sure, the googly goes wrong. Pulled away. And it's gone for 4 past Nathan Edwards there, that short fine leg.
Yeah, that was a gift. You lined it poorly, and it just kind of sat up there and was waiting to be hit. And Edmund says, thank you very much. So he goes to 6 now. And the score goes to 235 for 9 CCC after they won the toss and opted to bat first. So nice cool conditions here at the Sir Frank Royal Park. But I think the West Indies will try finish this innings as quickly as possible. There's the googly again, and just missing that off stump.
Just had the odd one. Ever so often the angles down the leg side, but his control has been pretty good since he's come on. He is well bowling 18 overs on the trot now. Did have a chance go down the second slip, which has been vacated since then. Have a look at the bowling figures there. 5 wickets, Joshua Bishop. 150 dot balls, conceding 75 runs with an economy of 2.34. Very impressive indeed from the youngster. Adds to the success of the left-arm spinners across the region.
And that is something that I'm sure the West Indian selectors must be looking at, is to try to get variety in their bowling attack. But if you can't get variety in terms of bowling styles or the bowling discipline, then you go with the like-for-like bowlers or similar bowlers or similar style of bowlers, but who may bring some variety in terms of the way they bowl. They're bowling the same thing, but they do it differently, like Gudakesh Muti and, any number of left-arm spinners that you could pluck out of the region. And so you would want to think that Muti is probably more of an attacking bowler, and the others might be what you call holders. They will get wickets from time to time, but their main job is to dry up runs at one end and allow Muti to fire away at the other.
Warwickman is definitely more of an economical bowler. with some flight variations, his pace is variations as well as his line and length. Moti is a bit quicker through the air and can be a little more expensive, but as successful. And Bishop here is showing a lot of variety with his 5 wickets thus far. He's gone back, left arm around the wicket.
Yeah, he's a little too short though. He's been short in this over and the previous over as well. Because constantly he's being played off the back foot by Edwards and Edmund. When in reality, you really want to try and see if you could get them to come onto the front foot and play from there. Tailenders are not, they don't like to have to leave the crease much. And when they do is most times they come in to have a big swing.
Man has been brought in at bat pad there. Looks like MBK Joseph. So when he went back around the wicket with the batter just pulling out that reverse sweep, forcing him to go back around. And as he changed the angle, the reverse sweep, the angle changed and the fielder was more in place and they just got a single. So he maintains that around the wicket approach, even to the right-hander.
And there's a beauty. Hits the edge and he's gone. So a wonderful delivery there. Just pitch and hitting. And Edmund has to go for 7. And that is the end of the innings.
Look at it again there. Getting that bounce again there, Bishop. Coming off the top portion of the bat handle and the glove. And he's gone for 12, for 7 rather. And it brings the end of the innings. And the CCC have been dismissed for 238 runs. 1 run short of that 80 over mark when the new ball would have been available. And it's been a good performance by the West Indies Academy, considering they were a bowler short for all entirety of 76 overs of this innings. And the batting card, Johan Jeremiah 47, Damil Evelyn 23, Kieran Powell 12, Shakiri Paris 52 top scoring, Kyle Corbin 47, Daniel Williams for 5, Romario Graves 1, Akeem Jordan 14, Larry Edward for 12, Chamar Holder no score, Jade and Edmund not out on 7. There were 17 extras in the innings, 237 for 9. And the main wicket taker, the bowling card, there is going to be a change of innings. And in about 10 minutes time or so, we'll return.
So thank you very much as we welcome you back here for basically the last half hour to 45 minutes. So we think of the first day of this encounter. Hakeem Jordan is getting ready to pick up the attack at the top end for the CCC outfit. They would be looking back at this and thinking they let a good position slip away from them. And I'm sure, Billy, that they would probably want to make amends with the ball now, maybe picking up 2 or 3 quick wickets here.
Yeah, they'll want to try to even the playing field by snagging a couple wickets. If they can, it's going to be Hakeem Jordan from the northern end who is going to pick up the attack. Hakeem Auguste has a couple good knocks this season. Top score of 77. 149 and 143. Averaging just about 26.6 in this 2025 West Indies Championship. He's going to face first strike. Jordan starting around the wicket to the left-hander. Starts with a ball wide of the off stump. Really just a loosener.
But he does have the tools to create some problems here for the academy batsmen.
A better line delivery. Left alone. Just shadowing the shot and pulling the bat away. The ball goes through to the wicketkeeper Williams. And the West Indies Academy would want their innings just to take off here in the right mode without the loss of a wicket. Try to get through these 8 overs until the end of the day's play. It's 4:35 here.
If you lose one, you don't want to lose a second one, and you might even consider a night watchman at this stage. You don't want to expose too many of your front line batters under these conditions. These are nice, cool conditions. As a bowler, you're ready to fly in. Yeah, because you could trust your fitness and you know that you're going to get a good night's rest. You have a whole night to recover, and then you come back tomorrow to crank it up again.
That's a peach of a delivery there. Pitching and just leaving fractionally, beating the outside edge.
And Jordan can do that to you. He's a really a wonderful bowler, and so I don't think the West Indies Academy can take it for granted that they will survive. This is going to be a serious examination for them.
He's bowling with 3 slips on a gully. Bowling with the wind to his back. To Evelyn there at mid-wicket, who does make the shy. And they are going to get the single in the end. Probably not necessary for the throw.
Yeah, that really was uncalled for. But I suppose, as they say, with just a few of us to play with, and you could try anything, see if you could prize out an early wicket. And one of the ways to get a wicket is still legal to get a run out.
Just criminal in this game.
Yeah, and the one we saw was really, it should not have happened, but it did. You look at it and you say, well, what were they thinking?
And they were always threatening to get themselves run out at some point or the other, particularly when coming back for the second run. And BK Joseph is the man who's going to face up now. It's just 1 ball left in the over. This is his 3rd game in the tournament, replacing Jagasa. Does already have a 50, 54, his top score.
He's a small man. When I say so, he's short. stature, but he's wide. It's a wide body.
And he's losing his direction. They're angling down the leg side. The end of the over. 1 run, 1 over. So they're 238 for 10 all out. 10 wickets lost in 79 overs. Top score by Shakiri Paris, followed by Kyle Corbin. The highlight, Joshua Bishop bowling unchanged, 33 overs, conceding 78 runs, taking 6 wickets. Shamar Holder, 27 wickets to him now. Shamar Holder, he's going to bowl from the southern end. Shamar Holder, he as well. Coming in to the team for the last 2 games. Did get a 5-wicket haul against the Leeward Islands, picking up 5 for 107.
So it just shows you that they have bowlers who are quite capable of troubling this academy batting lineup, but they have to put in the work. If the batsmen are not prepared to give their wickets away, like how we saw earlier today with some of the CCC batsmen, if the West Indies Academy batsmen put their heads down and bat, they must be trying to get first innings in this game and then see, how the game unfolds after that. But that has to be the first object.
And they've had issues at the top of the order. Started off with Jagisa, Ogis, Teddy Bishop and Rivaldo Clark, the top 4 batters. And they've lost early wickets in the past, but they've had Carlon Bowen Tuckett at that number 5 position, and he's been very solid. He scored 362 runs so far in 5 games with an average of 45. He's been really the rock of that middle order.
Again, good movement across the left-hander. Good carry as well.
Did see Holder produce a pitch of a delivery, one that swung in late. Can't remember who the batter was. Lost his stumps. So he does have the ability to swing the ball around, as well as having 3 slips in place. Kieran Powell in the first slip.
It's hit into the gap and it's going to go all the way. So with an offer and taken advantage of quickly by Ogist.
A very wide delivery indeed. Pounced on it by Ogist. There's a lot of room there between Edward there at point and cover. Penetrating the gap quite easily. A gift, really. That's where he needs to be.
Good comeback delivery, good aggressive bowling. And you look at Shamar Holder, you think of he has a sort of a bandy leg, and you think back to Van Holder, who also had a bandy leg. One of the true greats of West Indies cricket, but because of all this success that we've had prior to Holder and Boyce, their rules or their impact hasn't really been as well documented as it probably should be. But Van Holder was a world-class bowler, as was Keith Boyce. Keith Boyce had one of the smoothest run-ups you could find, but it was an aggressive run-up. It wasn't, he wasn't mucking about. He used to fly in at the crease. That's well bowled again. And well left. One would have to say Ogish negotiates that well enough as the over comes to and 5 without loss after 2.
There's just a couple loose deliveries in that over there. One dispatched for 4.
He's a slipper.
But he's been very tight on that off-stump line since then.
Clark is a slipper. He's not. He's trained a lot. Why he dropped it down?
So we're looking at the. So now you're seeing the. Is this the period here now, Joseph? You know who he reminds me of? And Becky reminds me of my good friend Jamal Hamilton. Although Jamal is right-handed, but they're built almost, identical. And Becky might be a little more stockily built, a little more beef. But Jamal Holder, when Jamal first came on the scene, he was just like him. Jamal Hamilton, when he first came on the scene, he was stubborn as a batsman and would score crucial runs.
He's going to have a testing time here because Jordan is working at that off-stump line. There are 3 slips and a gully, a backward point, cover, mid-off. So it's a 7-2 field with just 2 on the onside.
And I like the rhythm that we're seeing here from Jordan, Hakeem Jordan. His run-up is not a very long one, but it's it's nice and balanced. Although he does have a little bit of a little jerky part of it that when he starts, he kind of jumps and then runs and takes almost like takes a few steps to gather himself, and that's a great take there. Really going flying down that leg side. We've seen the 2 wicket keepers, and both of them have shown that they're quite capable with the glove.
Williams launching himself after that one. Getting it in the glove and on landing, just kept it in the gloves. Excellent take from him. Of course, they're not anticipating deliveries like that down the leg side. And they're looking to shuffle to their left to collect deliveries that are moving away from the left-hand batter. But that time, fanning at one, just short of a length outside the off stump. There were just 6 overs and a ball left to go. You want to leave those alone.
Now there are 4 slips in place and the gully. So again, you're seeing the plan here is to try to get him to play at something on or about that off stump, maybe just outside. See if he can hit the edge and hope that they catch it. It's in the air, awkward. They may get a second run. And they do. It's good running, good aggressive running. The shot wasn't the best, but he got it away from any fieldsman. And they pick up 2 runs. 3 completed now, 7 without loss.
And that's the difference in the 2 teams there with the running at least. Coming back for the second. He worked it in the air on the onside. There are only 2 men on the onside. And recognizing that early. And Evelyn had to chase back to his left. And Mbike ran the first one hard. Touchdown and always knew he was coming back for the second. The throw was on its way, but put pressure on the fielder. And a wayward throw, and he got back there in time. But one would have thought with the pace he ran the first one, even if the throw was a good one, he would have still gotten in there and completed 2 runs quite easily.
So Jamal Holder.
He just has to work out. He's getting some significant movement there as we see in the background. Pedro Collins. And Ramesh Subasinghe, coach and manager of the coach and assistant coach of the West Indies Academy. You just want to get that ball just closer to the middle and off stump with that amount of movement he's getting as indicated there by Pedro Collins. One who's no stranger to getting that ball to seam around, the left-handed former West Indies bowler.
And there it goes again, trying to play it on the onside, and the ball just flew. It went there quickly and nicely taken in the slip cordon, and that's the end of Auguste, and he has to go for 5.
And exactly as we were saying, needs to get that ball closer to middle and off. With that amount of movement, and we can look and see the movement off the seam here. Pitching, trying to turn the bat face more on the line of the leg stump, actually getting a leading edge, and it goes to the third slip, Romario Graves, who takes a good catch. It was coming at him with pace to his left, a comfortable height, but it was traveling with pace, and he would have not seen it coming at him initially with the bat face turning. But the first wicket falls. It's 7 for 1 in the 4th over, and a big breakthrough here.
Yeah, this is exactly what they wanted, and now that they've gotten one, they could get a little greedy and try to get a second one, and hopefully things work out for them.
So they're going to send in Nathan Edward. He is an accomplished lower middle order batter, but sending him in now ahead of Teddy Bishop or Rivaldo Clark. And it's pretty clear that they don't want to risk. I won't call him a night watchman, but he's elevated in the batting order. So not wanting to risk the number 3 and 4.
Holder again just rushing the batsman, and just like Auguste, he was almost squared up and trying to play the ball. So again, it's not brilliant sunshine by any stretch of the imagination, but it's not poor lighting. It's good enough.
Cutting into the glove there of Williams. Could be hurled across the ground. There's 4 slips in place here for Holder as well. And that of Powell, Corbin, Graves, and at the 4th slip, the captain himself, Jeremiah, going into that 4th slip. There is a gully as well. Paris.
I would like to see them maybe take out the mid-off and put him in the cover and put another gully in there, because that ball looks like it's going to fly once it hits the edge. And you probably want to plug all those gaps there behind the bat.
It's already a
especially at,
field that would make it an 8-1.
Yeah, especially at this stage in the day. No, you could keep your middle one and you have your fine leg, but the man in mid-off, you could
come into the gap.
Bring him into the slip cordon.
And it might just be a couple overs, because we may not even get the allotment.
Yeah, because
the light fading.
Yeah, the umpires only bring out that meter at all. And that one hit the bat. He was trying to leave that alone, and it just hit the bottom of the bat. Could have gone anywhere. Luckily for him, it bunks down into the slip cordon. So Shimo Holder working up a fair amount of pace here.
And that might be a sign to the umpires as well, that maybe he's not picking it up quite clearly, trying to get the bat out of the way. The additional pace in fading light. Have a look at Kieran Powell there. Station that first slip.
7 for 1 it is, as Akeem Jordan is going to continue. Jordan has tasted success. He's looking for something here. had success in the past, and he's craving more. Umpire is taking a little look. He looks a little antsy at square leg there at cover point. He keeps looking up at the skies. I don't know if he's looking for a drone or something.
Yeah, no chance of there being a bowling change here. They're going to go with these two pacers. Their best chance of getting a wicket. If we're thinking about bringing in a slow bowler or spinner because of the fading light, I don't think that is going to be a possibility. They want their two best bowlers, Jordan and Holder, to go after this top order, albeit Nathan Edward coming in a little bit earlier.
Yeah, like I said, you get two bites of the cherry here because the ball is still going to be, a new ball in the morning. So these two can, as they say, pull the choke here and really let it rip, and then put your feet up later, have a shandy, and then come back again tomorrow. Tigre noticed the choice of drink. Yep.
It was coming. It was coming. It was coming. Any preference to the type of shandy? Is the tamarind shandy?
As opposed to something. Well played, and not afraid, even though it's late in the evening. You could see him, Becky Joseph, keen to put bat to ball. As they say in local parlance, that's how he bats. So at this stage of the game, you want to leave alone as many deliveries as possible. You don't want to play anything that is off the stump. You're not even going looking for cover drives or anything like that. Especially having lost an early wicket. And Williams again flying to his right there to try to hold that one in. Did well to get a glove to it. And the one before, he was able to take cleanly. This one, he just kind of batted it down.
And the umpire there just speaking with Akeem Jordan that he might just be running and encroaching on a dangerous part of the wicket. He has to keep off of that area.
And he's bowling around the wicket, so he probably might be better advised to go over the wicket and avoid that scenario. I don't think he's gotten a warning, but he is just cautioned.
Umpire Kelman Cowlesser. Did he signal a official warning there?
No, I don't think he was just indicating to the batsman that the bowler is coming around the wicket. You're flirting with danger there, and you get punished for it. I think he could probably go back over the wicket if the ball is, when he tries to compensate and he's dragging it down the leg side, go back over the wicket and just, we have 4 slips, try and force it across the left-handers.
You work the natural angle.
So that's 4 easy runs there, pushing the score now to 12 for 1. And in the distance, you could see why Tony Gray wanted to leave early. He has to make an airport run.
That plane heading down the leg side as well.
Yeah,
There was Jay Shields as well, who was part of the lineup, not playing here today. Not a fine prospect, fast bowler.
Yep. And these are 2 seasoned campaigners. These 2 bowlers, they are experienced bowlers. These are not greenhorn bowlers, so to speak. They know what they're doing with the ball. And that's another beauty there. And a loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. And Becky Joseph squaring up there.
Yeah, he has been getting that ball to pitch and go away from the left-hand batter. And this time it pitched and hit the seam again. And just clipping the pad on the way, but the umpire suggesting that it was still going in that direction anyway, had it not hit the pad. Playing back to a ball, he should be well forward to, clipping the outside of the left leg. Just wondering, maybe either pitching outside the leg stump or just beating the off stump, or probably bit of both.
But the height, yeah, and that's probably what. Well, he's not a tall man. And this time he is again trying to get the bat out of harm's way, and not for the first time. We see the ball hit the bat and end up in the slip cordon.
Yeah, just flirting with danger there.
Yeah, they really say fast bowling changes everything. Genuine fast bowling.
Two strategies to leaving the ball alone, dropping your hands or getting your hands high above your head. It was neither. Just trying to follow the ball a little bit and then pull the bat away at the last minute.
Yeah, any kind of contact there, he's going to get runs. He's going to get 2 here. And, but Joseph not afraid to go after the balls pitched outside the off stump. He sees that as free scoring for him. Easy runs.
Just has to be careful though with that one, that getting movement off the seam. There are 4 slips, a gully and a backward point, and the ball is leaving him.
And there's that big gap there. That's why I was saying take the mid-off out and bring him into the slip cordon. Because a shot like that, unless it goes straight to him, he's still going to concede a run or 2, if not a boundary.
They just can't quite control the line going across the left-hand batter. Pitch wide and going even wider. Might even consider going around the wicket.
He might, in fact, he might be going around the wicket as we speak. Just to try and see if he could get the ball to probably pitch on line and then straighten, maybe even move away from their left-hander. Beauty. Excellent bowling. That would put a smile on the face of Tony Gray. Not the shot you want to be playing at this time, and that's that gap. That's what I'm saying. Take out that man at middle. He's not. You don't need him there right now. Not until you can put him back in the morning. But tonight, you just want to because the way that bat is flushing outside the off stump, there any kind of edge could fly towards 4th slip, into that gully region there, and you want to plug that gap. Because you're looking for a wicket. You want a 2nd wicket tonight.
Yeah, and to speak to that point as well, there have been 31 dot deliveries out of the 36 deliveries, legitimate deliveries that have been bowled. So you can look to create more pressure by bringing another fielder closer in. Well, ironic as it is, the sun is out now,
and
we have a change in bowling, and Romario Graves is going to come into the attack to replace Hakeem Jordan. Jordan did have a little bit of difficulty with a couple deliveries down the leg side that made Daniel Williams do a little bit of extra wicket-keeping work down the leg side. But it is going to be Graves. There is a man in front of the bat. And there is 2 slips in place for the left-handed Nathan Edward. He may not have been expecting to be given the ball to bowl. At this juncture, 6 overs gone.
Yeah, nice nice high arm action, and the first ball was bang on target. And that's what you want from a finger spinner. You don't need to waste 3 or 4 deliveries to kind of get a line. As an off spinner or left arm orthodox spinner, you want it to immediately fall on a line and a good length and start applying pressure from the word go.
And Evelyn comes into under the helmet in front of the bat. Two persons now feeling in front of the bat in close.
Yeah, you have a silly mid-off or an forward short leg. So one on either side of the wicket, plus the 2 slips, or the slip on a gully.
More of a round arm action there from Mario Graves. It's wide outside the off stump. We have a good look at what he's being made to face up to. Not quite. It's that ball slipping out of the hand.
Yeah, he probably didn't feel right as he was about to deliver. It's a new ball, so he's probably trying to squeeze it maybe too hard. If he had long fingers like my good friend to my left here, he would have been able to just rest them on the ball, as they say, quarter seam.
Probably still deliver it from the commentary box.
He said he did indicate that he wanted to get a haircut and that he might be a little bit late tomorrow. So I tried to give him some time off so he could start the process tonight. I think Chima Holder is gonna bowl. I don't see them trying another spinner at the other end. And so this might very well be the last over of the day. And Holder he fielded the ball at mid-off and he never let it go. He kept it and is going to make his way to the top of his mark.
I'm just wondering if Jordan had a little bit of difficulty running in, and if it was a warning from the umpire and he didn't want to take the chance of getting an official warning, he opted to not bowl that over with the chance of the light fading as well, opting for Romario Graves. But it is going to be Holder to continue.
And it goes right in the gully region.
Just where Ruskin Mark would have put that additional fielder.
Because I keep saying the man at mid-off is really not, because of the lengths that the bowlers are bowling and the speed at which they're bowling. Yeah, they're not going to drive the ball much, and even if they drive it, it's probably going to go square, closer to cover, and it's still a relatively new ball. So I would really take the man out of even if he's not a comfortable close infielder. Switch him around. I'm sure Hakeem Jordan would love to come into that gully region for a few deliveries. Whoa, and Williams dives in vain. And that was wide, and it stayed wide.
Yeah, one dive too many there from Williams, and he's down on his haunch, he's landing on his ribcage and somewhat straining his shoulder as he tumbled over trying to get that one back in vain. It was way too wide down the leg side.
He probably needed to take another step or two before putting in the dive. I may have to signing up to the Tony Gray goalkeeping school so he could learn a few things about lateral movement. That too.
But that's going to be runs driven back past the bowler. Will be at least a couple.
Yeah, that's a good shot. And they pick up 2 runs for it. But that's 2 runs you don't mind conceding.
But as you were saying, yeah, the mid-on would have chased it down anyway and probably kept it to a 2 or even a 3rd. But you don't want that chance to go through that slip area. Because if you do snag another wicket here, with 25 runs on the board.
It's more than worth it. 25 for 2 looks better than 25 for 1.
You go off the field thinking that you're in the game still. We should just add in another name into the captaincy column for commentators.
So it's a, but it's
the interesting point being made by Mr. Gray. Similar to Nathan Edwards, they can't produce that 1 or 2 wicket-taking deliveries every over, but they do concede runs as well with some badly lined deliveries. It's well timed, punched back.
and again
into the boundary.
it was close to him. He never really had to move. You didn't have to go and fetch it. That was right there for him to the half volley, more or less in line with the off stump. He didn't have to really move much. Just wait for it and stroked it beautifully. Yep. Yeah. So it's that you could live with that because of what you're trying to do, but you want him to play at every delivery if possible.
So into his 4th over, conceding 21 runs, and unlike the West Indies Academy with their opening bowlers who were bang on target for most of the first 30 minutes or even the first hour of play, and they got the ball to move around. Of course, they were bowling on a wicket that had some moisture in it.
This time he's more runs because he's drifting into the pads and paying the price for it.
The field placing set.
The-
One man on the onside and a badly lined delivery was really a gift.
Yeah, asking for trouble that way. Once you line up that delivery on the pads, and you only have 2. You had 2. Now you have 1. Stay away from the
Gonna
pads.
be 4 more. Losing the plot here somewhat. Badly lined deliveries down the leg side, and Mbike Joseph just helping himself really. The partnership is up to 30 off of 28 deliveries. Joseph on 22 now. And not really what they would have intended when they came back out with that 9 overs to go in the innings before the close of play.
Now remember, he was bowling over the wicket, and then he switched to around the wicket. But he bowled, 2, 3 deliveries down the leg side. Remember the one that went for the 4 wides down the leg side? So from the time he switched to around the wicket, things went awry for him. So he might be better advised to go back over the wicket and see if he could get his radar working again. And there's a little delay here. And so we have a change in bowling again. And it looks as if Larry Edwards.
We're going to get an opportunity to see the new player in the squad. Left arm orthodox, Larry Edwards. And he's going to maintain the same feel that Romario Graves had. 2 men in close. One on the off, one on the onside. There's a slip. There's a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square on the boundary.
And appealing for it can't be a catch they're appealing for. I don't think he played the ball. And now they're looking to steal a single.
There's some drama at the end of the day's play here. As we start the 9th over, there is a bowling change. Romario Graves just 1 over from him. And the left arm orthodox bowler Larry Edwards coming in, and his first delivery, have a look at it here, angle down the leg side. Was there any bat on this?
When they touched the glove on the way through, but the batsman never moved. He never, the umpire never moved and the batsman never moved.
It's very interesting indeed, their decision from Kelman Kaulesa. I'm not sure if it came off the glove or off of the arm guard, but that would have been the question being asked. Follow it up with a full toss, but he was spared. Look at it again. It was very close indeed and a very confident shout. That would have been a very good way to burst onto the scene, coming down into the depth of the day's play to pick up a wicket, or perhaps the last over.
Off your first ball.
So the current run rate is 4.35.
So they're scoring quickly.
This could very well be the last delivery of the day's play at day one.
And it looks like it. So the batsmen will make their way out. Joseph is not out on 22.
The 37 for 1. They will close with a run rate of 4.11. Shamar Holder 1 for 29. And BK Joseph on 22. Nathan Edwards coming in with the fall of Akeem Ogis, who went for 5. He's on 4 not out, being posted as a night watchman. Akeem Jordan, 7 runs conceded in his 3 overs. And Shamar Holder 1 for 29 off his 4 overs with an economy rate of 7.25. And just 1 over from Romario Graves and 1 interesting over from Larry Edwards that prompted a loud appeal for caught behind.
Yeah, the batsman didn't indicate or didn't suggest that he played it, but the umpire concurred. But the appeal was a confident one that it touched something on the way through. And it was close to the gloves, but he was swinging there, and he probably, well, in the umpire's estimation, he missed everything, and it just went through. A good take though down the leg side by Williams, but it all was just possibly a discussion or topics for later tonight as they plan the respective teams as they look ahead to tomorrow. And we will be back with you. We'll come tomorrow for day 2 of this encounter with the West Indies Academy chasing the 238 scored by CCC after they won the toss and batted. They closed on 37 for 1. They trail by a further 201 runs. So tomorrow from 10 o'clock, we'll be back here at the Sir Frank Worrell enclosure out on the campus of the University of the West Indies to bring you day 2 of this 4-day encounter in the West Indies Championships. We hope you have a good evening and will join us tomorrow from just about 10 o'clock.